Wait, I should probably start. Oh, wait, this is why I wanted to do it, because it's on a different screen. And I need to get the timer to start. Start timer. There you go. Timer's now going down. That sounded like it's aggressive. It's like, it's going down as I'm going to kill it. Mordor. Alright, how are we doing? How's this look? Nope, see? Tits is broke. Now we pull up new tits. I don't think Tits likes multiplayer. I'm kind of curious what happens though if I just reload it. Is it going to stay broken, or is it going to try and cover us both? I wonder if Tits would interact with you. Or if it's just going to be like, oh, they're doing multiplayer. I'm just going to like fucking not work at all.
I'm not sure.
Okay, I should probably make sure OBS is picking up Spotify, otherwise that's awkward. Yeah, it is. Okay, we're good. Okay, it does pick me up, not you though. Perfect. So if I then... Oops. I just need to reload it. Oh, shit. Why is that still there? It'll go away. It'll go away. What's the question?
There are options to connect Stream Decks to Lumia directly.
That would be nice. I'd like that.
I Elgato Stream Deck Actions plugin.
Yeah, because here's the thing: is it's not an actual Stream Deck. We have a physical key. It's like an add-on keyboard.
Yeah,
Try throwing stuff
it
at
looks
myself.
like it would work. I'm not sure which one it would be though that would connect to it.
We test that off stream.
Have you started streaming?
Yeah, I'm live.
Okay.
Just making sure everything works. One day I will have a head pet for you here. Thing is we just play a lot of Palworld, so it doesn't really make sense for me to set something up dedicated for you here. If I do a head pet for you, if a head pet for you, you have the head pet thing right on your model's head.
Yes.
Does it? If somebody does a head pet for you, does it show up on over here? Oh, I guess I can't test. I can go to your.
What?
I'm gonna go to your one. I have like no points on your channel. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna try.
You don't watch me.
I don't. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm not gonna count this.
Yeah.
This doesn't show up. Your head pets didn't show up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's for some reason not triggering things properly if I'm not specifically tabbed in.
Well, here's my question. Like, look. When you're tabbed out, what does your screen look like? Is it like this as fucking blank, just fucking nothing on there? Don't have it. It's not shift tabbed. It doesn't have any kind of overlay or anything over it. It can't have any kind of overlay. It can't be like, oh, there's this gray overlay or something like that. Like if I click this right here, where it leads that, nothing will work.
I didn't have that up. I was just typing my
And then
stream title.
if I do
No overlay.
no overlay, nothing, not even like a shift tab. You tabbed out of the game and it popped up over here, kind of thing.
Um,
Because that's the only time it doesn't work for me is if there's some kind of like overlay on it, like it's shift tapped out.
let me see what my
Hi, Viet Cong. How are you doing? We're setting up stuff. You having a good morning? And by morning, I mean 6:30 p.m. for us now. But we just woke up, so morning.
Alrighty. Go ahead, Pat.
I should take my.
If I manually trigger it.
Okay. We'll figure out the Lumia thing next time. We're gonna do Animal Crossing. I have no idea. Make sure the audio is working too. Take my meds. Gotta take me through. Drugs and things. Today is Monday. Is it Monday?
It is indeed
It's
Monday.
almost night for you? Okay, fair enough. Same here. Same here. Are we in the same time zone now, Vehicle? Same time zone? Up! Welcome here, welcome here, welcome here. I'm trying to take my meds to just woke up. Okay, so I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so I didn't level up in Palworld at all. Hi, Kaylee.
Hello, Hop.
Kaylee yelled at me. She's so rude. That bitch.
Oh my god.
Um.
Rivals. Oh, hello.
So I didn't. You can say Kaylee. Just don't say her last name. So, doing what last night I did, and by last night I mean this morning, like really early this morning, I got on and I built a base. It was a lot of like trial and effort, trial and error thing. It's definitely not done. It's just it's something that's there
Yeah.
so I can get my shit off the ground. Okay? And then I logged out. I didn't level up at all because I'm only level 9. Level 9. I'm one level away from level 10.
Eh.
That's in Palworld. That's in Palworld. But today we are doing Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing. Why? Because yesterday we were talking.
Oh
Wrong
god.
screen. Whoops. Yesterday we were talking about how before we ended stream we wanted to talk about. We were talking about how. God damn! I did the same thing. How we wanted
It's
to.
a system update for my Switch. Oh no.
Is there? Oh shit. That's because we never get on. Um, how we wanted to do the. Make sure that the audio's coming through. It's gonna have to check that because it's fucking loud. Oh, it is loud on here too. Shit. Basically, we wanted to do the scavenger hunt. It's right here. The scavenger hunt. I'm gonna put the gold away.
I'm gonna get my goals up as well.
I
There you
don't
go.
hide
It's in front of Aiko.
I'll hide the parents thing too, so you guys can actually see what the fuck we're doing. So here's our goals for what we want to get, but holy shit, it's loud.
What's loud?
The
Having a
Switch audio. Ah, I'm sorry. It's loud for you. It's loud for me. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. It's loud for everybody. I turned it down for y'all. Look, I turned it down for y'all. I swear to God. Okay, I love you. I love you, Kaylee. Have a good sleep.
Love you, Kaylee.
Thank
Have
you
good
so much for
sleep.
coming by. It was so
Alright.
nice seeing you. I love you so much. Why are you still awake? Volume mixer. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Late. I hope you wake up feeling refreshed and oh nice, you feel fleshy out of it. She deserves it.
Bitch. So I said, you only get that if you watch like the Key and Peele stuff.
Alexa, set the lamp to 8%. I didn't change it at all.
There's so many weeds. You see the other mono both look really good too. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes depending on what's going on, we can put our stuff up. We're not starting with the scavenger hunt. We're gonna wait till more people get here for that. We know we're just waking up, so we're just gonna go through and we're going to. Oh my god, is it nighttime in my game?
Yeah, it will be nighttime in your game because it's nighttime in real life. Ew, gross. Ew.
I don't even want it on this day. I'm gonna change days. What day is spring, babe?
Spring?
Yeah, in this country.
Starts September, I believe.
I think October is the cherry blossom season. I want the cherry blossom season. My world is absolutely not fucking pretty at all. Anyways, how you doing, Eric? No, this is accurate. I don't want it. No, leave me alone. Go away. Oh yeah, I gotta upgrade that screening, I guess. Also, this is not like the most ideal world that I've made here. It is um it's a mess. Put some pathings down and then I gave up because I started playing Palworld. I've also been cheating. Like big time. Big time. Big time cheating. I have lots of money.
Ew.
Oh yeah, this is my mount. So let me know if the game is too loud for you guys. I can change it. Also, I have my sherb. See, it's part of the cheating. Hi, Psycho. How you doing? So yeah, we're just gonna do a bit of base cleanup. I'm gonna make the next day. I'm gonna like do some weed cleanup here. I'll make the next day before I do any kind of running around. I totally didn't cheat these. What do you mean? Cheater. I'm a big fat cheater, guys. I just look, here was my goal. My goal was to make this beautiful island for you guys. So that when we do the scavenger hunt, it would be ready and we'd be like, oh, I can give you guys a tour. No, this place is gross. I'm so sorry. Palworld happened. We got distracted.
We did indeed get distracted with Palworld. Alexa, send the log lamp to 10%.
He's still getting his stuff set up too. He's also decided he doesn't want to be blinded by his lamp. Look at that. I couldn't even fucking fix that issue right there, which is just plant an apple. And I can do that. I can do that now. And then by the time I come back, it should be grown. Prettiest part of my island is this little area back here.
Okay. I'm not getting Switch audio coming through to my headphones.
Yeah, it needs to be a listen to this device thing. You have that set up? I gotta remember how buttons work. I'm a fucking Nintendo dude. No. So broken.
Advanced options. Switch to this one.
No.
I don't have listening to this device set up. Is it?
It's in the audio thing. It'll be, I don't know what yours is labeled as.
Labeled as Switch.
You go into the audio properties?
Yeah, I'm in advanced audio properties. If I set monitoring.
Oh no, you're in OBS. I meant in the device manager.
Device manager. Not that one. Maybe it's this one?
Yeah,
I don't think it was this
mine's
one.
titled something really weird.
in the device manager thing where you see like your disk drives, your computer, and all that, or is it something else?
It's the
Manage input. Yes.
look. Go to your sounds. Go to sound, because you can hear it, but it's just not being picked up by OBS.
I can't hear it, but it is being picked up by OBS.
Okay.
It's the name of my capture card, wouldn't it be?
Come here. Go to all sound devices. Click that, and then input. It'll be under input devices, and you'll click it.
Oh, devices. Input device. This one. Then. Okay, I'm in that.
Do it from here. To be fair, this is a Windows 11 thing. I have no idea. How do you...
You scroll down from in the sound settings. There's a more sound settings. If you scroll down in the advanced section.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. So here, you're gonna go to recording, and like you're gonna go to, like, for me it's the digital audio interface, and you're gonna click properties and go to listen and click listen to this device.
What is it? This one. Apparently, it's not enabled.
I don't hear it.
Probably. But now I don't hear Spotify.
Do you not hear Spotify at all? Or it's just really low?
Maybe I hear Spotify? I can't tell. Oh no, I hear Spotify. Hello?
Yeah, you might need to adjust the volumes because it can be really loud, at least for me. How's both of our weekends? Great. We have debuted our new models. Oh my god, my mouth is so dry.
We're already basically like halfway through our like regular goal list.
Yeah, almost.
You're doing amazing. Levels.
We've still gotten to play a lot of Palworld. We did some community games. We're going to do more community games today. One of the things we're working on is we're getting the Switch stuff set up so that we can do the Animal Crossing scavenger hunt. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. I like that we can sometimes use them together and sometimes we can't, but you know, either way, like, you can go to his channel and see his, like, all the time, and you come to my channel and see mine all the time. And then sometimes we're fortunate to be able to use both at the same time.
Since they're gonna be jealous, I got Rossetti today.
Oh jeez. The thing is it's gonna make me
You
feel
can
a
call
little,
it.
huh?
You can call Rossetti now at any time.
Yeah, but for him it was, Isabel was outside, so you couldn't call him because she has to like enable the calling, I think.
Oh well, the last time I played, we did the we were doing one of the events, the like the feather event.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I still got my outfit on.
That's beautiful. I need a new outfit, and I'm going to redecorate my house too, because might as well. Wish I could move my house. No, whatever. I can. I'll just do a little bit of time traveling so we can get this place looking like something, you know. How you doing, Chicken? Enjoy your lurk. I would like ladders, please.
There we go.
Let's remodel it first. To customize. Would you like that?
I get my wand. That's what I need to do.
Welcome to the jungle.
You remember how to play this game.
Yeah, pretty much. That's another reason I'm kind of doing this is 'cause I'm like, all right, I should probably play around with the buttons to make sure I remember how to play this thing. Because we're going to have to go through dream stuff. And I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Ooh, that's pretty.
And thank you for stopping by, Eric. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes. Have fun. Enjoy your day.
Yippee!
Pink. Yeah. And give myself a little pink mailbox, a white mailbox. I don't remember filling this roof. That works. You have to get a baggage at work tomorrow. That's fine. That's totally fine. We have to sleep sometimes too.
Sometimes we do need to sleep, yeah.
That'll show you. Just so you think that you're like, oh god. No, she's just really fucking talented. No. Where'd I get that money? Where'd I get that money?
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
nice. But I'll add manually at 5 minutes to the timer because I have this timer now.
Lizard.
Wait, what? I got one too.
You got one from Stricken Yeti. Wow. That's 50.
Ooh. Now we got one too, Stricken Yeti. No, yeah. Oh my god, really? Was it like that? Yeah, Stricken got both. That is amazing. I love that.
Oh, right place, right time, Stricken.
Apparently. Okay, we have to add. Okay, so that one would have added automatically. I'm going to go ahead and add the one for yours. So I should have added. Okay.
So just 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, and that brings us to 50. Which means we do. Well, guess whatever the wheel spin is, because it's kind of between both of ours. That we'll both just do it.
Yeah, if it's something that affects both, like
50 out of 100, and we gotta put. If I pull up my goals list, that is chat designs a tits redeem.
Oh my god, that is.
Go ahead and mark that out. And then
So the next goal will be at 60 subs. So
let's go ahead and pull this up over her.
it's a little bit of a ways to the next goal, but
That's not right.
thank you for both streams. Oh, thank you, Stricken. But how you doing, Whipper? And how you doing, Stricken? And thank you very much for everyone's generosity.
There we go.
I just try to catch my hands in the net. You proud of me?
That's really sweet. Okay. I'm spinning the wheel.
What are we getting?
Oh no. Okay, so I'm gonna. This doesn't really work since we're using a controller right now.
I think spin again.
We're gonna spin again for this one because we're both using a controller for a switch. Every sentence must start with fun fact for the next 5 minutes. So, fun fact, I'm going to switch back to my Animal Crossing game now because I am going to be continuing to decorate until later.
Yeah, fun fact, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing anymore. That is actually a fun fact, fun fact.
Fun
No, wait, not any
fact,
fact.
I am really excited about uh the scavenger hunt. And fun fact, I've never done it before.
Damn. You've never done a fun fact, you've never done a scavenger hunt before?
Fun fact, I've never hosted a scavenger. Actually, that's a lie. I have one time done one and I had somebody pick what they were, but I never completed one.
Fun fact, I have Sahara on my island.
Ooh. Fun fact, it's really late on my island. And fun fact, I have no idea when cherry blossom season is in the southern hemisphere. I need, fun fact, I need a new hair. I need a new outfit. I haven't touched the hotel stuff. Or fun fact, I haven't touched the hotel stuff. Fun fact, I haven't really done anything on this island at all whatsoever as far as like actual island shit goes. This is not, fun fact, this has not been a playthrough where I've actually played the game. It was literally just
Oh,
like,
great. Oh my god, fun fact, Eric thinks I'm... I got a reaction from Eric? Oh my god, fun fact, I can be sassy.
oh,
Fun
fun.
fact, bashfulness.
Fun fact, that's awesome. I kind of like, or fun fact, I kind of like fun fact. It's really funny. Fun fact, Diana is looking at the weeds. She's inspecting it. Way to embarrass me, Diana. She's just, fun fact,
Fun,
she's just like, what's this doing here? I see that we've got weeds.
fun fact, what the fuck is going on with my roses? I don't remember what I was up to with them.
Fun fact, I think you are working towards blue.
Fun fact, yes, but I don't remember what the combinations already have do.
Honestly, fun fact, that's a fucking mood because I don't fucking remember anything right now. I'm just currently working on trying to remember buttons. Fun fact, do you know how long it fucking took me to get my to walk or to open up my inventory?
Fun fact, I'm still waking up.
In fact, I'm also just waking up. Fun fact, I don't know what time we started this. Fun facting.
Fun fact, this can go for the rest of the stream. Fun fact. Fun fact, fun fact,
Fun
fact, yeah.
fact, I feel like people would get annoyed.
Fun fact, probably.
Fun fact, I don't care! Fun fact that says Whippa gifted it 6 minutes ago, and since we did have to spin the wheel, I say we give it one more minute. And then we can fun fact. Stop saying fun fact.
Oh no, fun fact.
Fun fact, I do feel like the stuff we put on the wheel was pretty harmless compared to last year.
There's a fun fact, there's a lot of harmless things, but I genuinely want to try pill. So keep donating. Wink.
Fun fact, the Bean Boozled shit was awful.
Oh, fun fact, you threw up like twice because of them. More? At least twice, I remember.
Fun fact, one was really bad. That much I
Fun
remember.
fact, stinky socks kill Aiko.
Fun fact, don't put your stinky socks in my mouth.
Fun fact, same.
I'm gonna put another house here, but since only like 3, no.
Oh, fun fact, a dental float. Okay. Got new things to catch. Fun fact, I'm hungry.
Fun fact, I'm also hungry.
Fun fact, I'm devoid of monster.
Fun fact, I'm also devoid of monster.
Fun fact, she's copying me.
Ooh! Okay, first off, we can just stop doing fun fact now. But I was thinking last night.
Jealous.
Because we were watching that video as we were falling asleep. And somebody in the video said, all you need is, somebody said something about, like, dark meat chicken. And I was like, oh, that sounds really good. And then I was like, I could send Tristan over the road
You want me to get some dog
to
meat
just pick
chicken?
up a goddamn fucking rotisserie chicken. We could just eat chicken.
You want a whole rotisserie chicken from Coles?
Yeah!
Or do you want a whole chicken from the other place?
That other place is gonna be a lot more expensive than Coles.
It will be probably more expensive, but it'll be flame grilled.
That's true. Well, that's up to you. Do you want to make 2 stops? Or 1?
I'm trying to find Sahara, so I will let you know.
Okay, I need to figure out who lives on this island.
Like, just fucking vanished from my island at some
Oh, we'll
point.
put Eric up front. Let's put Eric up front. The reason we got Eric is because Tristan loves Eric.
Oh, but
We could put both
good
babies up front. I'm stretching.
Is there a way I can change the volume on my Switch?
In your volume mixer.
Go to my volume mixer.
Because that's how you're hearing it, so through your computer.
Yeah, there we go.
Because mine's loud as shit. That's why I said mine's loud as fuck.
To figure out which one was the fucking volume for the Switch based on symbols and not words. Hello, anyone over here? Hello.
We'll do some more.
That will only affect the volume for me, right, and not them.
Hmm?
Me changing like what I'm hearing from the Switch won't affect the volume on my end.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, it'll probably also affect it for them, but like, just pay attention to your thing. Like,
It didn't adjust on the
because you already said it was being picked up separately, anyways.
Yeah.
However, that being said, you can switch what your Switch audio is, because I know that if the reason I stopped doing the listen to the Switch audio the way it was is because it would have like wind up with this massive desync.
I don't care about desync.
Well, it wouldn't be a desync for you. It'd be a desync for them.
Suck bitches.
Keep that in mind, guys. That's what he thinks of you guys. Wait, how do we have this set up over there for sure? Is he like directly in front, or is there a gap? There's a gap. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do some terraforming because I want to build a bridge or a ramp or whatever it is, and I'm just gonna.
I'm kicking a snowball.
Downside about this in particular is it winds up getting very sleepy. It's very relaxing. I guess doing it while streaming is probably a good idea because I'm less likely to fall asleep while doing it because I'm chatting.
What is less likely to?
Terraforming.
Oh, true, yeah.
Terraforming is like the most relaxing thing in the universe in this game. Minus diving.
Is there a max size that the snowball will get to if I keep rolling it?
Yeah. I'll tell you what it is. It's not like it's measured.
Oh, it exploded.
Did you hit it on something?
Probably.
Yeah, you had to have hit it on something. It's not gets too big and then explodes. That's all I got.
Kaboom. I think I hit the Yankee.
It's just really late for most people right now. Which is why I don't want to like start Animal Crossing Scavenger because that's supposed to be a fun community.
Yeah. We are just basically gonna do island stuff for a while. When more people come in.
Then we'll do it. Because I know that there's some people. The thing is like we can't wait for Sims to wake up though. Like as much as I want Sims to join us, but we can't wait for him to wake up because he'll be waking up. Unless of course we wind up getting lots of subs, and our time gets pushed a lot forward.
If you're waking up with like 2 hours left to go.
Exactly. That's pretty much the whole reason we didn't do it yesterday, is because we know it's going to take longer than that. Or we anticipate it's going to take longer than that. We might go really
It could
bad.
go really fast.
The good thing is I'm planning on time traveling because I want to do it during cherry blossom season. So I don't mind time traveling a bit up until that point, so I can get some stuff organized.
Sometimes
And
good
Tristan's got to walk around and pick up all his damn weeds.
Good thing is it's winter, so it's not an excessive amount of weeds.
I picked up most of my weeds the other day. I still came on and there was still some weeds, but there was a lot of weeds the other day.
Ooh. Just like my stinky song.
Another option we could do, but it'd be more expensive, is order everything through DoorDash.
Dinner time is around now, so I can go and check if Mum's doing anything for dinner.
True. I don't really want to go downstairs for dinner though. I want to work on stuff.
That's fine.
And also, like, we started streaming 37 minutes ago. Can you imagine?
For dinner.
Yeah, right. Just fucking off. I took the idea in Palworld. What I did is I took the idea of the breeding things that I had set up, and I told you I wanted them all flat land so they're all the same level, right?
Yeah.
Well, then I took it from there and I made an area in the center. So it's enclosed, and then it also has an upstairs.
Oh. I see.
I feel like you're not picturing that at all because you can't.
I am struggling, but you enclosed upstairs?
I didn't close upstairs. Upstairs is technically open.
Okay.
But there's 4 smaller closed-in areas.
Oh.
So you know how I could really only in the test build, all the ranch stuff was at a different base,
Yes.
and how there was the like little houses on top of the breeding areas.
Yeah.
Now those little houses are actually being used for things like the ranch, the beds, you know.
Oh, okay. Give it the ranch on the nice.
I've got 2 ranches up there right now. I don't intend on it being fully 2 ranches all the time, but
Yeah, we wanna do that.
keep something else. I don't know. Maybe. this going over this way. Anything back is fine. I think I just didn't want this. The reason that I made this like a cliffside thing is because I was wondering, because I wanted the upper water cliff areas, so I can get the fish that only spawn on cliff sides. But I don't need that. This is a fake island. It's not as fake. It doesn't count.
There's fish that only spawn at certain times.
Yeah, there are fish that spawn at certain times,
Oh, yeah.
and there are fish that spawn in rivers, but only on cliff-top rivers. So you have to like.
Oh yes, cliff top. Yes. You have to have like a little bit at least.
But since this island is fake, I don't need cliff-top rivers. It's fake. It's cheated. It's
Fake news.
treasure islands. I'm gonna tell you guys something. I would rather time travel every day and get everything legit than to do treasure islands. I hate them.
Treasure islands are the ones that just have everything on the ground.
It's so stressful. I always feel like I'm missing something, and I am. My catalog looks so random. But also altogether, like, what DIYs do I even have right now? What DIYs do I have? I bet they're all in some kind of group. Oh look, I've got all the cherry blossom stuff, even though I've never experienced cherry blossom season. I've got, well, I guess these I did probably naturally. No, I didn't do these naturally. Literally, I think it's just this set right here. I was like, oh, I should learn how to make these. I don't even have cherry blossom petals. Huh?
Gamba, 99k. I put in the ground.
Fair enough. I'm rich. I don't need that shit.
I'm rich too.
I'm richer than you. No, you're not poor. I'm just rich. Like, I'm gonna tell you how much money I have, okay? So you can understand what I mean when I say I'm rich, okay? Like, take a guess at any kind of amount of money that you think I might have.
4 million? Oh, no, probably a lot more than that. Like 20 million? You're saying you're rich.
$997,519,998.
How?
Because I went to a treasure island and I sold some turnips.
2 turnips.
Could have been 2 turnips, could have sold 1 turnip.
What? How?
Treasure islands.
They're just that cheated?
Yeah. They're meant to be that way, so all you have to do is sell a turnip, and then you'll have max money.
Ew.
What it literally does is it puts you in the negative, so you sell it.
Oh, I see. It's a negative interest.
Yeah. So when you sell it, it's like, Timmy's like, oh, I'll buy that from you from negative 67,000, blah, 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 or 67 million, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
I hate that.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's good for if you're just like wanting to fuck around. Turn it into a creative mode game. I would never use this. I would never use this as like a legit world, and I would never claim for it to be a legit world.
I hate the existence of that. That's something that should be patched.
Oh no, they're banned if they're found out. Like they're not even allowed like Nintendo Online anymore. But people stream it. Why do you hate the existence of it? Why do you hate the existence of it?
Because it's just fucking that big of a cheat. It's
Well, the
literally like
thing is, again, think about it this way: is this a competitive game, or is
no,
this
it's
a
not.
cozy, or is this a cozy game? You can play however you want.
It's a cozy game, but they don't have that feature, and it's a banned feature for if people use it, or is
No, you don't get banned for using it. You get banned for doing it.
yeah, it's a banned feature. There you go, right there. That to me overwrites the cozy aspect of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not cozy for me to do it this way, but for some people it is. So that's it's just for them. It's just different people. It's this game. I believe that this game is the kind of game that play the way you want, and as long as it's not affecting anybody else. And that's another thing too is if you're playing in a certain way, like when I did hard mode stuff, right? I had my specific rules. It's like I will absolutely trade with you. I will trade furniture with you. I will trade DIYs with you. I will trade tickets with you, whatever. But don't come to me with Treasure Island shit. I don't want that. So I would only trade with people who are also doing hard mode. Because, you don't know.
Yeah, I get that. Just
The only time it really bothered me is it was before I found out about the existence of Treasure Islands. I traded Raymond for like 12 million bells. And he was like, yeah, whatever, yeah, 12 million bells, I got you. You know? And now I can't stop thinking, did that person get his money from Treasure Islands? Because then it's not like, my problem with it is, like, I wouldn't, if I'm going to do a Treasure Island thing, I'm never trading with people, ever. Right? But some people do. Some people are like, oh, I have a lot of tickets, I can get the villager you want. But you can also get the villager you want from Treasure Islands. If you're going to go Treasure Islands, go all the way. Go all the way. Don't fucking trade with people because you're treating goods. Because, like, okay, say you and I are trying to both go for Sherb, right? You have cheated in all the fucking Nook Mall tickets you could want. And I gotta work my ass off towards getting Nook Mall tickets. And he's being sold for like 100 Nook Mall tickets. And I grinded my ass off to get 100 Nook Mall tickets so I could trade them. But you were like, because you have all the Nook Mall tickets you could want, you were like, I'll give you 150. You know, and then you wind up getting Sherb, and I don't get Sherb because you had more tickets.
okay.
But you cheated them in, so.
That's disgusting behavior. That is involving people in your cheats.
Not everybody does that. And that's a very rare thing that happens because most of the time, if people who are doing Treasure Island stuff are just gonna do Treasure Island stuff. Like I got Sherb for Treasure Island, although I didn't have to. It was just to save time. I've got his amiibo.
Yeah, you could just use amiibos if you want.
I would this is why we reset islands like 100 times. It's because sometimes we do things on islands like this that we're like, oh, just testing this out, seeing what I like, and then it would never be my forever island because it feels broken.
To be fair, no island will ever be your forever island because you just lose interest.
Oh, no, that's the perfect way for it to be a forever island, though. Just don't reset it.
Yeah, but you reset your forever island.
Yeah, I reset my forever island again. Honestly, if I was smart, I would have already had my forever island. My forever island would have been fake Karen. And I would have just left it there. I shouldn't have reset it ever. But a new challenge was coming up, you know?
Yeah.
I never should have restarted because that challenge wasn't as good as hard mode.
And now it's like, what's the point? You already did it once. and you made Faker, you're never gonna be able to make Faker again.
No, because there's too many memories in Fake Heron. But I get, you know what? Because there's a dream address of it, I get to see it as many times as I want.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me happy. The downside is anytime I go into that house and I go upstairs and I realize that I didn't have all the golden tools, that's when I'm like, God damn it. But I only didn't have all the golden tools, not because I wasn't working towards it, but because there was a new challenge coming up.
And you reset.
And I didn't have everybody's like photo that was supposed to go upstairs too. That was my treasure room. I was gonna show off, look, I got all the golden tools and I got everybody on my island's photo. But I didn't do that. I think I had Galas, that was it. And then I had like 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5.
I haven't gotten anyone's photo on my island.
No. It's one of those things you gotta, it's gonna be like a steady thing that you work towards all the time. We played that for a month. And it was great. I had a good time. And that's how we met like so many amazing people. But that's just it, is like that's the kind of shit that's gonna propel you, not propel you forward, it's gonna like, that's the kind of shit that impacts you, you know? Like,
That's the kind of shit that makes it so you can never have a forever island after you've reset it.
yeah. Because that one, nothing is ever gonna compete with the perfect island. That one was my perfect island.
No.
I worked my ass off on that, everybody loved it. Every design on that island I made myself. That was part of the hard mode. Because you had to make every design yourself. Every outfit that I wore, I designed myself. Because you had to, that was part of hard mode. I will never have as much pride in another island as I did in that one.
Even if you did hard mode again, I'll be like, yeah.
It might be new memories, but it won't be the same.
Yeah.
Which is why I like different, like, why I would consider like a Palworld hard mode or something like that.
Yeah.
But I want more Palworld friends first.
Yeah.
I want a bigger, I want a bigger audience, because I don't want it to be like part of me wants to do it so that we can get that audience, but the other part of me is like, I don't know. I like what we're doing right now. Doing the point
what
one.
we're doing right now.
I want to see if we can convince other people to do point one with us. Because, like, how many people joined in and been like, ah, yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, quite a few. It's
Yeah.
just... Point one should honestly be...
The default.
Maybe not the default, but should be, if you toggle on hard mode, that's what it should be.
But hard
It should be
mode.
The hardcore mode.
Hardcore mode means you lose your character if you die.
It should also make, everything harder. Point 5.
Well, here's the thing, though. There's a lot more things that we could make harder. We could make it to where we get hungry all the time. We have to eat constantly. I already feel like I gotta fucking eat constantly.
Yeah, that one's tedious.
I wound up making all that mama rest curry stuff. And, I've already eaten through most of it just trying to build the house.
Going through the... Going through, the game, like... Absolute most, from what was played, 0.5 FP rate should be 1. That should be what 1 is.
Yeah, I could see that.
We should be able to...
I think that 20 is really fucking high.
20 shouldn't exist.
No.
It should just be
No,
like
20 should exist for the people who want to do it. That's what I'm saying. Like Dino, he had a blast. He was having a blast doing that shit.
Yeah, but like, at that point, it should just be set myself and myself.
You know, I agree. But I also agree that there should be a creative mode. And I think I think that there should be a creative mode because there are, like, for example, one of the things I did last night was I don't have the breeding pens unlocked, right? So what I did is I went into my single player world where I do have breeding pens unlocked,
Yeah.
and I did that so that when I built the house that working towards building the things that I'm wanting to build, I wanted to make sure that it would be possible for me to build the breeding pens in these rooms, so I can test out size things. So test building stuff.
Yeah.
I want creative mode so we can do test builds. But like in that world, I'm only like level fucking 20. So like, I'm not exactly doing a lot of leveling stuff. But
Yeah.
I think my pals are like foxbox. Whatever the fuck it is I caught early on.
I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
Terrifying.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go talk more about food.
Yeah, food. Nom, delicioso. Nom, 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 nom. No, he's gonna eat my arm, guys. Bueno, bueno, para, 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 para. Let me know if you're a weeb by telling me if you know what that sound is. You all hate anime? Just nothing to go check to see if we're having dinner tonight. Can't believe he left me, that asshole. Let me tell you something. You guys want to know a secret? Virtual gets back. He hates Animal Crossing. He doesn't say that he hates Animal Crossing, but he hates Animal Crossing. Let's be real. He's not a decorating type person. He's more of like, go on an adventure, grind that XP, you know, shoot some things, kill, murder. I'm sorry. But, yeah. I'm not a big Animal Crossing fan because it's mostly just decorating, which is fine. That's why we're going to be doing the scavenger hunt. That he's fine with. That he's excited about because he's working towards a goal. I get it. I like the goals too. That's why this game gets my sleep sometimes, which is why I'm talking so much. I'm talking so much, he left me. Chatting with things makes things easier. Sometimes, though, when it's just the two of us, I'll just be playing this and he'll be reading his manga and I'll just fall asleep. Don't fall asleep, guys. Don't do it. Don't believe me. You guys have to keep me strong. Who is Animal Crossing that's gonna join for the scavenger hunt? Because like it's for us, we're doing it on stream, but like you guys can do it too. That's kind of one of the reasons I'm gonna wait for like Jesse and Sons and stuff that they can join. And it'll be fun.
Dress to go with the road trip. What was that? We could.
What? What'd she say?
Red Rooster would be the better place to get a rotation with Monday.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Stop looking at me, Rolf. Rolf is looking at me.
Go.
No.
That will sell itself. Yeah, me too.
Okay. I got this. I got this. No worries. I got this. I get this. I figure it out. For the perfect thing to do.
Oh, well, sticking AFK. I love it.
Some people come in, they'll be like, "Where's Tristan?" I'll be like, "He's AFK. Can't you tell?"
Anything else you want? See monsters.
I want, and I don't know if this exists. Okay. They have Chewy bars in the US, which are like the granola bars that we got that have the strawberry in them, but instead of strawberry, it's chocolate chips.
Yes.
Okay.
So like these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking about it yesterday.
Oh, there.
I wonder what everybody's gonna choose as the new tits redeem. It is community chooses, isn't it?
Yeah, that one we discussed was maybe
Yeah, I'm put
put like a suggestion idea.
yeah. Maybe we'll do that in the sub Discord, so the people that are subbed can.
Man, halfway through.
I know, that's exciting. I would say we're halfway through the Subathon, but not really.
No.
Day 4 tomorrow, halfway through Subathon. It's 2 days, mama. Shut up. Starting out by fucking shut up, dude. I have no idea how Tristan has his audio set up where he can like stream it with music on Twitch but not with music on YouTube. But I'm sure he figured that shit out. He's a smart man. It's nice because I don't feel like I have to hold his hand through everything. You know, sometimes he'll be like, how do I do this? And I'll be like if I already know how to do it, I'll like show him, you know, or I'll tell him how to do it. But if I also don't know, like in past relationships, it's like I've not really trusted the person. So I've been like, oh, hold on, let me look it up. Let me see if I can find out how to do it. Blah, 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 blah. Let me hold it and do all of it so I can tell you exactly what I need to do. I can literally, with him, just be like, I don't know. And he'll be like, oh, okay, well, don't worry, I'll figure it out. And he does. I love him so much. Like, I feel like I've had to be all of my partner's moms. Not with him. Not with him. It's so great. He's so good to me. He's so fucking good to me. He's my husband. The best husband in the wide world, guys. Goodbye, Lord. Can you imagine if like Pokemon got so pissed off they started banning people from Pokemon if they play Palworld? Or Nintendo in general, like got banned off their Switch for playing Palworld. That'd be crazy. They'd never do that though. I don't think. They're doing some crazy shit right now, but I don't think they do that. They might get a little bit more protective over their pets. Probably try to patent like every new game design concept they want. This world that was like divided, this like island map that was like divided into like 9 corners. Maybe I'll do that. I do want it to look nice though. But definitely going the city core route. My stars are probably looking nothing right now because I have no flowers and I have no trees. I think they're in my storage. What is this I've done? What does this look like right now? Okay. Okay, we can make this work. Keep the bridge stop. Tristan's gonna go get us some and we're gonna get a whole chicken. what it was I was watching last night that made me think about the fucking chicken. Something I was watching, never mind. Like, nothing more comforting than a whole dark meat chicken. What was I watching? It sounds so random. Those two are dead again. Soldier houses. Oh, you know what I forgot about? I need to do this. I forgot something I could do now. That's nice. That'll make things easier. I'll lean back in my chair. Relax a bit. Get comfy. But not so comfy that I fall asleep, you know. I'm trying to make myself moderately uncomfortable. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like I put Sherb in my lap. So it's like, because I don't have a Sherb plushie in real life. This is my way of having a Sherb plushie. Just by putting him in my lap. Bessie! I'm so glad you're awake. That makes me happy. We're just getting our island cleaned up. Tristan's gonna go get some chicken. And some monsters. Or monsters and somebody else is getting chicken. I don't know how the chicken and monsters is being acquired, but it's being acquired. Okay? And then we're gonna do the scavenger hunt. But until then, we're just kind of like tidying shit up. And by we're, I mean me. I'm tidying shit up because my island is a mess. Look at this. Look at this. All the houses along the fucking beach, dude. I gotta make this place look pretty. What are you doing this morning? Something tells me you're not very awake because you just said hello and that's it. Jessie! She comes and says all of them fucking dips. Throws her fucking phone across the house. That's how your morning is. Tell me about it. I need to know everything. How so? How is it? Like, what's going on? Who do I need to beat up? The gremlin child wake you up? Oh, won't let you put his toys away. Well, is he using them? If he's using them, you can't just take his toys away, Jesse. It's rude. Like, it's like, you really need to put his toys away. Well, what if he's like, I want to clean, and he tries to take the book that you're reading? Is he using it? You don't want him taking your book out of your hand while you're reading it. Why does it do that? I hate when it does that shit. I have stopped reading for about a day, so my mental state has declined. Well, I think what you can do is you can start reading now instead of putting his toys on. Because he can play with his toys while you read, and then you'll both be happy. I'm gonna cry, and the child keeps screaming at me. Okay. Okay, tell him he can pick one. Tell him he gets a choice on what toy gets to be put out, but you have to put away the rest. If that works. Take a deep breath, okay, sweetie? Don't let him get to you. He's 2. You know more than him. He's dumb. He doesn't know. Give him a choice. He can keep one toy out, and the rest got to be put away. I'll see if you can get him to help you put the toys away. Or tell him if he helps you, he can keep one toy out. He's 2, most likely autistic, so he doesn't really understand that if he puts them away, he'll have more room to play. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I said. Like, he's 2, he doesn't know this. So he's panicking because he doesn't think that he's going to be able to have his toys again. You're taking them away. So just tell him he can pick one and tell him you're just going to put him over here. Ask if he wants to help you. And if he helps you, he can have 2 toys out. But the rest have to still be put away. I'm saying as if I know how to do anything with children. Children hate me. Probably because I don't like... You know what I did? You know what I did before I went to Australia? I moved and I was staying with my mom. I became the bad guy for my sister because she's been so exhausting. She's always the bad guy, having to boss the kids around and everything like that. So I became the dick. Go in the room, put your neck in the room. You know. So my sister was finally was able to do it. So in his mind, he has no choice because I'm on the floor. Oh gee. But he's crying because he doesn't want the toys put away, but he doesn't recognize those toys right there. I don't know. Use your grown-up voice. Don't be nice. Be mean. I know that sounds awful. Call him by his full legal name. Gremlin Child TM. You don't put this away, I'm not giving you applesauce for lunch. I don't know. Put them away right now or I'm throwing them all in the trash. Don't do that. No, I know. I know. That's why I said don't do that. wouldn't have been. This was like a threat, you know. Guess I gotta get it. When I was a kid, my parents used to threaten to take away all my stuff except for my mattress. I didn't clean my room. That shit terrified me. I liked my stuff. I think that kind of shit breeds hoarders though. Your mom did do that? Yeah. It's not nice. It's not a nice feeling. I'd be devastated if someone tried to take away my stuff. And where I only had a mattress. As a kid, as an adult. I get it. I miss Tristan. He's been gone so long. I didn't get to know. Honestly, I fucking get it. Get some chocolate. Get some chocolate and hide and eat that chocolate. Make yourself happy. That's all you can do right now. I love you pieces, Jesse. Don't you ever let that child get to you. I'll punt him across a football field. I think he's home. My husband! I hear you. You found a solution? Ooh, what is it? What is it? I did the kitchen. Ah, that works. I hear him. I hear him. He's here. He's here, guys. Guys, he's here. My husband.
My darling.
He loves me. That's why he's gone so long. He got food.
This is the whole chicken.
I just want dark meat. Ooh, we got pasta salad.
Pasta salad.
I just want chicken. Perfect.
That's perfect.
Chicken!
I got the pasta salad because like, I might have
I made like a plate or something.
a plate. Yeah, I'll go get us a couple. Give us some plates, a couple forks if you want pasta salad.
Yeah, I want a fork for my chicken because otherwise I'm gonna have nasty, fluky fingers. He took my monsters away from me.
Monster now as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Bean. Chicken. I love chicken, dude. I was saying last time, I was like, we should give her a rotisserie chicken. My fingers are greasy. I wonder if they gave us napkin. Yes. No, they did not. What am I talking about? Yes? Oh, yeah, they did. Never mind. That is the dinkiest napkin I've ever seen in my life. Is that stuffing?
Yeah, it'll have stuffing.
Okay. I was confused. Babu.
I told Mom that we're probably not gonna
Here,
eat
take.
all of
Here,
it.
take.
If she gets hungry around one of these later.
Yeah.
She also got a haircut.
She got a haircut? Is it drastic?
It's easily noticeable.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it's drastic, but
Show the mullet now.
she hasn't gone on a lesbian haircut, so it's not that drastic.
Okay. What would you say is a lesbian haircut?
I typically see a lot of lesbians with like golden sides.
Oh, the mullet. Okay.
Can be a mullet, not necessarily a mullet. Nat used to live with
With a lesbian.
with
Not
with
just
a
lesbian.
bisexual person that she may or may not have had a thing with, and her lesbian partner.
Ah.
I'm back. Wait, no, this one. I'm back. And I've got a big sticker on me. Let me have whatever piece this is. I think it's the breast.
The good thing with the way Tristan and I eat chicken is I like dark meat, he likes light meat, and so it works.
I like dark meat if it's like in a buttered chicken in something, because it adds more flavor. But as like a piece by itself, I like light meat.
Whereas I'm opposite. I like light meat if it's in something. Because it provides more bulk.
It does provide more bulk. Oh, hi Jesse. I just got around looking at chat. Did I miss anything interesting while I was gone? Did you win?
Gremlin Child is apparently making Jesse cry.
Oh, sad tears? Happy
Stressed out tears.
stressed out tears? Oh. You got this, Jesse.
It's okay, she's now gonna tidy the kitchen. I almost said tidy the chicken. I want more chicken.
I won't advocate for or against anything.
I need more chicken, babe. I ran out of chicken.
Oh, chicken here.
Oh.
This piece.
Nom, nom.
I'm not going to advocate for or against something, but if something drastic happens...
I said I'd punt the child.
You said what?
I said I'd punt the child.
I mean, yeah. But if something drastic happens, please make sure it's drastic enough that Alan or Neil will make a video on it.
You're in the kitchen. Okay? Maybe you leave the oven open. Maybe the child drops in and you don't realize it and the oven closes. Same. Maybe then you think, oh, I have to preheat the oven so I can make some cookies for the child because he's been so quiet.
Oh, this whole piglet looks like a child, a human child, but it's definitely a pig. Let. Alright.
He's shouting T like the letter T? Or is he T-posing to assert his dominance?
2-year-old? I think he just learned the letter T.
He could be T-posing to assert his dominance.
Could be. Who knows how young brain rot gets into kids these days?
At me because he wants food, but he's just had a snack. Damn it. All right, so does he have a playpen? I say we stick him in there until he calms down.
Put him in the dogfighting arena. I mean, playpen.
That's gonna be his timeout for being a brat.
He's been
This is
shouted
look. Listen, when it comes to children, never listen to me, unless of course you think it's a good idea too. But like,
Give great advice.
no, this is why we don't have kids. I would ruin a child. I would ruin
We could
a
give
human.
serious advice, but the only serious advice.
There's so many people out there who think that their advice is so good, they're gonna go out and they're gonna have children and give their advice to them. And raise humans that way. They're gonna raise humans to believe what they believe.
Simply put, every child is different, so advice for one could work. Advice for another might be the worst thing you can possibly do with them.
Apparently, this child is autistic.
Oh.
So, like, they don't understand certain things. Well, I mean, they're also two, so that also helps in the whole not understanding.
True and autistic is a hard combination, depending on the level of autism.
No, I can tell that nothing with some kids. What do you mean? I can tell that nothing with some kids. What do you mean?
Oh.
I don't know what that meant.
This chicken had some big booty.
They got that chicken from America.
With the advices you give, I can tell that nothing with some kids. What? Are you saying our advice is horrible?
I don't know if our advice is horrible as much as it doesn't work with those kids. So I think what maybe what she's saying, for fuck's sakes, why can't I type? I don't know. Because you're stressed out. But also, you already have a difficult time spelling, so I mean.
I'm glad our advice is making you laugh. My
Yeah.
my sister that lives on the other side of the country, her youngest is like
Hyper autistic. That
he's
boy
just
is
like
on the spectrum.
he is the spectrum. He like growing up. I think he only really does it now if he gets really stressed out. But like he's to the point of like self-harm and autistic. He'll whack his head on things. And he's not verbal as well.
Oh no, no. He smells it. There's nothing in here for you, Kit Kat.
He went downstairs because he thought dinner was happening.
I don't know what you mean. There's nothing in here, Kit Kat. He's coming for my chicken. Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing in here. Take my plate.
Oh my god.
He's gonna get so confused. He's gonna smell it on my fingers. I'm gonna go get him. I'm gonna open up the door. I'm gonna see if he wants to sit with me. He's gonna sniff my fingers. He's like, "Hey, what's this?"
Oh, so he's like communicating his way, but it's like not words.
Okay. Hold on. Take my headset off real quick. Sir, there's nothing suspicious in here at all. Nope. See, as you can see, nothing chicken in my hands. That was purely from Monster.
That's a monster burp, yeah.
Just you coming in right. Oh shit, he's doing the inspection. He's looking around. What's up? That's just pasta salad on the bed. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's just pasta salad.
That's in that box. That's it.
That's the box pasta salad.
They're just Chinese food and pasta salad, but the Chinese food is all beef. We don't like it. And there's vegetables.
Well, he's rubbing up against my leg.
We know he doesn't like potatoes. Ooh.
Yeah, from everything you explain about the gremlin child, they're not non-verbal or autistic, they're just like developmentally delayed with words. Which,
I mean, I don't expect that he was going to say very many words to begin with. He's only 2.
true. Yeah, true. Yeah, but like, At least he knows how to say shit.
Oh, that's true. And fuck.
In the important word. It's always the words you don't want them to say that they line with.
Exactly. He should be from.
Should be fun.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, kids.
Yeah, two should be full sentences, even if they're somewhat like gibberish.
My niece is every she's talking, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's developmentally delayed, which is not uncommon with autistic children.
Luna, she doesn't necessarily have a difficult time with sentences so much as she gets so fucking excited when she's talking to you that she will forget to breathe. So she just, and I'm like, oh my god, calm down.
I would not be surprised if we passed it out one day for doing that.
So when I was in the US and Tristan was still back here, I had him on a call, right? And Luna came and took my phone because she wanted to show him something on the fridge. Not only did she show him something on the fridge, she then proceeded to take my phone into her room. And for like the next, half hour, I was able to chat with my mom's sister in peace because both the kids were in their rooms and had taken Tristan with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's figured it out.
Oh no. He's looking at you. I do ask him.
Yeah, I was keeping them occupied from the other side of the world.
That's nice. They're like, Uncle Tristan, Uncle Tristan, let me show you this, Uncle Tristan. Do they call you Uncle Tristan? I'm pretty sure they do. They call me Auntie Aiko.
I think so. Or they just didn't call my name at all. With any specification.
You should take the AFK thing off your face because you're not AFK. You are.
How many times have you already?
You are IFK. In front of the keyboard.
Yes, I'm in front of the keyboard.
Yeah, I want to see your face. Well, I want to see your model's face, I guess. So I can stop looking at your face in real life. You've asked so many times if you're autistic. Do you think you're autistic? Have you been tested? Do you want to be tested? I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with autism. It might slow you down in the beginning.
Because it's just everyone's somewhere on it. Just because of the nature of it, it's just like you could just be someone with autistic tendencies.
I have autistic tendencies for sure. I just know for sure I'm not so autistic that I'm on the spectrum.
Well, that you would be classified as autistic.
Oh yeah.
Dinosaurs come from.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
That stemmed from art.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing is I pick up and drop hyperfixations a lot. A lot of autistic people pick up a hyperfixation, cough, cough, one piece, and just keep that hyperfixation for fucking ever.
Pop, pop, numpy.
However, he does. I told him to take it off. He's not even AFK anymore. He's lying. He's lying to all of you.
I'm away from keyboard. I'm not touching my keyboard. My keyboard's disconnected. I'm eating chicken.
Reporting for false advertising.
Bring it. I'll take on the Twitch listen system.
You said that really loud next to him, you know. Now he knows for sure that you're lying.
Hmm?
Now he knows for sure because you straight up said it really loud. He knows that
Oh,
you've
yeah.
got the chicken now.
It's definitely the fact that I fed him like 2 pieces.
Oh, you fed him 2 pieces already?
2 small pieces.
Aw,
Yeah.
he's a good baby.
He knows there's nowhere for him to sit up here, so he's not trying to jump up.
The cat smelled our chicken because we brought chicken to the room. And he was like, next thing you know, like we're in the middle of eating chicken and all we hear is ch ch ch, which is the sound it makes when he's scratching at the door. Ch ch ch. And we're like, oh fuck, hide the chicken!
Aiko gave me her plate of bones.
And then I went and I opened the door and I tried to block him from coming in the room. I was like, what do you mean? There's nothing in here. There's nothing in here. It's fine. It's just potato salad or pasta salad. You don't want it anyways. You also don't like potatoes. It's just potatoes and pasta salad. That's all it is. He's like, I'll find that myself, and walked around me. He's like, I'll find it. Found Tristan. And now he's literally sitting on the floor like a good boy and staring at him.
Where's the bat?
Oh.
It says bones and another breast, which I might just take this back to mum.
That's fine. I ate 2 pieces of. I don't want pasta salad. I just wanted more chicken.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got a whole thing.
Are you a white meat? Are you a white meat guy with I'm a dark meat girl. It's juicy. I feel like dark meat sometimes really, or light meat sometimes is really dry. So
It was not dry, I can tell you that.
it's good. Hit or
But
miss.
yeah,
Light meat's hit or miss. I like light meat in things, but because then the sauce makes up for its dryness.
light meat is rather easy for people to overcook.
For a white sorta guy? Is that what you said? I wasn't asking if you're a white guy. I was asking if you liked white meat chicken. Or dark meat chicken. He walked out with the chicken and the cat followed him. Now he's AFK. I don't want to eat chicken. Like, I didn't know, because you said breast. And obviously, because this is such a say-so channel, you were talking about chicken, yeah? So I just assumed you were a white meat guy. I like that I say it's say-so, but we're also 18 plus. 18 plus was not to suggest that we're VTubers. It's because I like being able to talk about sussy topics without feeling like, oh shit, there's children watching. I specifically avoided these topics when we had minors in the chat. And I wanted them to stick around because I like them, they're nice. You know. So we kept the channel PG. We avoided the sussy topics. And sussy conversations. Until they turned 18. Then we made an 18 plus channel. And now we can talk about what the fuck we want.
Yeah, with NTOS.
Yeah.
I find it funny when people like...
You're sending him to Narnia. Did you put him in the closet?
You might enjoy that.
Is your mom happy about chicken?
I put it on the plate, on the table,
Uh-huh.
and it said like, this is here for you. Chicken has big boobies. You can have it whenever you want.
He got a box stuck on his head. Oh no. That would have been the perfect time. Just leave him like that and clean up his toys. He wouldn't have been able to see you. Then yelled at me that I unstuck him. Well, yeah, put him back in the box. Put him back in the box. Pick up his toys while he can't see you. Okay?
Put
Look,
him in
if
the
I've
box.
learned anything from Skyrim, you can get away with a lot if you put a box on somebody's head.
You really can. Yeah, put his head in the box. Put him into some place that he doesn't usually go.
Then he won't be able to navigate and he won't be able to see you.
Mm-hmm. And then, like, he can get the box off himself. And then it'll be like he's in
It's
Narnia.
not safe. Well, put him in the playpen, then put the box on his head. That'll be safe there. This is why we don't have kids.
As a kid, I can say 10 out of 10 box on head's most fun.
We put the cat in the box. You don't have a playpen? You need to get a playpen. Playpen's great because you could just like stick it in there.
I wish you very much luck.
And he might scream, but he can't stop you.
Yeah.
Playpen is lifesaver. Want the kid to stop running around and breaking shit? Stick him in the playpen. Want the kid to take a nap? Put him in the playpen. Kid's throwing a fit. You can't get him under control. He's just throwing a fit and fighting all over the place and throwing shit. Put him in the playpen. Kid got stuck in a box but wants the box on his head anyways. Put him in the playpen. Well, now you have made it to where my Animal Crossing character is AFK.
You're welcome.
Oh, she's AFK. She's away from keyboard. She's in front of shovel.
There you go.
Did you just make it super tiny? You didn't actually get rid of it?
I made it super tiny and put it on your forehead.
Is it on my forehead? Oh, I'm not AFK now. I'm a liar.
You're on a controller. You're not on your keyboard.
Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Okay, so look, I figured this out. Look, this is new. Ready? If you hold down on it, hold on. So say I put this pig nose on, yeah. Okay, look at my screen. Okay, I got this pig nose. I put pig nose on, yeah, right? Okay, let's say it's there, right? If I hold down on it, it pulls this up. I can just delete this item.
Yeah, that works if it's not locked.
Oh yeah.
At least for me. I'm having to accentuate this one, but I love it.
It's fun to do it like when you're streaming, like you can see your model chewing too. So Jesse, question: are you gonna be able to do the scavenger hunt with us? I know it's a really bad time to ask, but you know, I figured I'd ask anyways. Do you think you might get to the point where you're able to do it with us? What's it on? Animal Crossing? Oh, it's on the Switch. Basically do it yourself. Like it's not anything that like we have to do it as group stuff. It's just like we do the Animal Crossing thing on our own worlds or whatever, and we just like chat about it, you know? Like I'll find, oh, I found a dinosaur, and you'll be like, oh my god, I just found a budding arch or whatever. I meant it goes on Anime Coringham. If it was on Anime Coringham or not. Well, I don't think it's on Anime Coringham. I will say it's going to be based on like our relationship, and we've got like different things. Actually, I'll show you. I'll show you what it's on. So we'll describe it. Okay. Let me put this away, and then we'll pull this up.
Nice side too.
So I'm just going to pull this up. Okay, so the moon is to represent the moon that is featured on the moon elements that are represented in his outfit. The star hat is to represent the stars that are present in my outfit. Cherry blossoms is the cherry blossoms and heart blossom, aspect of both of our outfits. Then we've got the wedding arch because we're married. We've got the pirate treasure chest because we love One Piece. We've got the suspicious cauldron because when we first started dating and started hanging out for the most part, we were playing Elder Scrolls Online. We have Melba because we live in Australia and she is a koala and we actually live near Melbourne. Melbourne, unless I'm born like that. Then there is the Statue of Liberty because I'm from the US. There is a microphone because we're both VTubers, and there's a dinosaur because we love dinosaurs.
We do love dinosaurs. Do you have advice? I like somebody. Do you have advice? I need this. I really need this.
What's the question? Are we sharing Chapin?
This is.
Okay. What would you like to know?
What kind of advice are you hoping to receive?
We do not know anything.
If it's relationship advice or like how to ask somebody out, it's
Very specific, but also if it's how to hide how to get away with murder, how to hide a body, gotta keep that information to ourselves for reasons.
illegal. We can't have any copy. I mean, we can't have anyone attempting it and failing and then suing us. Or succeeded and then suing us. Wait, why would they sue us if they succeeded?
Money.
Sorry, the shopping.
Wow, I just explained to you everything, Jesse, and then you fucking left me. Rude!
My favorite anime is. I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah, I thought it was One Piece. That's the Coringham arc, right? Okay. I can't wait to see the wedding arc. I don't know if I'll be able to join. Is I have to put shopping away and then feed the child and then go shopping. Okay, that's fair.
That's okay.
We figured we'd ask. I mean, it's not a big deal. We're still gonna do it. It's just like.
We're not started right away. Actually, how long's left on the timer?
4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of time before we start. We're hoping like a couple of people want to join, but they don't have to. We'll do it ourselves if we, well, at some point.
I want to just get these 2 rivers terraformed, and then I want to like do a little bit of, well, like maybe, I don't know, the house or something. I don't know. Ultimately, it doesn't like super matter because I just need the bed inside the house. So if the timer runs out, we're just swapping to Palworld.
If you had a coffee you forgot to drink, dang, your mind is confuzzled.
Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how many times I have made coffee and forgot to drink it.
My love?
Yeah.
You are the Animal Crossing expert, so you would definitely know the answer to this question. How many snowflakes do I need to make everything elite? That requires a snowflake.
Now it has bubbles in it. What's he doing in there?
11, 21, 25, 33, 45, 50, 58, 60, 69, 73, 72, 82, 90, 95.
Really? Wow.
What?
I wasn't expecting you to actually be seriously calculating that. I was
Babe.
like,
Babe.
Mhm.
Here.
Oh, you have everything.
Yeah. I was just going down and counting them.
how's everyone doing
I'm
today?
pretty
We're
sure
doing
that's everything.
Oh my god, thank you for the first, Lucy.
It could be more than that if I don't have everything. I'm pretty sure everything.
Zoom zoom.
Zoom, zoom.
Zoom zoom. How are you doing today, Lucy?
I ate chicken.
We had chicken. I've got pasta salad right here. Aiko can have any issue he wants, but it's not the kind that she really likes.
Basically, here's what happened. Okay.
I'm glad you're doing it.
Last night, as we're falling asleep, I heard somebody in a video that we were watching say something about how. I don't know if I dreamt it. I could have dreamt it. But something about happiness is having a whole dark meat chicken, which actually sounds like a dream now that I think about it.
That does sound like a dream. I do remember someone talking about like the dark meat on the chicken yesterday, but I don't remember that quote.
Maybe I was just thinking about it. Maybe it just made me think of it, and I was thinking happiness was a dark meat chicken.
Oh my god, it spreads. Diana is now calling me Dave as my nickname.
Your name is Dave?
Yeah, my nickname's Dave.
Oh my god, I totally forgot about that.
I have a fight going on my island between Aiko's man and Dave is my nickname. And I think there's another one. I think there's a third one.
I don't have anything. I don't even think I've talked to my villagers ever. I don't even talk to Sherm. I invited him here. I bet if I go talk to him, he'll be like, oh my god, where the fuck have you been, bitch? And I'll be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Language. You aren't about to mirror a goat.
Meh.
I was just a dream. Okay, I need to put a bridge here.
I need to go make a
And I guess I
fishing
don't need a
Get
bridge.
one
I could just walk
out.
around
No,
it like I did.
Sure.
That needed a bridge.
Yum 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 yum.
Yum, 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 yum,
Got any
yum.
plans for the day, Lucy?
I think he finds I'm watching this because we're so cool.
I am asking. That's his usual activity. Asking if he had any
Got any different activities going on today?
You cheating on us with the outside?
Not allowed to cheat on us with outside. Outside's gross. Disgusting.
For the grasses. Yucky. Shut. He's one in chicken. Well, I think that might have been Elvis. I don't know.
Somebody wants chicken.
Elvis was doing the sniffles when I brought the chicken up from downstairs.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, it was like, that smells yummy, and then just didn't bother.
Yeah, I like chicken.
Elvis is all lordly and wants it to come to him. He doesn't want to get up.
Mood. Okay, so I want to do this. I want to come over because basically I know that like this side over here is.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, Christian. Christian? Yeah?
Preachin.
Preaching.
Preachin?
Christian?
A-R-I-Chin. Preachin.
Christian.
Preacher. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing?
5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure that's correct. Yeah.
Currently I'm just running around getting snowflakes.
Here's
If I come across any weeds, I pick them up. I should run around the back of my island here. Might be a weed or a bat. You good? You good? I'm bad. But welcome in. We are currently just
cleaning up our islands and getting prepared for the Animal Crossing scavenger hunt. 2.
no, we are husband and wife. We are not brother and sister.
Yuck. I don't actually have a brother. Oh yeah, I do. Technically.
You have an in-law. You have in-laws.
Oh, I don't have in-laws. That's what I meant though. My biological dad has a son.
Oh, so you got a husband.
Yeah, but I don't like really know him.
Yeah, that's like my half siblings.
I feel like your biological dad could have a son and then you classify them as your brother if you wanted to. But it's
Yeah.
solely if you want to, or you feel like your relationship with that child person.
You don't have to specify how, but
Like I don't specify that Kaylee's technically my half sister
true, yeah.
because she's just my sister to me because of our relationship.
My sister that lives on the other side of the country. I usually just say sister. But sometimes I do say half because I don't know. I guess
Because you
between
hate her,
me
I
and my
see. I'm
half
telling
siblings,
everybody. No, I'm kidding.
but, we have played Minecraft together before. We're currently on a Palworld hyperfixation, but we're doing this.
For the event.
Yeah, we're currently in a Subathon on Twitch. So
Technically speaking, I did set up the timer to add if we get a YouTube follower, but I don't think it works.
oh.
And by YouTube follower, I mean member, but we can't really have members yet anyway, so I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, members.
None of your siblings are full siblings? Do you still call them like siblings? You don't like say specify half sibling?
I think I do specify
When you feel it's necessary?
whenever I'm like referring to them in more detail. You sub? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, Subathon's
I think I went in one time before.
It's nice, thank you.
Unless you have stuff now. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Hey Jesse, you want to do me a favor?
Only cool people stuff.
Since you're so awesome. Jesse, do you want to let me know when cherry blossom season is in the southern hemisphere in Animal Crossing? Can you look it up for me?
Thank you, Jesse. We are
Lazy. I'm not giving any fucking look. I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it. I'm lazy. I could look it up myself, but that requires me to sit up.
I'm happy getting snowflakes in winter. Winter's pretty. Yeah, I think more often than not, if I'm talking in detail about like my relationship to my siblings, I refer to my half siblings as half siblings.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's due to like the big age gap.
That's true.
By the time I was born, like
Dad was old man.
they were all gone. They were all like out of the house or getting ready to leave. You never played Animal Crossing?
It's,
That's okay. I'd never played it before I met Aiko.
I spit on my hand. Accident.
I spit on my hand too.
October 1st, October 10th. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. That's good to know.
Aiko doesn't want to enjoy the snow.
No, I want pretty cherry blossom trees, but I'm gonna have to actually plant trees, you know. Because otherwise they're just fruit trees.
There's also a pretty decent gap between me and my fools. Well, why did they cut out?
What happened?
Lucy has redeemed Ico Pats and Head Pats.
Oh.
And it played for like, it went, dun, and then just stopped. And then cut out. I was like, what?
They probably canceled each other out.
Possibly, but I've never had that happen before.
I need that. Scuff this curve from mine. I wonder if there's anybody that has like the perfect stream.
Lumia has been doing some interesting things. I might restart.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a restart.
A lot of the times, Lumia just gets fixed with a restart. Just got to reconnect to things properly.
I want to say something about Lumia. We're not sponsored by Lumia or anything like that, but kind of wish I was. The team that works over there at Lumia is incredible.
They are. They are amazing.
Anytime that I've had any issues, they're like, "You want to get a call and help me out? Show me what you're looking at." You know, the last time I wound up having to do it like a few days ago, like last week, right? Because I was like trying to set up my model, and I was like, "Oh, I want to make it to where it automatically sit down," right? Well, it kept doing it, but then it was like cutting out, and I didn't understand why. And then the guy's like, "Okay, well, join a call with me and show me." And so I did, and when I showed him, it worked. So I was like, he didn't do anything. But I had spoken to this guy before. He was the one that helped me set up the lizard.
Yeah, the lizard was a whole thing. I had to get like special code written for it, and in their Discord now it has the code in there.
So in case anybody else wants to do the same thing. Basically, the reason is because the individual alert is so fucking short that it's like it needed a special code for it. Do I have any of the log DIYs? I don't know, because this is a treasure island. I say treasure island. This is like everything I've gotten from this island. For this island has been...
Let me check with mine.
Yeah, just...
have we played Roblox? No, we have not played Roblox, and we don't want to play Roblox. There's
certain games we're just not interested in, and that's one of them. Fortnite being another. Tower defense games in general being another. Shooters for him, absolutely, but not for me.
I do enjoy some tower defense games as well in my own time, but like, yeah, it's not a co-op thing we will ever do.
Speaking of, we're gonna have to put a, we're gonna make a poll at some point about the new tits redeem, because you guys finished with that last night, or today. Do you guys have any ideas what you want the new tits redeem to be?
Yeah, feel free to chuck any...
Because we're gonna add it into a poll. I just want to see people's ideas. What do you want to throw at us?
Yeah. I have an interesting idea that would be cool, but like...
I hope it, I won't do tomatoes. I refuse tomatoes.
No, it is,
Positive.
It is something you are familiar with.
Nuts?
No, it is, lizards.
Lizard. No, I want to.
You're allergic to tomatoes? Ooh, nasty. You can't even have ketchup, then. Rip to ketchup enjoyment.
Catch up for you, bitch.
We're both playing, but like separately currently.
Yeah.
We're both playing the same game.
Play Palworld, we're in the same world.
Yeah. Aiko's currently just
Terraforming.
terraforming. I'm just running around my island getting snowflakes. We're just waiting for
More people to show up.
more people to show up. Anyone that wants to join in a scavenger hunt can join us as well. But how many people do we currently have watching? 9? Yeah. I don't remember what category DIY is under.
It'll be the last one. Other.
Another.
How about Rexy shows them in like jump scares, getting thrown and reference them?
That could be cute. We could get a Rexy.
Cute.
Um,
I could see that being tied to the RAR.
that could be cute. You could have like rar and then they get pelted by Rexies.
Or have one Rexy, and when it hits, it goes RAR. The cute RAR.
That would be cute. We have played Ark, Survival Evolved. Yeah, we have played Ark. Aiko's played a lot more Ark than me. I barely played Ark.
I've played a little bit.
Aiko has played a little bit, off over 2,000 hours in a year. A year?
No, 6,002 years.
6,002 years. Oof.
But this was 2017, 2018, so that was a bit ago.
Ascended? No. No.
No, not Ascended, Evolved.
I
I never really played Gemini either. I jumped in for a bit with Gemini, but
everything I've heard about
not Gemini, Genesis. I was thinking about
Gemini.
I was thinking about my Grintail.
I don't really want to play their other versions. Just Evolve.
Yeah.
I know they've stopped supporting it, and
What, they were supporting it before? What?
They stopped releasing updates for it, and
They-
they've actively released updates to make it worse.
I mean, I could say the same thing about Palworld right now. They've stopped updating it since 1.0, but every time they patch it, they break it. God damn it. Okay. It's still very new. Love Palworld. It's so fucking good, dude.
They do not patch Palworld with malicious intent.
They do not patch. I don't think that anybody patches anything with malicious intent, except for Apple.
Oh yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, Apple being sued to hell because they patch things to reduce battery life. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah.
That's
We
not
should play
malicious
together.
intent. I don't know what is.
We have to. The more so Aiko has to be in a specific mood to play Ark. We've tried to play it and can't get into it. Palworld
The
is
reason,
another thing.
literally, the reason that I started playing Palworld again, it was not because it was not because of the update. Is because it's like in my heart, I wanted to play Ark. But when I got into playing Ark, like I would get into the world and I would just like lose interest. And it was like, I don't know why, because it's like I want to play this, but when I get in, I just don't want to play this. So it was like, there's a Sarah at the door again. Can you open it?
It just.
So
It's sort of the depression thing where like you want to play it again, but then you jump around.
yeah, but then I was like, I think Palworld is gonna be it, and then I jumped into Palworld and immediately hooked.
Immediately confirmed Palworld is it. Palworld, it will be what we will be mostly playing for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Favorite game since you were little? You knew how to play Dillos and Dota?
Since you were little, I started playing it when I was 27. I feel so old.
Yeah, little Aiko.
It is old, man. I guess. Think about it. It's like it's old, over a decade old now. Jesus Christ.
Cat? You're under the desk wanting me to scratch your butt again, huh?
Scratch the booty.
Yeah, but basically, it's Palworld's taken over.
I'm mad about it.
Christian says you're not old.
Thank you. I'm 36, but okay.
That's young.
I'm a young old person.
You're still a young.
I'm the youngest old person I know. Except for Jessie. Jesse's the youngest old person I know. I love that old lady.
One Piece would tell you not to live your life too quickly, you youngin, or something like that.
Wait here. I can't even say what I want to say.
Like 50? Okay, just give me a second.
Oh my god, are you gonna tell your mom she's old?
Hey, Mom!
According to... Here. Jesse's like, yeah, I'm 42. There you go. Now Valerie feels old. I'm just kidding, she doesn't. She thinks
Someone
you're
said, someone on YouTube is, dumb for calling her old, and...
She said that, not us.
Yeah.
I also do. No, I'm just kidding. I call Mark an old man. He hates it.
What is Kit Kat doing?
Sure.
Is he trying to get a snack?
He's like underneath the chicken bag, between the chicken bag and the snacks. I think he just wants to be in the chicken bag. There's not even any chicken in there. It just smells like chicken. You want to sit in the chicken bag? There's nothing in there. Oh, shit. Okay. I may have thrown a bone in there. He's trying to... I would tell her that, but then I'd have to yell. And here's my thing. If I'm gonna yell, I only want to yell things once. And I know that I'm gonna need to repeat myself if I say that. So if she comes upstairs, I'll tell her. But she's like half deaf. So I'd have to yell it twice, and I don't want to. That's because I just don't want to yell twice. I could tell Tristan. Tristan! Tell your mom that Jessie says hi. She said, hi, Jessie. Oh, no. No, Tristan's already back upstairs. I can't. We'll have to do it later.
What?
Lucy said, say hi. I said hi, too. What'd she say? What'd she say?
She said good.
Good, I like feet.
Forgive me, old is 60 to 65. Damn. That's what my bones feel some days. Alright, I will reenact.
Lucy's like, thanks, Satan.
I will reenact my mum's responses. I just had to get a mouthful of pasta salad.
Did she have a mouthful of pasta salad when she said that?
She had a mouthful of chicken.
Oh,
I don't have any chicken anymore.
oh, okay, fair enough. I heard her say hi, Jesse.
Yeah, so my mom said hi to Jesse and hi to Lucifer.
And good that Lucy likes feet, I guess.
And yeah, she thinks that your liking of feet is good.
I need to build a bridge.
I
No, I
will
don't.
consider old that whatever you consider yourself as old, whenever you consider yourself as old, that's when you're old. It's a mentality
The
thing.
thing is like, I don't feel old.
Mhm.
The only time I feel old is when... What, like, I try to do squats? Any form of exercise, that's when I feel old. But I think that that just means I'm out of shape.
Yeah, that more means you're out of shape than old.
I'm in shape. If that shape is round. That shape is a circle.
Amy calls you old. Oh no.
I call Jessie old. Jessie's like my favorite person to call old because she's baby.
You're hip.
I'm hip. I'm hip with the kids with the lingo. I'm sticking out my gap for the Rizzler.
Good night, Tristan. I hope you have a good sleep. And thank you for hanging out. Yeah.
Lucy's like,
I hope you have a wonderful night and hopefully see you around again.
have fun, Gretchen. Okay, I'm gonna build a. I'm gonna build a ramp, and then I'm gonna fast forward one day and build another ramp because. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna build one ramp, and then I'm gonna go decorate.
Aiko needs that wheelchair accessibility.
I just.
She's gonna break some caps. Do you have anyone you hate on your island right now?
I don't know. I have to check.
Oh. I did check as well before, Jesse, and unfortunately I do not have any spare log DIYs. I'll check if anyone's making a log DIY. Wait, no, only one person can be crafting at a time.
Yeah.
Coconut milk is currently what's being made.
Yeah, that is like not even worth it. Unless you're planning on decorating with it. Some people do.
Decorated with coconut milk. Hopefully it doesn't spoil. You're not a big fan of coconut in some things, right?
I like coconut in sweets, but I don't like coconut milk in things. No.
Okay. A sloppy bed. Nice.
Unless, of course, it's in a sweet treat and the sweet treat already has coconut.
Okay, yeah. You're in the bout. Oh, you don't have enough things to decorate with.
Okay, I need to see what I've got. Gonna take it. Oh, I'm gonna take it. Because I'm thinking it should be about time we get started on the scavenger hunt. I'm just trying to put some stuff away.
Let me put the goals thing away and bring up and resize the scavenger hunt.
I do have to get a bed.
I've resized the scavenger hunt thingy. Also avoid things with coconut as someone that has to eat vegan dairy products sometimes. I am a fan of coconut, but I understand why people wouldn't be.
Ignore that. Look, there's no roaches in my room. Go away, go away, go away.
Oh my god, I can get my PC. desktop computer. I don't have enough money on me. Oh no. Vegan cheese is made with coconut? Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting to know.
I don't want mermaid bed. I don't know. See, we gotta decorate this room really quick.
My love, I'm in danger.
Are you?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I bought this. The pumpkin salad. I want to eat this all.
Okay, do it.
If I feel not well later, you can laugh at me.
Okay, fair enough. I will make sure to laugh at you, but only because I love
Thank
you.
you.
I'm gonna make this a mermaid room. Add some cherry blossom things too, you know. We'll see how much room we got.
Yeah, coconut-based cheese does not sound good to me. So, I totally get the not wanting that. Oh, Megan's asking well, Megan's wondering how you are.
Me? I'm alright. I'm alright, I guess. You know, I'm alright. I'm good. I'm having a good time. Playing me some Animal Crossing. Trying to decorate this room so that, because basically, here's the thing. Whatever gets shown in the background of this Animal Crossing world is going to be this fucking room. It's going to be this room. That's all it is. Mostly going to be this room. So I want to make sure it looks good.
Be sure to tell Megan that that's what you're doing.
Again?
Megan.
Oh my god. I thought you were talking about somebody on YouTube.
That's why I didn't specify.
That's cute. Such a dork.
You see, Lucy, I don't think you do. I think you're blind.
You see, you're blind. Oh no.
Take in your eyes, rip them out.
No. Wow, that's aggressive, Tristan.
I'm not allowed to be aggressive. Good. Rawr.
I like
Cheese is delicious. Cannot blame you for eating cheese that doesn't have a weird coconutty aftertaste. Have you had a Leamington yet, my love?
no.
We just woke up. We woke up. We both woke up. And
And then start playing Animal Crossing.
and
There were
like
no Lemingtons in
10
the house.
minutes later we started streaming, I think.
Yeah, basically, I went live and I wasn't even done setting up.
Yeah, same. Is it like nighttime? Is it 8 or is it almost 9 p.m.? Yes. That's wake up hours. I am ready to get started when you are. I have no idea what
I
we'll be
need
doing.
to change days, but I'm trying to make sure this room looks nice before I start.
Fair and valid and fair.
As if I'm going to be going in and out. And I want to put some trees like in the background. So that cherry blossom trees, you know. I don't necessarily need it to be perfect.
Yeah, you should definitely get the bad Gretchen.
Is that too big? Yeah, bears are big. I just want a little
To be
bit.
fair, I can't judge you. We'll still be up at that time.
Yeah, we will. No worries,
As
get
soon
some
as
rest.
the timer on the subathon runs out, we're basically just going to be swapping back to PNG tubers and just playing Palworld.
Yeah, we like
Doing whatever we want.
we like Palworld.
Unless for some reason we crash again, which isn't impossible, but
unlikely.
Yeah, we got plenty of sleep last night. It was great. Well, I did wake up at one point and then I went back to sleep.
Yeah, we both woke up at one point and then we were watching some shorts, like short movies.
Oh my God, yeah, that was really
They
nice.
were great. Some of them were meh,
Yeah,
but people said that they were great, or others. Some of the first one we watched was amazing.
first one was really good.
Highly recommend Stalled for anyone
Watch a short movie, yeah.
wanting to watch a interesting short movie. Short movie. It's what, like 20 minutes?
I don't remember.
I think it was like 15, 20 minutes for Stalled. Stalled was amazing. Best, definitely like the best one we watched.
Yeah, it was really good. Placed in a bathroom and he's like kind of time traveling in a way. He's a dick, absolute dickhole. Bad person, you know. Do I have any rugs?
It's an interesting premise of a time loop.
Yeah, it's like a time travel type deal.
Yeah, it is really interesting. It is Oh, question before we get started. Because this wasn't a thing back in the ye old times of Animal Crossing.
What do you mean? Wasn't a thing.
Um,
What wasn't a thing?
the hotel.
Okay.
Will we allow entering hotel to find scavenger hunt items?
You're not gonna find anything. I mean, in the rooms and stuff like that? Yeah,
In
why
the
not?
room.
Sure.
Why not? Cool. Being told to sing Baby Shark. Oh my god, my condolences. We do have a Discord. If you type exclamation mark socials, it should work. Christian. It should like have a bunch of our socials.
Do I not have any trees? Tristan, I don't have any trees.
How many trees in there?
I have 3 saplings.
Let me see. I have to load up YouTube myself, but I'm not sure if if I've set it up properly when I was setting it up. I think I did. Without the space. Just all as one. Unless it did work with the space. I don't know.
Here's my inventory. I need to put on a better outfit.
Hopefully that works. There we go. There it works. So the first link is the Discord, and then the next two are our. Oh, cool. It sends it over 2 messages because of message caps. So yeah, the first link will be our. I haven't seen how this puts it out. Yeah, that's Discord. Then it's my Twitch channel, Aiko's Twitch channel, then the Blue Sky, Twitter, TikTok. TikTok's mostly just for shorts. We put them up there sometimes. We haven't done shorts in a while, but that's because we've been busy with Palworld. Addiction.
Got a problem and I don't plan to change it.
We don't post often to Blue Sky and Twitter because neither of us understand social media and
We suck.
stuff. Yeah. Yeah, the big one is the first message with Discord and then our Twitch channels.
Blackberry. This one. It's gonna be very cherry blossomy. Guess that's kind of works.
Do that and then. Yeah, lately we've been going live almost daily. We've had like a couple of days off for personal things since the Palworld 1.0 update.
Yeah.
We just needed a day to de-stress, and then you got sick a day, and I think that's all we've had off.
Yeah.
Oh, and we did have one day off to like be setting up Subathon things.
Yeah. Okay. Now I have to plant these trees. These 3 trees that are hopefully going to be alive, fully grown in spring. Oh shit. All right. I'm gonna time travel forward 1 day, just so I can get the trees,
Oh, the trees, yeah.
and then move my house as well, and
Yeah.
then
Why don't you think of Phoebe today?
and then I'm going to time travel until October 1st.
Yeah. I don't think we have. We. Oh, Phoebe's wearing my shirt.
Oh, that's cute. Oops.
But yeah, we have it set up in one of the alert channels to like ping when we go live on Twitch, but we haven't set it up to give a YouTube ping. But if we're live on Twitch, more so if I go live on Twitch, I'm the one who does the multi-streaming to YouTube. So if you prefer to watch on YouTube, then that's when we'll be going live. Aiko has basically said that she doesn't want to do the YouTube side of things because of previous bad experiences with YouTube.
Some people on YouTube are assholes.
Yeah, we had someone the other day that I had to ban because they said the N-word. Even though they self-censored it, it's just no. Just no.
I can't wait to do this, Gavin. It's going to be so much fun. You just have to give me a minute and then we'll go at the same time. Lucy. That's exactly what I said.
Wow. Lucy knows how to communicate with us. Blah, blah, blah.
And look, unlike my other model, I can do this. I have tongue now. His tongue is blue. He lost circulation in his mouth.
I am dead. Absolute cinema indeed. I've got 14 million bells.
That's a lot of bells. Not as many as me. But you earned yours.
I earned it.
I'm glad you guys are here to watch.
Thank you for putting up with our absolute amazingness of.
I chose September 11th. I didn't mean to do that. I just realized. What day did I decide to land on? I landed on 9/11.
Oh no.
Bad. My hair! Okay, now we go. So, a couple things. We need another ramp, and we need trees.
Welcome into the Doiscoid.
Doiscoid.
The Doiscoid kitchen. squid.
What was I looking for? Oh, trees. Basically, cherry blossom season doesn't really look all that cool if there's no cherry blossom trees.
I love how the regular cheese in this world just can become like anything, depending on the season. As Norm Macdonald fan, he.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that reference is to.
I don't either.
Old Norm Macdonald had a farm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Young Norm.
I burped. I'm a lady.
Blessed be thou, for thine burp is the creation of the Maker. You haven't played Dragon Age, have you?
What?
A Dragon Age game?
I played it for a minute.
Played it for a minute? Oh, okay. Sometimes I
Basically, I was playing with other people, and I get really confused when I'm playing with other people because they're running around doing exactly what they need to do, and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening.
You can play Dragon Age multiplayer?
Maybe it wasn't Dragon Age. Maybe it was something else.
I don't know about the newer ones. There's two.
Because I thought it was an MMO. I played an MMO.
It would not be an MMO.
Oh, well then, nope. Never played it before in my life.
Specifically Origins, which is the OG Dragon Age, but it is by far the best one from everyone I've played. Okay, someone's getting banned.
Oh, what happened?
They are spamming in YouTube, question marks and dots and question marks. Amia Dillon.
I'm saying though,
Goodbye.
people like this is what we're talking about. That's why I'm not.
Like, I don't care if you are a real person or if you're a bot that's just spamming messages. Do not spam. If you spam, you get banned. That's that simple. Although YouTube doesn't have a good it was literally just spamming dots and question marks. That's it.
That's much better than what it could have been.
It could have been a lot worse, yeah.
Oh my goodness, there's so many things. Stop observing the weeds, sure. You're making me embarrassed.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't have a good, like... moderation system sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because I can't, you know, ban a user from chat and also ban them from the community. All I can do is hide user from chat. You are not spam, Christian. No, you are more than welcome. You are a good,
Yeah.
respectful.
If you like, I don't care. Like sometimes it could be considered spam to some people by messaging a lot. But if you're just like, if it's all different stuff and you're just like,
Yeah.
like there was this guy yesterday, Dino Shark, great guy, awesome. He updated us play by play of everything that was going on in his game. I would not consider that spam. Some people might though, because it's talking a lot, you know, but we don't, so. The only reason I told him to cool it was because it was stressing me out.
Oh, yeah.
But not
This is
because of what it was he was saying, it's because of,
how frequent it was.
it wasn't even how frequent. Like, if it was more frequent and it wasn't the playthrough that he was doing,
Yeah.
fine. His playthrough specifically was stressing me out.
Yeah.
It's like, how did you go? You literally just created a character and now you're at the final boss. What the fuck? I can't support, I can't.
Hey, when we play Palworld, we play it together.
Mm-hmm.
We have a server that we play on, like a private server. That's just us.
because I tried to host it and my computer is only so good.
Yeah, even if I was hosting on my computer, it would have still run into same issues. Actually, probably would have run into issues faster.
Yep. Mine has more VRAM,
Yeah.
but it's nice because now it's not something to have to worry about. Like with me, how text. Like with me with how text.
I didn't have it. Palworld?
No, Lucy, you don't spam.
If you have Xbox Game Pass, you can play Palworld through that. It's free.
Hmm?
I mean, like free. I mean, as long as you're paying for the Game Pass subscription, then you can play Palworld.
Game Pass is amazing. If Xbox would sponsor me, I'm taking requests. Taking sponsorships, Xbox just saying. Don't even own an Xbox, but will absolutely sponsor for Game Pass. I'm on your side.
If you want to sponsor us specifically for PC Game Pass, we're fine with that too.
Okay, so I think if I look at this, I could do
Definitely have
half and
someone working
half.
for Microsoft in this, don't we?
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
When you discovered cheats in Ark, it
Oh, I
did
know.
everything for revenge. Oh my god.
Lucy, I was one of the people that mistook you for a bot. Well, not really a bot specifically. It was more like using a bot. Yeah, that we thought that you might have a macro to keep active in many people's chats. If I want to do this right here, and I do this, plant tree. Okay. Tree. No, not there. Basically,
You don't have to worry, Christian. One of the things everyone does whenever they play Sims is they kill their Sims by drowning them in pools after they remove the ladder and just torture them. So
sometimes you just get pissed off and need to murder somebody. But murder's illegal, so you just gotta murder somebody who's not real. Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
yeah, am I going shopping in pajamas? Yes, I am. Do I care? Absolutely not. We love that.
Yeah, we do that too.
And now I put on my robe.
This.
You know how to play now, but don't know where the caves are? In Ark? I would have no clue. I think I know where like one cave is, but not well enough to actually describe it.
Which island are you on?
You lost your old village when you went to the Switch 2? Oh no.
Oh, rip.
See, Rick Morning.
Island are you on?
You've gone shopping in a dinosaur?
Hell yeah.
Onesie before?
A dinosaur onesie. Oh, you lost Nako.
The island is what the correction said.
The island, which one are you trying to get to? Or any one?
You lost Anka. I haven't run into Anka.
If you're
every
looking
single
for
time I've been in Village of Destruction.
If you're looking for a cave, you know where the volcano is? If you go to the volcano mountain to the east, just at the east, at the foot of the volcano mountain, there is a cave there. And it's pretty open, so you shouldn't have difficulty finding it.
Don't the caves have like the spider creatures in them?
Yeah.
Is that what you go to the caves for?
No. You go there to get artifacts, and then so you can use the artifacts to get to the boss.
Oh, cool.
You can get spider creatures, just wear and also be careful what armor you wear, because arthropluras are in there as well. They're kind of a bitch.
The what? What's a bit?
Arthroplura, they're like the centipedes.
Oh, the centipedes, yeah. You get mad so easily and all.
Mood though. Because you put a lot of work into something and then you don't even fucking get anything out of it. Just fucking-
Yeah. Yeah.
Come over here. 1, 2, 3.
Very easy to lose all your stuff in a place that you can't retrieve it from. They're just surrounded by dinos. Need the artifacts to beat the game. I guess, yeah. Is there like a quote-unquote end to art?
Yes.
Like if you beat all the bosses?
Yes, there is.
Just a story?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
It actually continues. So when you beat the island, it ascends you to Scorched Earth. When you beat Scorched Earth, it ascends you to Aberration. When you beat Aberration, it ascends you to Extinction. And then there is an end. There's more of a story now, I think, that they've added. I'm just saying, like, this is even what was added before, so.
Oh, okay, wow.
Fun, Jessie, love you.
Bye, Jessie. Take care. We will be here.
Yeah.
Back almost certainly. Unless we get kidnapped. Who's gonna kidnap us? Kidnap him and ask mama. When you were little, I tamed 50 or more dodos and thought I was the strongest.
Some people have dodo armies, yeah, for sure.
Oh, that song.
Oh, yeah.
With, oh my god. And maybe that's her summoning song. I think the times I've played Ark, the furthest I got in, like, taming creature wise was,
There's more story and stuff, I think quests and stuff in Genesis, but I never really played Genesis, so I don't know.
I remember getting up to taming a trike. I think when I was playing with my friend Ben, we got up to trying to tame T-Rexes or something. Yeah, unfortunately, dodo armies cool on paper until they fight anything with any ability to fight, and then they all die.
Yeah.
Is there a point where you could have enough dodos to kill, like, a fucking T-Rex or something? Probably.
Yeah. You can easily. That one's not too bad.
I shoot a spider out of curiosity and I run for my life. Oh my god.
Okay, let's see how this looks. Let's see if we're fucking ready to start this.
Ooh. A biddling. I caught me a fishy.
Also, Tamagotchi Life living the dream is fun, but because of no filter on it, you can get banned off of Twitch due to it. Oh shit.
Tamagotchi Life?
Yeah. Friend life. It's just like you create me's
How can you get banned off Twitch from that?
because of no filter. Somebody says the N word.
Oh, if you're making them say things, yeah. Twitch does have things set in to like not ban people, like that you can appeal bans. For if other people are saying things, but if you're or like if nudity shows up in a game, it's basically
Cherry tree. Look at happy pretty.
as long as you aren't making the like bannable thing like a focus, like you aren't actively making things say like the N word, or you aren't actively focusing on zooming in and like gooning to nudity, you won't get banned. But yeah, if you're making the memes or whatever say the N word, yeah, you can get banned. We played Subnautica. I have thalassophobia and left because I was scared. I have not played Subnautica, but Aiko has. We have talked about playing Subnautica 2 at some point for like during October for like a horror stream thing.
Yeah.
That's on the table, but I am heavily scared of sharks, and Aiko also does have a thalassophobia. So,
But it works. It works for that game though, because it's a horror game.
Yeah, outside of like a dedicated horror game stream sort of thing, we won't play it. We won't play it on our own.
Look, babe. Look.
Oh my god, you have to put each other.
I do. Okay, so now that we have this set up, we can begin our scavenger hunt. Do you have the scavenger hunt stuff up?
I do have the scavenger hunt stuff up. I've had that up for a while.
All right, let's fucking go.
So
Get started.
you just go to
your bed.
place- Bed. That's right, bed.
Oh shit, there's a roach in my house. Ah, go get it. Look, it's embarrassing. Don't look at it.
You went out and heard something, quit, I installed it. You were so scared. Oh no.
There, no.
Yeah, yeah, I am absolutely terrified of sharks, but I know for a fact sharks do not exist in Subnautica because it's an alien planet. They are things scarier than sharks. I have watched a playthrough of Subnautica.
My little
It's
baby.
like heavily cut.
Baby,
It's slumber time.
yes. Okay, so here are the rules for. Here's how Animal Crossing scavenger hunts work. Basically, we have this list of items, and what we do is we go to random dream addresses, right? And with these, she's gonna do a lot of big spiel. This is gonna be like the first time only that she does this really big spiel. We're gonna get past it, but so what we have to do is we go to random dream addresses and we look for these items. Now on each island, even if there's multiple items, you can only choose one. So like for example, if I find a suspicious cauldron and a crescent chair on one or crescent moon chair, I would pick probably the suspicious cauldron because it's going to be harder to find later on, whereas I feel like the crescent moon chair might be easier to find. So one thing so you pick one thing per island, and then you just keep going, and you got to look around, and you're basically exploring these people's island, looking for these things that are on your list. And you've got to go across the whole island because it's not just like you spawn in and you might see it where you spawn in. You got to run around. So surprise me. You have to do surprise me. I'm ready.
I will join in a moment. I
Have to go through your spiel.
Hmm?
Have to go through your spiel.
No.
What?
I have to put clothes on that aren't equipped through a wand.
Oh, I see. Fair enough. They're like, oh yes, you look pretty, but you must not be wearing a transformation wand. Hopefully this has got something. Let's see what we got here. Okay, custom flag, it looks like. They might have some cool custom designs too, so. This island is called Crystal. What could I potentially expect to find here? Maybe I could find a suspicious cauldron here. I just want to look at their designs. I want to see. Nah, never mind. I just I don't want to. It's more of a pain in the ass. I hate loading screens. They're such a pain in the ass.
I'm ready. I am beautiful.
Are you also wearing a magical girl dress?
No.
Ooh, this one's been played recently. You could tell because of the presence of this. This right here is new.
That is new.
Let's see if we can take
Okay, so I
what
go
would be
slumber time.
the intended route, I guess. So the intended route would be left or right. Let's go right. Looks really nice.
I have never done this before, so
That's fine. This one's actually a really good one. Some dream addresses aren't that great. Oh, this one's a really good one.
what would you like to dream out? Someone else's island?
Oh my god, you know what? I should have made it the fucking Mario star. That would have made more sense than the hat. Oh well, it's too late now.
Maybe, yeah. Mario style, yeah. Oh well, the hat it is.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What?
My membership didn't.
Oh no, are you gonna have to pay for another membership?
Yeah.
Okay, go do that. You might have to turn off the screen and make sure nobody sees your PayPal stuff.
Uh.
It doesn't have NSO. No, he needs
Yeah. I think the auto payment just didn't renew properly.
That's okay. Oh, the tiger. This one's really good. I love this.
Just the regular online, don't need a line of expansion.
No,
It's a 7-day free trial.
but you already did. I don't know. I wonder if I can go into people's houses. Yeah, I'll go into people. I can go into people's houses. I'm just wondering if they redid it. There's 2 Icos. What do you mean?
I'll just purchase the year one.
Oh no, there's 2
Because I imagine I'm gonna
Icos.
do some-
Okay, they did do custom designs in their houses, which is good. Some people will do custom designs. On Tristan's screen, the 2 of me.
Oh yes, there are two. I will remove this one. No more trash, Aiko.
Okay, he fixed.
Yeah, I'm just on my just chatting screen while I.
The good thing is if you see, if you go to someone's island and it looks really heavily decorated, there's a good chance that they also decorated the inside of their villager houses, so you can go in there too and look for stuff. You can go in anyways, but you're less likely.
What is? I don't know what my password for my Nintendo account is.
I think it might be the same password we've been using for everything.
Yes, it is.
Figured.
Verification code.
This person has put some love into their island, and I love that. Sometimes you go to islands and it's just like somebody made an island, uploaded it because they could, and then, or to get Nook Mall tickets or something, but it's nothing really special. This person put some love.
Ooh, I need to change the card on that. How do I change the card?
I have a lot of things, but I haven't seen.
That's why I didn't renew, is because
So you got a new bank card.
yeah, and the card it did have no longer exists.
Ooh, hotel stuff. Look what they've got. They've even decorated their hotel. Shit. This is a great first island to take a look at.
I can potentially.
The hotels are closed, babe, on Dream Islands.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
You can still go on villager houses, though.
Account settings.
This way.
How do I give myself a new card to my account?
Is it just through your PayPal, or are you putting in a new card on that? I think you have to do it on the computer if it's doing that. Look at me, acting like I'm part of your property. Imagining all the time you talk to me.
Yeah, I'm doing it on my phone.
I went in there already. Oh, here's an upstairs section. Alright, looks like... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn it. Wedding items, but no... Maybe in here? Maybe? I'm still gonna walk around it, even if it's not in here. Okay, not what I was looking for. They have like all the fucking wedding items outside of Puddle's house, but not the wedding arch. That's funny.
Why is it not?
Huh? I know that one was closed. There was so many wedding items. No, I know. This person's island is really good. Who is this? What island? What is the name of this island? Crystal, obviously, yeah.
Oh. I don't know why the Subathon timer
How pretty this is.
visible to itself.
Oh, also lets us know that there's no
Yes, that card.
Melba. Oh, also colors don't have to stay the same. So like you see this brown thing right here. If they have the brown wedding arch, then I can use that.
Do I have to restart the game once I get the...
You'll probably need to close it and make sure that it works, and then you can load it back up. Anything in here? What's in here? Oh, your sneaky room. Nope. Not yet. I love this. This is so much fun. We have to also pay attention to walls too, because they could have the cherry blossom clock. That's another thing, is that's interior. That's only interior. Melba, like, we had a bit of variety. So, like, the hat is wearable. So it has to be either out or on someone's head. Melba is a villager. So it has to be, it's not going to be a piece of furniture that's laying around. And then the clock is on the walls only. So it has to be on someone's wall. So I had to be able to access that person's house too. So they could theoretically have it out here and I just never see it. Actually, I want to go visit Puddle's house again because I did not check the walls. And I could see it potentially being there.
So how do I find a slumber island? Someone else's island?
Surprise me.
I don't have a surprise me option. Don't fall.
I almost fell out of my chair. I'll be back.
Where am I anxiety go?
Someone else. Oh no, you're on a slumber island. No, not slumber island. It's not slumber. You did slumber. It's not slumber.
It's not slumber? Do I have to leave this?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go back to the Switch screen. There you go.
Yes, I went to sleep.
So it wasn't at slumber time.
Slumber time is for the slumber islands.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. I forgot about slumber islands being a thing.
It's a new thing, but... Okay, and then just surprise me. Okay, okay.
I want to dream, yeah. No, not share a dream. Yeah, babe.
Oh, look, I'm making it as hard as possible for you. I'm giving you a head start.
I've already got a head start.
You know my game unlock. every island I go to is gonna have like an item right there as soon as I
Right
load.
there at the front. even even the fucking wall clock, which you can't get unless you go inside someone's house. That's how bad it's gonna be. Plus they could be inside a villager house of someone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me see.
I want to be in a stream. Sometimes we do community things. But
Right now it's not one of those.
no, it's not one of those.
And even usually when we do community things, it's still not a voice chat. Just
Yeah,
because
it'll
it
just
does
be-
have potential for it going badly, and even if it's not a badly thing, we get stressed out too easy, let's be honest. So we'll like play games, like Jackbox was something we were gonna do yesterday. But never wound up being enough people.
If you want to be on stream and chatting, the best way to do that is to stream yourself.
Yeah.
The only people we ever invite onto like our stream to chat with us is either close. Well, it's usually just close friends.
Yeah. There is we have considered a couple recently that
Yeah, I
might
would be
happen in the
glad.
future, but it would be after we get to know each other a bit more. Because, like, we adore them already so far. We still just don't know them that well. And so we want to spend more time getting to know them.
Yeah, yeah. Anxiety be real.
Yeah. And especially since we're in our current Palworld hyperfixation, I haven't exactly had a lot of time to stop by their streams, even though they're like super nice. Taro, I don't think I've talked to at all.
Now open your eyes.
Work sucks. I know. By the stairs.
I have
Suppress
looked it up.
nothing.
I think that flag is a leaf. It is. I think it's. Is that the default flag?
Yeah.
Are they always gonna be a leaf?
No.
Oh.
It'll be whatever their flag is. So that just means they never redesign their flag.
Oh, this is a pretty island design they've got going on here. Looks like it's in summer.
I am so surprised that I haven't found anything on the list yet. Like, there's so much stuff. I'm like, really? Oh my god, if I'd had a wheel or something, that would be cool.
Who is this? Oh, they've been playing recently. They've got the big leaf thingy that you
Nice.
had.
Look at the villagers they have. Like, pull up their map, see if they have Melba, because that's another one on the list.
Oh, true.
But you can't just pull up the map and then be like, oh, Melba is on this island somewhere, so that counts. No, you have to go see.
You have to find Melba and. Oh, there's. Not a single koala. They have Eric. They got my baby.
Your baby is very popular. Okay, let's see what we got here.
It's like I've got a bunch of cat villagers. Oh, a bamboo area. They got.
Person has definitely made use of HHP. Looks really nice. They've used so much of the wedding decoration stuff, but they don't have the fucking arch. Bruh, come on.
Surely it's gonna be somewhere. Wow, this is like a.
This is very nice.
This is a really nice looking island they made. I'm just checking out the island itself before I get into looking in houses.
Yeah. This island is amazing.
This is just like a. It's just like I don't know what kind of theme it is. It's summer, and each individual like
Aw, like,
village's house has its own like theme.
yeah.
And it's cute.
I would call it like normcore, which is basically just whatever you want. Nothing really specific to
Doesn't have a
the
whole
overall,
village theme.
yeah. Done a really good job here.
Whose house is this?
They've used a lot of their new stuff.
I would not be surprised if I don't find anything on this island. Although,
This island was made with love. You can tell.
yeah, this person had so much fun with their island as well.
Good, good. I love seeing it when people have fun with their island. Come on. Alright, hopefully we find it in the basement or the attic.
Okay, this person. Oh,
Go into their
let's
basement first.
see.
Very nice, very nice.
Do some people upload like completely empty islands?
Some people can. You can upload whatever island you want. Just don't like, if it's against, you could report it if it's really bad. Typically you want to report an island just for being empty though.
No, it'd be like them spelling out or like making like a swastika or something.
A lot of really niche stuff.
Ooh, this is lovely. I'm just having fun exploring their island.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's another good thing about this is you get to see all sorts of islands. You can get inspired on things to build.
I don't think this person uses HHP. I'm pretty sure it's just...
This person 100,000% uses HHP.
Well, so far the two houses I've been in have been the regular size.
Oh, the standard said like one house.
Yeah.
This person went so far into custom designs, they even custom designed their sheets.
Wow. Oh, that is impressive. What's up here? Oh, everybody knocks. What if... Oh, you can't enter it, huh? That would be cool if you could enter Nook's Cranny and just...
Yeah.
Ooh, they do have some artifacts. Oh, you can enter the museum.
Yeah. There's nothing in the museum that we need though.
No.
Where am I at?
I guess that's just so you can see like people's collections, and some people might have like complete.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna go back down and then go left.
Oh, that's lovely.
They have done this.
I don't know if I will find anything on this island. It's possible, but so far like nothing's.
If you're
If
not
it's-
feeling confident on it, you could just leave and go to another. Because you don't have to like waste your time on looking at something that you're not sure is actually going to be there. Like, I feel very confident that I could find something here. I don't know what it would be, but there's a lot of stuff here and there's a lot of love here. So I could tell that, like, this in particular, especially since I keep coming across wedding furniture.
It's possible I'll find something here. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just like
They have a second house here. There's a second resident. Another big house. Okay.
all the bridges are all like the log. Oh, this is a lovely looking house.
I made this look like a restaurant.
Oh my god. I don't think it's anything I need, but that's okay.
There might not be anything in these other rooms.
What's in this house?
This is cool.
Oh, this is their house. Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
This island
adorable.
is great. I think I might favorite this whole island just because it's like, this is amazing.
It's
I bet this is going to be a kitchen based on.
it's the bathroom. Oh, that's cute.
It is a kitchen.
I love the music that's playing everywhere. Each room has its own individual music, and it's so cute.
I'm gonna have to show you this after we're done. Like if we play Animal Crossing just casually, this one's fucking amazing.
Nice.
You guys write this. No, that's not right.
Lego themed room.
Actually, I'm
Ooh.
just gonna screenshot it.
If you like, if we had a
This dream address is amazing. Everybody, if you... No, I feel stupid. You guys can't even see the dream address. Oh, because it's underneath my fucking scavenger hunt thing. There's the dream address. If you want it, go ahead, screenshot it, do whatever you gotta do. It's fucking amazing.
this person. Oh wait, no, that's that. Got a kitchen theme going on here. This is this person put love into this island.
I
A lot
love
of
when you
love.
can tell. I love when you can tell.
It doesn't look like any like specific theme,
Yeah, neither's mine.
but it's just purely just.
This one does not have a downstairs. But it does have an upstairs.
This person, yeah, they have fun. All I've got to check is upstairs. If you decided to go with the castle walls for ESO, I would have done that already.
Yeah, castle's pretty common. That's why I wanted to pick the little more niche one.
Oh, this is cute. Oh.
I feel like this entire island's teasing me about the wedding stuff because it's got like every single fucking wedding piece except for the arch.
I found some stars, but it's not the right thing. It was like the wall decoration of like a bunch of stars on a
What are you saying to me?
Star Night Lights.
Hey, just vibing. Yeah.
That is cute. This is like the one I think would be closest to finding somewhere on this island would be the clock, the cherry blossom clock.
Okay. Sailor Moon Town theme on his? Or are you saying that
yours.
that's a good idea? Mine's not themed around Sailor Moon. When you talk to people. Oh, do you have an idea, Lucy? On mine?
On Yora. Who's Yora?
Ooh, where's this
I'd
gonna
love to
take
meet
me?
a Yora. Ooh. This is a cute room.
I see.
Very,
Don't think to the other side.
very red theme.
I see, but all I can access is like this. Okay, I like what they did here.
I'm just having fun exploring this island.
How was that Sailor Moon? Are you talking about? What?
Pirate treasure chest.
Nice! Mark it up. Mark it off.
Right at the back of the island, right where
Oh, where red is? That's the perfect
where
place to
red is,
look.
yeah.
That's the perfect place to look. I still haven't found it.
There we go.
Now you get to go to a new island.
Pirate treasure chest.
Damn, nice.
That was one of the ones we were thinking that might be hard to find.
Yeah. I'll come over here. Come on, island, step it up. You've had a gorgeous island, but I need you to give me something. Give me something. Tristan's beating me.
Oh my god, I'm beating her up.
He's beating me up. Such a goof. He did such a good job. This one's like really easy to like go along with too, because it's like, ooh.
You're on an island where you're just being teased about wedding stuff.
I know.
I'm on an island where I didn't think I'd find a pirate treasure chest. I thought it would be like something in a house. To be fair, my love, I do probably will end up going to the bathroom here shortly.
It's fine. I get to the secret. I want to see if I can get to the secret beach. something back here. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Yeah, welcome back, Tristan. I didn't realize you left.
He said he was leaving earlier.
What you did?
Yeah. You said you'd hope you see him again.
Oh yeah, Richard said I'm gonna go to bed. And I just kept talking.
Ah, I see, I see.
Yeah. Welcome back. Tristan was who asked if they said that they want to be in a stream.
Oh.
Surprise me.
He's about this whole damn island. Alright. I'm gonna check the right side of the island really quick because I didn't check that beach. Beach.
Yeah.
But
Well, that one's loading in. I will be right back. I need to go bathroom, but
I think I've checked everything else on this island. Have you? Have fun on your adventures. Don't fall in. Kit Kat's on the floor. He's waiting. He wants more chicken. No more chicken for you. You're getting fat. I say I ate 2 big pieces of chicken. But I didn't have any potato. Well, I did eat some of his pasta salad. Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to leave. So disappointing. I was so excited. Right. Right. Farm. Okay. I'm not disappointed because this place isn't nice. Please tell me, please. Damn it. Okay. Well, I have checked everywhere on this island. Wake up. Damn. Well, at least Tristan got one. It was a very nice island, though. I know. Don't tease me so bad with the wedding stuff. Oh, there's a roach on the floor. I knew it. I knew there was still one in here. Gross. There's gotta be another one, yeah. There it is. Maybe. Where are you? Oh, it's different areas of the house. That's what it is. Look, we're gonna visit the other areas of the house so I can crush the bugs, but like, I need you not to judge me. Okay. Look how beautiful this room is. I also don't know what any of the rooms look like, to be honest. They could just all be empty. I don't remember doing anything with them. Oh, bug. I just want to make sure all the bugs are gone. Because I don't like waking up and there being a roach on my screen. It's gross. Oh, I forgot about this room. Yes, it's a good one. I was trying to recreate my Tristan's room in here. Because, like, we have the desks like this with a little something in between. Okay, I'm going going to disable preview. I say, but I can't disable preview because I need to get back to work. Okay. So random Luna, surprise me. Now he had to sit there and he took so long to get in, and I got a head start on him and everything, and he had to go and pay for his NSO again. Set up a new payment because the card broke. Or I guess we got a new bank account, so we got a new card number. Surprise me. And he still found something before me. That son of a bitch. Pickety. Sounds like it could be good. Possible. We'll see. Is it going to be before or after the update? We'll find out. I wonder if they just went ahead and added. They could potentially have added the thing to all the dreams. Let's start in this person's house. This person's house is decorated kind of like mine. On the outside. On here. Wait, maybe. Nope. About over here. Okay, so they're using the hotel stuff. So this is post-hotel update. Something bigger than... I know the words. Nope. This stuff looks nice though. It's nice. It's just doesn't have what I'm looking for. Come on. Okay, nope. I just realized that you meant the music. The Sailor Moon Town theme music. I didn't hear it because my music's really low. How you doing, Gary? The Gary. I'm trying to do a scavenger hunt and Tristan's already beating me. He went to the bathroom and goodness knows, you know his ass is gonna come back and beat me. I need the handicap of him going to the bathroom. I needed the handicap of him, like, needing to sign up for his NSO thing, but he still got one before I did. Ugh. Come on. They did use a lot of the hotel furniture stuff, though. Also, I can tell that my face is, like, having lag issues. Maybe. That's a good point. Observation. Sailor Moon Crystal was arguably, like, the worst of all the Sailor Moons I've seen. Just super flat, and she looks super, like, awful. Galarian Ponyta is gone. I wanna do. I don't wanna sleep. I just wanna keep on loving you. Okay, so we have a person over here. Let's see if they've redone any houses. Even if they haven't, I still might be able to see what I'm looking for. It does not look like any houses have been redone. Gifts have been given, but not redone. Unless they just fucking hate Sprocket. I don't know. Maybe they hate Sprocket. Guess it's possible. And Pashmina. They've been giving gifts though, so it's possible that something could be. I'm gonna take a look at my map. See if maybe they have Melba. Hey, my baby Sherb. But not Melba. It does look like they've done a lot, so that's good. Higher chances. If they've done a lot, there's a higher chance we'll find something we're looking for. So far, native though. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back, guys. Oh my god, we gotta hurry. Run. We've gotta find something. Like this thing. I do. Oh, she's wearing a wedding outfit. She's wearing a wedding outfit. You know what that means. It's possible. She's wearing a wedding dress. Come on. Wait, hold on. Maybe. Let's see what she says.
Did you find anything?
Not yet.
Still on that first island, or?
I thought they said. No, I went to a second island. There was nothing on the first one. I went to everything. I even went to go check out my secret beach. But this person's wearing a wedding dress, so.
Oh yeah. Oh, the name of this island is Hawaii.
Welcome to the island of Hawaii.
Yep. Oh, they've got custom ground to make it look like water. The villagers live on islands. Who are you? Charlotte. Live, laugh, love, Hawaii. Ooh, lighthouse. Well, one thing for sure, I'm not finding the Statue of Liberty here.
You don't know.
If I do, that would be
Very
like,
strange.
weird. The very Hawaii themed. Who are the villagers? Faith. Like, I do have a koala, but it's not the right one.
I don't even have a koala.
Thank you, Lucy. And welcome back, Lucy.
Hi, Jessie.
Hi, Gary.
Everybody shut up when you left. Now they're gonna leave again. Now they're gonna leave again because you came back.
Don't worry. I am stinky. You have a good time shopping?
No secret reach things. No. Oh, I'm so hot right now. I'm so.
You're so hot.
I found it. I found the wedding arch.
Oh, nice! I found an arch, but it's
Ah!
seashell. High five.
Got the wedding arch. What'd you find?
I found the moon.
Did you? Nice. Okay.
It's just.
Found the wedding arch. Let me mark that down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got the moon. Actually, do I want to mark that off? Yeah, that was very quick. I might find something else that'll be harder to find. I like the moon.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark off the. I'm gonna mark off the arch really quick, but I'm gonna do a quick run around to get the last little bits of the island, just in case I find something that might be harder to find.
I'm not gonna go into a house because I found that it would take I would not be surprised if I found the wedding arch here. Hawaii. people
Literally,
decorate-
literally, the one of the residents was wearing a wedding dress, and I was like, "There's got to be."
There has to
There,
be.
look, the reason I said I was hot is because when I first saw the wedding area, they put the arch not where I would have put the arch. They put it at the
Oh.
front of it. So I saw the back of it first, and I was
and
like,
you-
"Oh, are you kidding me? They've got all an entire wedding set up here, not the arch." But they did have the arch. I just
They
didn't.
did have the arch. It was at the entranceway rather than where they get married.
Yeah. That's why I was like, "I'm hot" because I was mad.
Oh my god. I'm sorry for being gone so long, Richard. I'm sorry.
He died. Okay.
Richard is upset with me.
That's because you abandoned him. I'm not reading YouTube chat.
I know.
I just have to have you tell me what YouTube chat says.
What the heck? There's a moon?
Yeah.
Person's got like a moon decoration.
We found the arch, and we can move on and find new
Huge, yeah.
things.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take the moon
Do
that
it.
I found. But there's like a full moon spinning around in
Yes.
like a space theme area.
Yes, there is space
Yeah,
themed
that would-
stuff.
But on Hawaii is a bit odd. Does Hawaii have
Yes.
no like rocket launch pads? No, I think that's just
I don't know.
Florida.
I don't know.
And like you're bored?
I
Oh,
know that
sorry.
Houston
Sorry.
has area.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's where Houston, we have a problem comes from.
Yes, that's usually where the radio control is.
Would you like an example of how warm my flat is? Are you gonna send me a picture of hell?
Please give us an example.
Putting my hair up. How shall I
And if-
propel your dream? Well, surprise me.
If you want to confuse both of us, just whatever temperature it is, convert it to Kelvin, and then send that. That'll confuse the hell out of both of us. We'll have a guess.
Pearl Island. Pearl's Land. When I went out to get my coffee, it was still warm. When I got back, it was the same temperature.
Oh,
Nice.
and you're gone for a while. Yeah, that is reasonably toasty inside.
Alright, is
It's
this...
great.
Oh my god, their flag is literally just like a sideways cat face.
Oh,
It's like :3.
Alexa says it's 26 degrees. Oh my god.
24 here.
Well, it's 24 inside. That's what we have our AC set to. I'm not sure if it's actually keeping up. I think it would be keeping up. If we turn our AC off, the room gets very hot because two computers.
I feel like every one I've been to so far is like with the update, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't... Like, everybody's putting a lot of love into it. It's good, but it's also part of the update.
Oh my god, that is a cute flag. I was wondering if that would be the name of it.
What?
The Shire. I am in the Shire. The flag is a hobbit hole.
That's wonderful.
It is the front entrance to it. Oh, surely I get a cauldron here. The flag is just a hobbit hole. I love that.
Does not look like they decorated the inside of the houses.
Need to get melt? No, not even a single koala. But Eric! Eric's everywhere. I love it. Maybe make me sick of everything. But it might be. Aww, custom design sign.
Lots of flowers on this island. Holy crap.
The mushrooms and stuff on this island. Oh. The White Tree of Gondor.
Oh my
Never
lord.
used it, but still watching. You can get some sleep, it's okay. We'll be here
Yeah.
for...
We're gonna be here for a while, so...
Their entire island is decorated in like The Sagitt, like the star, the star fragments. Like the
Oh
Sagittarius.
yeah.
That's a cute way to decorate. Oh, I could definitely find something here.
I don't know if I'll find something. I don't keep looking. If I find something, I feel like it's gonna be the moon.
So we're not worried about color, are we?
No.
That, I believe, is the wedding arch.
Nice.
I believe. I think it is.
Let me see.
Yep.
That's the wedding arch. I was honestly surprised to find that here, but
Good
oh,
job.
there's another one in front of the hotel.
And there's 2 wedding arches. You can only count 1.
I'm not gonna mark it off yet.
That's fair.
I feel like it's possible to find a cauldron, and I'd love to find the cauldron. That to me, I think would be the hardest one to find.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult, especially since it's a DIY.
Yeah. Oh, a giant castle at the back. I love this. Is this Rohan? I think this is Rohan. Like they have a gun there area. I think I'm pretty sure this is Rohan.
This person decorates like me.
The swords in the ground. Oh wow, this is lovely.
I keep trying to like push on the stick to run. I don't need to do that. That's not how you run in this game.
Oh. What did I just do?
I don't know what you do.
I'm going to... I discovered something. This is a dream address code, Shire.
Yeah, I'll share the dream addresses for any. First off, if anybody's interested in seeing any of them, and another one if I'm like, oh my god, I love this so much, you guys should go see it.
Yep. Okay.
Like that first one was particularly nice.
Yeah, this one is just scratching on the edge. This is nerdy as fuck, and I love it.
This one still has an unbuilt bridge. You forgot to finish building the bridge.
Yeah. I think without going into people's houses, I won't find the cauldron.
Alright,
But, like,
time for me
they've
to
got themed areas. This is lovely. I wonder if they have a Mount Doom. Probably not.
Maybe there are mountains, or there is a volcano.
Okay, I've got a music area. Well, that looks like it could have.
There are many things that I would like to say
This
to
is
you,
lovely.
and I don't know how.
This is so lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Feast. Oh my god. They've got the confetti cannon.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
They've got signs written in no admit.
I didn't say I was playing Palworld right now. Yeah, this is the decorating side, interior of Palworld.
We don't play Palworld, we just mostly play Palworld.
We're doing a scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
High five. How you doing?
Welcome in, man. I'm stuck in the
Do you like my outfit? Aren't I adorable? If the front of the outfit, if the front bow was blue and the back bow was blue, it'd be just like my outfit, kind of, almost.
Yeah, you made these outfits too, like
It wasn't to match this, no.
not these ones, but to like our old, like the concept art pieces.
Concept art pieces. But the concept art pieces weren't designed after this either.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I also found one of the moon things.
Sat
Oh, this is
down to
definitely
ham and steak and cheesy potatoes. That sounds awesome. Cheesy potatoes.
How's everyone doing? How are you, Pan? How are you, Five? How are you, Cutie Watch?
What the fuck is this?
How's our bot doing?
What is happening? I don't know what's happening on this wall.
Around the Shire. Oh my god.
Like Rosie. I wonder what I'm trying to look for things that are on this list over here beside Tristan. I've only found one. It was the wedding arch. Tristan's already found 2.
No, I haven't found 2, my love.
You found 3?
The wedding arch was my third.
The wedding arch, he found the wedding arch, the moon, and wait, did you find the moon and the wedding arch on the same island?
No.
Oh, okay. He's found the moon, the wedding arch, and the pirate chest. I've just found the wedding arch.
I'm 3 for 3 so far.
He's winning. I'm
It's waking up tomorrow night.
I'm 1 for 2. Just waking up to her night. I finally did 2 towers today last night, so I can advance my egg incubator. Nice! That sounds fantastic.
Nice. Good morning.
I woke up early this morning and built a base, kind of. Well, I was like on the base that I had.
And it's a fish.
What I did, no, I didn't really expand. Like, yeah, I mean, I just like, I put stuff down. So what I did is like the example base that I was building for the example breeding base that I was building as the example for not Taru. Pan and Taru, I just kept calling Pan Taru. Pan Taru's server, I decided to remake it in a different area. And this area is flat, and instead of just being those buildings, I added a top part to it. So it's got an upper section that I've got some ranches at right now. My issue right now is I just don't have enough slots for pals.
And I contributed by sleeping and being out of her way.
He watched a short movies with me. That was nice.
Yeah, we watched a bunch of short movies.
There are 2 residences here. Where's the other residence? Oh my god, I was close to the other residence's house already. Shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's tiny. That's why. That's why I didn't see it. This bitch is tiny.
Surprise me.
You gotta work one more night until the weekend. Ooh, but you're so close. You're so close.
You got this, 5. You got this. Hamtaro.
This is.
Hamtaro?
We're just gonna leave. Hamtaro is a show. It's an anime about hamsters. Hamster.
Milky Way. Ooh, ooh.
That's her whenever he's in the right way in the kitchen when I'm trying to clean. Yep. Justin and I have had conversations when we're doing our big deep cleans. Like, he just knows, don't try to do what I'm doing. Don't try to help me out with my exact task. Find a separate task. And he does. And he's chef's kiss, best fucking helper. I say helper, but like, he's the best person to clean with. Like, it's not like he's helping me with my stuff. He's contributing equally, and it's so great.
If I ask, like, what do you want me to do? It's more just like I ask, what are you doing and what are you doing next? So I don't get in the way of her thinking process of what to do.
Basically, every ex that I've ever had has made me do the cleaning, and they'll just sit there and watch me clean and don't give a fuck. They're like, I'm not helping at all. Just me. I will stretch. I'm stretching and get me at the same time. You don't know. I'm lengthening my spine. I'm sorry. I'm frustrated right now because I'm not finding squat. Why do you find all the things, babe?
Because game over.
He said you should go ahead and get started. I will handle this because remember, I've got gamer luck.
I was joking.
This son of a bitch is cheating.
I'm a cheater. I'm 3 for 3. I must be a cheater.
I
Okay,
am gonna kick him.
This is interesting. I thought I might get the star one because the name of this place is Milky Way. I have not seen anything themed space yet.
I am now 1 for 3.
Let's go.
No, 1 for 3. Fuck you.
Let's go.
Fuck you.
1 for 3 is excellent.
Did you get more monsters or just 1?
Oh no, I've got 2 4-packs.
Awesome, I need another one. Okay.
But yeah, genuinely sometimes the best
She
thing I
passed
can
the mic.
do is to
There
just
wasn't a
step
mic.
away.
There wasn't a mic in there, was there? Don't say that. Don't say that. There wasn't a mic. There wasn't a mic, was there? 5. Was there a mic? Don't say that. Don't say that. There wasn't a mic. No, there wasn't. Are you kidding? Was it a big? Oh my god. Clip that. Okay.
Can you revisit the address? Is that breaking the rule? Like, is
Hold
that
on.
breaking rule?
I'm gonna go back. Actually, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I want to dream. Okay, I'm gonna go check. I can go back. Yeah, why not? Let's fucking go back. He said it was there. I can go back.
Yeah, sometimes, like, especially if Aiko's focusing on something specific in a game, like, sometimes she gets into moods where she just wants to build. The best thing I can do is make sure she's got everything she needs to, you know, function, like water and food if she's hungry.
Yeah.
And then just stay here and do my thing and just wiggle around like a worm because I am worm boy.
He's great. I have the best husband in the world. It's not Pam Taru with an M. It's Pan Taru, and it's
Ha,
Pantaru.
ha.
Pantaru. All right, I'm revisiting this dream. I'm not. If I revisit a dream, it's because like you guys saw something I didn't see.
But yeah, we are so excited for Palworld things. Future looking very Palworld.
Okay, this is a this is a tall microphone. It needs to be the short desktop one.
It does need to be a desktop.
Yeah, there is a microphone there, but it wasn't the right one. Okay. Hi, Brando. Tara's best for making me foods. Tristan's best for making me foods. Either making me foods or buying me foods. He's best for feeding me. Chocolate. Chocolate.
Have things been getting said?
Chocolate. Huh?
Have things been getting said?
In chat? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the
Oh
shared
my
chat
God.
not working?
The last thing I saw was because Aiko said Pantara.
After
And that
was, there's been quite a few chats after that.
Oh my God.
Did the shared chat break?
I think shared chat broke.
I burped.
Let me go see.
Hi, Brando.
Oh yeah, session crashed.
Okay.
I've been missing things. No.
Alright, invite me again. I will join.
I will. Give me a second. No.
Won't you come and wash away the white and black old sun?
Invite.
Won't you come? Won't you come? Alright, coo.
There we go. Share chat re-enabled.
Nice.
Let me see. Let me catch up.
I've been since I went to dream.
She passed the mic next to the tar. Might he be right back? Tara is best for making me foods. Aiko is someone who doesn't like making foods.
I hate making food. I like eating.
She doesn't mind preparing. She doesn't like the cooking process. She doesn't like the smells of everything as it like combines.
I can sous chef. I can like cut shit up, and I can like
I can't cut things up.
because he is afraid of knives.
I am afraid of knives due to a mental health event. And yeah.
Damn it! That's what happens. Shouldn't do things one-handed.
I rely on Aiko to help cut things up, and I make food.
We are a team.
But lately we have been
Ordering
lazy
out
and
because we're
restricted
playing
on-
Pan. We've been playing Palworld. I'm still playing Pantaru.
We're playing Pantaru. Pantaru. I don't eat till I'm starved, and by that point I can't function, so he helps. Like I do it on
Yeah.
purpose either.
Hey, Pan, are we the same person? Bruh, we're the same person?
Genuinely, the other day, Aiko was like, I need protein, and like, almost collapsed. If she wasn't sitting in a chair, she would have collapsed.
Yeah.
And had to run downstairs, make a shake. We ordered Macca's because something quick and easy that I know what she wants. She doesn't have to communicate anything. You are same person.
Alright, Beach City. I don't know if I'm gonna find any of this shit at Beach City, but I might find the treasure chest if I get lucky.
I'm having to go into houses at this place because why is this
I
island
do
named
feel like all. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I found the Statue of Liberty! Immediately! Fuck yes! That one was gonna be fucking hard too.
That one is really hard. That is like a specific
Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I'm not even looking anywhere else because the Statue of Liberty is gonna be hard. I already knew that that was gonna be probably the hardest one.
Statue of Liberty and the Star Hat
Mhm.
will be the hardest two.
Yep.
And like maybe the Cauldron would be third or equal with Statue of Liberty.
Mm-mm.
I always wanted
Cauldron is gonna be way more common than the Statue of Liberty. Soon as I saw that, fuck, that was
the
awesome.
entire reason this place is named Milky Way. There's one telescope.
Isn't it great when you have a favorite meal of the week and you get sick of it, and then your husband doesn't know what to get next because they don't know what you're gonna like that day? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. What was it? My last hyperfixation was was it Bircher muesli? Bircher muesli.
Birch usually, yeah.
That
I
was
still like it, like not a everyday thing. I've been told to hydrate. No.
Eh?
I just don't want to make it either. I'll eat it if he makes it for me. I tell him I will eat if you make me something. I will eat it. It doesn't matter what. If we order out, he can pick the restaurant and I'll find something on the menu that I want. But if I want something specific, I have no problem telling him what it is that I want specific.
Like sushi, we used to get like onigiri. We can get it across the road at Coles if it's in stock.
Mm-hmm.
We had so much that Aiko was like, "Yeah, I don't want this anymore."
Mm-hmm. It wasn't that I didn't like it or didn't want it. It did not have enough nutrients in it to make me feel good.
And to be fair, like
I've been having to
on this, fish is on it as well.
because of my medication, I have to be really picky about like what nutrients I get in my body. So like whenever I said I need protein, that's because like I knew I needed protein.
I will be right back. I need to go get a drink.
Headpads. Did you get headpads too? Give me headpads too.
For some reason, it's my head redeem. Like cuts out. It's like,
Ooh, nighttime. Ooh, I might find a cauldron or crescent moon chair. Maybe I'll find somebody with a star hat. Although it does look very sea themed, so maybe not. That's a lobster. What could we find? Nighttime generally means nighttime stuff, but not guaranteed. This person's a hat on the ground. What's everybody doing? Is anybody else doing a scavenger hunt with us? Or are we just racing each other? That's fine too, either way. I feel like this island would be perfect as like a dawn one, you know, like a dawn island. It's too late. There's so many. You know that these islands were all made in fucking June. All these islands were made in the past few months. These are all recent uploads. I know this. You could tell based on the stuff. Everything's like post hotel, but also has all the wedding stuff. So it is all like post June. This is all newish. Unless, of course, somebody just like time traveled, which is totally possible. I was saying that all of these islands are recent because it's post hotel, but like everybody has wedding stuff, so you know that everybody went through June.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, dear husband, darling.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lucy. I have hydrated.
Oh,
I've drunk the water.
let me check the map.
Oh, interesting. This place. This
Oh,
house has a
Tulin's at this one. We have a Tulin. That's the
This house has an upstairs but no basement.
yeah, because basement's the last thing you get.
Yeah. Surprised.
Let's go in this person's house. See what they've got. I don't think they decorated the inside. That's my guess. Nope, didn't. Actually, no, they did do this, I think. Actually, I don't know what the inside of Fauna's house normally looks like. Let's talk out my ass. Maybe she does have a sewing machine.
I don't think I'm gonna find anything in this house.
We rock this town.
Well, see, I say welcome back Tristan a lot because when I say welcome back, it auto suggests Tristan for the next line.
Oh, man.
Yeah, typically I'm the one that gets up and goes grabs things. Stairs.
Oh, yeah, they definitely redid the insides. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take a look at the insides. This is very much not Genji's default home. That much I know. Okay, good to know.
Anything I need.
But what I did notice there is that they have the pirate barrel, which means they could have the pirate chest if they paid that much attention. What'd you say, babe?
Oh, the second one is Aiko just underneath it. She says welcome back to us a lot. Yeah. Thank you everyone for hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
I love seeing you all. I got myself another energy drink. I don't need it right now, but it is there for.
I do. Sorry, I was trying to get to somebody's house. I was trying to go inside.
Yeah, this place doesn't have anything I need. I thought it would be nice because, you know, the name of the place is Milky Way, but...
Yeah, it just means that they like the universe, I guess. But they don't want to show off the universe. They want to keep it to themselves.
Oh,
My
they're one of the
universe,
people that thinks that Earth is at the center of the universe?
No, they're at the center of the universe.
They're at the center of the universe? Maybe, yeah. Okay. Figure out.
Excuse me.
Get back.
I'm a
Bless
lady.
you, Al.
I'm a lady.
Oh, my lady. You might be
Hey, you guys want to see a penis?
penis?
I am very mature. Please, you cannot take me to a museum.
Is it penis in the museum? Oh, the statue.
Yes, the statue. Oh, Lord.
We had so much fun at the
Oh, at the dinosaur museum? Yeah, we did. That was great.
we spent all day in the fossil area just looking at dinosaurs.
It was so much fun. Everybody go. Everybody go. Everybody go. Everybody go. Everybody go. Hold on. There's been a lot of love in this island. Nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing on that island. Let's see what this island's about.
Okay. Oh, wow. Very classy. Books all
Are we
over.
going if we both get everything, or until one of us gets everything?
Let's go till one of us gets everything.
Yeah, and if the other one is close and wants to continue, they can.
Yeah.
And then we can discuss it. Yeah.
If we're within like the 2 hours, you know.
Yeah. I'm ready on a surprise.
Like I'll keep going if like, say like Sims joins in and wants to do it too.
Just and compile then emerge with the dream of Tanglewood. Tanglewood. Ooh. A nice name for an island.
I don't know what I'm expecting to find in this house. This is so not the vibes.
I have no idea what to expect on Tanglewood. Too stinky, too
Oh, stinky.
stinky, too tuber.
I'm not stinky.
Ooh,
I smell good, thank you very much.
ooh. Hello, Kiara. That's a nice flag they've got going on.
A lot of love put into these houses. Nah.
Ooh.
Yarrow, you stinky bitch. I said stinky. I
I've got Alice, but no other koala.
am. Haha, see, I'm not stinky. I'm only a little stinky.
Oh, am I? Oh, Billy's out. Okay, Shh. Am I stink? Stinky.
Suspicious cauldron, motherfucker! I knew it! I knew as soon as I saw the name. As soon as I saw the name. Well, no, not the name. As soon as I saw the vibes, I was like, it's kind of dark. I might find a suspicious cauldron. That one's awesome.
I feel like I might get a suspicious cauldron here as well.
Yay! That's awesome.
Here are the stinky ones.
Sorry. I get excited.
I go loud enough to echo. It's actually not hard for her to echo, but
We're in the same room. It happens. It's not a feature. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
it means we get to hear her twice.
Yeah.
I know I love hearing her twice. I can hear Aiko to my right, and then I can also hear Aiko through Discord, which is delayed by like a second and a half.
I can hear Tristan on my left, and I can also hear him through Discord on my right. But it is very, very, very soft for me because I will lose my mind.
For me, she's full volume, and I've already lost my mind, but that was before this happened. Ooh. That's an interesting. I feel like I might find the cauldron somewhere on this island.
I hope for you, your sake, you do.
Name is Tanglewood, and it's got a very like woody theme.
So the way that we have set up this ACNH scavenger hunt is because I actually like scavenger hunts, right? It's for like different events and stuff like that. Just things we want to do. Hey, maybe we want to do a scavenger hunt one day. I have it set up to where I can just switch out all the items and then it still works. I don't have to like keep making like whole new graphics every time.
Yeah, we just got this graphic. We probably won't do another one for quite a while,
Yeah.
but for Palworld,
Palworld.
it will always be an option for us.
Maybe we'll have a Palworld themed scavenger hunt.
Could. You really could.
What would be on it?
Ooh. I feel like if you're gonna do a Palworld
Crafting
theme,
table.
you could do a Palworld themed scavenger hunt where you have to find specific pals on a randomized world.
Oh, I thought I meant ACNH scavenger hunt, but
Palworld style.
but for like finding a crafting table
Yeah.
or finding
Rock garden up here. Very rock gardeny.
I don't know, different things.
T-Rex. Person's got an entire spot dedicated to a T-Rex.
This person's flag is the default like vine thingy. But they've made it work by making their entire island themed around that flag. So cool, I guess.
I suppose what we could do for an ACNH scavenger hunt but Palworld is when we're eventually in a pan server, we can't use our bases. We make a list of items that are like not common. They're not excessively common to find in bases, but like you can find. We could have an easy one, like a crafting table.
Maybe.
And then we could have some more difficult ones.
Yeah, but then like it's not gonna be so many people there that it's like I don't know.
Why couldn't Godzilla be the dinosaur? Not a Godzilla. Coconut Diner.
I see a big giant nova star, which means could potentially run into the crescent moon. My baby! I love you, Sherry. Yeah.
Statue of Liberty.
Did you really?
Oh my god.
That's crazy that we both found that.
I was not expecting this at all.
Right? Neither was I.
It's on their peninsula.
Oh,
Yeah, it's literally like tangent out to the ocean.
that's cool.
Holy shit.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, I'm just straight up marking it up. I thought I was gonna find the cauldron.
Oh, found the crescent moon. But I'm gonna keep looking around really quick because crescent moon's easy.
Yeah, I've seen the crescent moon a few times.
I'll go into their house. See, I also found a wedding arch.
I feel like you're caught off. I'm at 4 with that Statue of Liberty.
I'm only at 3. But I have, like, with the crescent moon, I'm at 4.
Okay, cool.
But, I am still looking for, seeing if there's something else instead of the crescent moon.
Mm-hmm.
I could see you moving on past the Statue of Liberty, though. Like, keep that.
Yeah. Like, nothing else I'll take over that. I think maybe the star hat if I saw that. That's honestly a really good one to have as like a theme for you, but also hard.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mario star would have been easier. It was still pretty difficult because I know that everybody just wasn't thinking.
I've seen a few different types of star things, like the star fragments and things like that. But
Yeah, I'm trying to take pictures.
snap.
Believe in us both. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe in you, Lucy.
I believe in poo.
In Pool?
Poo.
Penguin.
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh. The name of this island is Penguin. I don't think I'm gonna find anything based off the name, but it might not be the theme. Don't mind me.
I'll do what I want.
She's minding me. That flag is Tom Nook. No, Tom Nook is one of his kids.
Just one of them?
One of them. It could be Tom Nook, but it looks too small.
I doubt they would have made Timmy and Tommy separate. Like that they cleaned the toilet. That's pleasant.
Oh. This is...
Your nom on a Klondike bar? Nice, man. Oh my god, when I stay with my grandma, we got Klondike bars all the time. That woman is addicted to ice cream. She has a problem. She's diabetic. I'm trying to get her to stop. She has a problem.
She's raising
She will just
diabetes.
sit there and eat ice cream all damn day. What'd you have for lunch today? Ice cream, bitch. Eat some real food.
You know it's bad when we're judging your food choices. Oh.
She's like eating just plain toast for breakfast. Oh, I don't feel well. I'm just gonna eat some plain toast. Well, maybe you need something with nutrients in it, Grandma. My grandma is amazing. Okay.
I found another pirate treasure chest.
Nice, but doesn't count twice.
Mhm.
I found a cherry blossom bonsai, but it's
Fire!
bonsai and some petals, but not the cherry blossom clock.
Massage chair? Oh my.
It might wind up being the crescent moon. I just would rather it be something more challenging to find.
This island is chaos because it is... If there's not a piece of furniture there, it's flowers. There is so many flowers. That's all flowers.
Oh yeah. That was like I think the second island I went to. So many flowers.
Oh, is this a volcano? Yep.
Do you want to hear what my mom said? Not my mom, my grandma said to the cat. I was video recording her and I was like, look, I want to show you Elvis. Elvis is the cat who he's really skittish, so he stays in the closet a lot. And she said, no, he's in the closet because he's gay. All right, grandma.
Okay.
Fucking love grandma so much.
He's wonderful. He's absolutely wonderful. Oh,
It is probably just going to be.
how much of the map is Melbourne this island?
Oh, I'm gonna do the pirate chest. I'm going to the pirate treasure chest.
Nice. This place has 2 houses. 2 residents.
Sweet. I'm glad I decided to stick around. This pirate treasure chest is gonna be harder to find than the
Sometimes
crescent
I get-
moon.
The pirate treasure chest, yeah, is
I didn't say it was hard to find. I said it was harder to find than the moon.
yeah. Yeah, the moon is like any star decorated area, there's like a chance there's a moon there.
Yep.
Okay.
Just doing one more quick sweep.
Oh yeah. Daisy and Oscar.
Sounds good. Alright, when to wake up.
Let me go.
So we're both at 4?
Yes.
Sweet. My bones, I'm
I've had cravings a couple of times for ice cream, but then I'm just like, I shouldn't get it because
I more get cravings for like the Italian ices that we had in the US. Those were really great, but I don't know what they are here. The closest thing would be the fucking I will remember the name that you guys call them. The pop thingy face pops.
oh, the Zupa Duper is that.
Super duper.
Yeah, that's just the brand of it. Icy poles is the yeah, would be the term that you use for it. I've literally bought like strawberry ice cream, like an entire tub, and be like, I will eat this over a few days, and then that night when I'm going to bed,
Just eat the whole thing.
oh,
The thing is I can't buy pints of ice cream because if I buy a pint of ice cream, I can justify just sitting there eating the whole thing by myself.
oh yeah.
Maraschino.
Maraschino.
Somebody saw that their island had cherries on it, and they named their island Maraschino.
Maraschino. That could be. You might be able to find the clock.
All right, I'm just letting everybody know we've got less than 2 hours now on our timer. So if you guys want to donate some subs, basically we're gonna be swapping to Palworld and to our ping tubers if we don't wind up getting.
Well, we're swapping to Palworld anyway after we're done with
Yeah.
this, but
We'll be swapping to the
wanna-
ping tubers if we run out of time.
mhm.
We would like to be able to keep our models on because look how cute they look and we get to hang out with each other. Look at it. Okay.
Blah. Another pirate chest. This entire the basement of one of the residents' houses, one of the people's houses, is fucking pirate. Got a cannon, pirate bag with a wheel.
Bet you're really regretting picking up that pirate chest before, huh?
I mean, it's the only thing on that island.
Oh, was it?
so,
Oh, okay, never mind.
yeah. I haven't had an island so far where they've got multiple. Well, I wouldn't
That
be
last island was on, I think it had 3, didn't it?
Maybe.
Well, it had some of the stuff I'd already crossed off. Like a bunch of wedding stuff. A lot of wedding stuff, dude.
Where is other person
Wait, hold on, I didn't check to see if there's a koala.
Koala.
Do we have a Melba? We do not. We do share a lily.
What is this at the house? It's not a fully upgraded house.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
Why are these houses so dark? I never want to see anything in a house.
Huh.
Cherry blossom. Look.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm taking that. Boom.
Take it.
That's a good thing I turned around.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you look at all the walls because sometimes they put them on the back walls.
It was literally on the back wall between two bits of furniture.
I'm going to check to see if they've done any HHP stuff. So I'm gonna run into a villager house as soon
To
as
be
I
perfectly
find
honest,
one.
like as soon as I saw the statue already here.
I see a butt in the background.
A boot.
You guys see it? You don't see it. It's like, look there.
Where's the boot?
Oh my god, it's a boot.
But
It's a booty.
oh my god, I thought she was home because I saw yellow in the window, and that's just the color of her curtains.
Honestly, grind for Melba would be the easiest grind because you're just going into Ireland, check in residence,
Yeah,
and then leave it.
if it was just Melbo.
Yeah.
Have you guys done any HHP? It does not look like it.
I could tell based off the theme of Daisy and the two residents, Daisy and Oscar.
Yeah.
Just how her character was designed when I saw her, I was like, you probably have a cherry blossom thing in your house. If you've gotten to the point of unlocking it.
Yeah.
Cherry blossom clock, do. It's a very pretty clock.
They have done HHP.
I want a dream.
No clock in this one though. Why would there be? It's Tangy's house.
Wow. I have not been here in Spotify. I don't think I joined the jam.
Oh, well, damn. Whose house this is? Let's go and find out. Bam, bam.
There we go. Right as on the top. Oh.
Bam, 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 bam. Oh. Oh, no, you got a cute wall clock. Damn it.
Mm.
Surprise me.
Whose house is this? Pashmina?
I'm merging with her in the dream
Maybe
world.
hit or miss.
Alicia.
Alicia. That's someone's name. Doesn't mean anything, but you know, it is someone's name.
Maybe they're extremely narcissistic and all the custom decorations are really. Oh my god, that is a cute. Oh! Their flag is so cute. It's Pokemon.
Aw.
The Pikachu and I think it was a Bulbasaur and a Pokeball. Anyone else? Squirtle and Charmander. Oh my god, that's such a cute flag. Oh my god, and they got Pikachu on their road with some of the custom pathing.
Okay, I'm not gonna find squat.
Hello, Eugene.
I say I wasn't gonna find squat, but there was a microphone in there. It just wasn't the right one. I should pay more attention to that.
Okay, there's two people. Alicia and Alicia H.
Wow.
One of them's got a house, the other one has got a tent. So there is like a Halloween themed house. Ooh, this one might have cauldron in it.
I'm trying to find this person's house.
This is a Halloween themed house. Surely you've got a cauldron somewhere. Basement.
basement's usually where it's gonna be if the hair won't run.
Or the kitchen. Oh my god.
What? What?
Every single custom wallpaper on flooring. It's a Pokemon of some kind, not sure which one.
Oh, that's cute.
This is so bright, and it's got all their what are the thingies that you put in the ground and then water and then they steam and then they keep them up?
Gyroids.
Gyroids, yeah. It's got all their gyroids in the basement. My Spotify is too loud. Up when I was Van Gogh painting upstairs. These houses are rather empty. Only like a few things in them.
This time we found like the main residence houses here.
Bikini. Yeah.
What the
Might
fuck?
not find.
This is the main residence house. How did I miss that?
That room is completely empty.
So
This
I'm gonna check
room.
over here really quick. What am I still looking for? Moon chair.
Okay.
I think most of the other stuff might be interior stuff.
They have a decorated bathroom. That's nice.
Except for the moon chair, but I don't think there's gonna be a moon chair on this island. Is there a way for me to get over there from here? Not really. Okay, let's see if we can get over there.
Fortunately, no cauldron inside the house.
Spiders on the stone.
Very empty. How do they
Spiders
not have a
on
cauldron
the
in
stone.
the Imperial?
Do they not?
Nope.
It's because it's not Halloween. It's technically a glowing item. A glowing, forgot the words. Glowing, it's part of the glow series, the glow moss series.
Ah, okay. Glow moss. Okay.
Okay, I'm still not in the right fucking area, dude.
I've got the stand in my, like the big one.
Yeah,
Just
I've seen them.
randomly knocked it off.
Am I close? We.
A big pumpkin cart. They've got a lot of pumpkin things around their island. Custom textured pool.
I'm losing it. Okay. Here. Okay. Found it. Found the house, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. The Pokemon doing the peace sign. It was Victini. Oh, I love that. Alright. So I'm feeling like there might be a pretty decent chance of me finding the cherry blossom clock here. Not necessarily in this room, but in this house.
I do have the hotel dock, though they've played since the hotel, I imagine. Unless they
I
just
feel
get
like all of these are now since the hotel.
Yeah, maybe they all just get the hotel, whether or not they played with it. Be a bit odd.
Okay.
Squirtle, Footpath, Bulbasaur, Charmander.
Bless you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop dying, please.
My brain.
Brain
That
came out your
person.
nose.
Still an attempt.
seeing any cherry blossom things. There's lots of pink, but no cherry blossom things.
I am so blessed.
But they got lots of Sanrios though.
A UFO.
You're a foe.
You're a willing
You're an FO.
Okay, so they got a space themed area, but no. Okay, random warp pipe. Go. Okay, they only have this one for decoration. Pirate chest, pirate area. I found a bunch of pirate chests. Surprisingly, more than I was expecting. Yeah, I don't think I'm finding anything else on this island. It was so promising with like a Halloween themed house right there.
Alright, last place I can look is upstairs, and then I'm gonna swap to the new house.
Wake me up, Luna.
There's gonna be all this shit in here, and not a single cherry blossom thing is there.
Honestly,
All-
surprised I haven't found the dinosaur toy.
Alright, well, next island. Didn't get anything from that one. How many are you at now?
I'm still at 5. I didn't get anything from that island. But yeah.
I'm at 4, so. If I get the clock, I think. What are you missing? Oh, you're missing the suspicious cauldron.
I don't have the cauldron.
But you do have the moon.
I do have the moon. That's our difference. I've got the moon, you've got the cauldron.
And you also have the cherry blossom clock.
And the clock, yeah. Surprise! I feel like the cherry blossom clock just overall isn't one of the difficult ones. It might take a little bit of searching inside houses.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, cherry blossom clock isn't gonna be super hard. I don't think any of the ones I got was super hard. I think that the
no.
star hat might be a little challenging. But the thing is, I've gone there and seen people walking around with the star hat.
Yeah. This island, the name of this island is Rainbow, so either they really like rainbows,
Or it gets fuck.
or they're super gay. Oh my god.
Drift and compile and dream of an island named Nope.
What an island. Okay.
Where do you live? Nope.
Speakers. Oh my god. I need to turn this on.
What is it?
The float.
Oh, Jesus. I hate the float. Now open your eyes. Welcome to Nope. You are now in a deep slumber, dreaming peacefully of an island named Nope.
Based on their villager choices, they might have stolen a star hat. They've got quite a lot of really colorful.
Oh, I've got fucking options, my friend.
You've got options.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 residents.
Oh.
That's a lot of houses to check.
Oh my god, I've only got 1 resident on here.
Oh Lord.
Oh, we've got a movie theater.
It's gonna be a adventure.
Yeah, I got a DJ booth.
Is this since the update? And of course they have Sherb, because Sherb is best boy. This one, oh, they do have the hospital. Not the hospital, the hotel.
I feel like
Wow,
all the resident houses would be decorated in here. Maybe not with HHP, but at least they'd be given things.
wow, there's a hedgehog.
Having things. That's not pretty him. I haven't seen that villager before. Do 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 do. I love you, my darling princess. A volleyball court with. Whoa, that's very cluttered.
Oh, they made this look like a little outdoor area. I've actually never seen the outdoor area look good. This looks awesome. They did a good job here.
Nice. Okay, okay. Nothing interesting there.
Do 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 do. Oh my god, Evanescence.
I thought a giant crocodile head, but no, it was a rock pointing towards me. Godzilla again! People love Godzilla.
On into my heart when life becomes so long.
Mm,
And
mm,
find a This is really cute. I love this island is like just like there's so many residences, but like at the very least this first residence house is really well decorated. I don't know if the person who made this island decorated everybody's house or if it wound up being
bunch of friends all playing at the same time.
yeah, and they decorated their own houses. I could see it going either way. I say I could see it going either way, but honestly, I haven't been in anybody else's houses. I feel like the best way to tell that is to see if the design style is different between all of them, you know?
This is a very cluttered island.
Like this one's so very distinct. So if I go into another one and it's like everybody's got their shit pushed up against walls, you know what I mean? That's very clear that this is adorable. I like that this person decorates with clothes and stuff like that too. They have like their hat sitting on here. They've got a purse sitting on the floor. Got a cat over here. I feel like the person whose room this is, it would not surprise me to find out that Sims' home has not come to say hi to me or nothing.
Oh my god, he just logged in, didn't he?
Yeah. Anyways, so I feel like the person who did this house, let me see whose house this is.
What's the bet he's lurking and knows we're doing this?
I was gonna say I think that the person is like a grandma. Maybe. I could see my grandma enjoying the Switch if she wasn't so like addicted to being outside. She has an addiction. Okay.
She's addiction to touching grass, how dare.
Yeah, she really does. She's like outside constantly.
Yeah, my grandma, when she was physically capable, was like always out tending to her garden, and then
My word.
old age.
This says relax. That says shop. Interesting. Oh. Ah. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, cool. They've turned this house into like a movie theater. Well, that room into a movie theater.
I've seen a couple of outdoor movie theaters.
Yeah, this is
Maybe
an
it's
indoor
fine.
movie theater. This like beginning area looks like a little museum, and then that side room looks like a movie theater. What is this?
The problem I have with this place is it's so fucking cluttered.
Ooh, this one's an arcade.
Hard to get around this island. Soccer area.
They call it the barcade.
I've played since the new update at least because I've got the giant leaf thing.
To the city.
Hard to see where I'm going on this.
Marching band.
Okay, going in the house. Hopefully in the house.
I know, I saw you, Sims. Don't think I didn't see you, bitch.
Hello.
Don't think I didn't see you, bitch. Trying to be sneaky. Trying to be sneaky, playing the Animal Crossing. I saw you. I saw you, sneaky bitch.
Okay, they don't have a basement, unfortunately, but they do have an upstairs.
It's like I was trying to be a lurker. They didn't say that. He just comes in here, throws plushie at me, leaves. Bitch. I don't know why I've decided to call him bitch repeatedly. I'm very aggressive today, it seems.
Well, good morning, Sims, as well.
Oh, it is morning. I was trying to put this off. I was gonna put this off until you got here, but then I was like, oh, but when he gets here, I only have like 2 hours left if nobody donates, and so we decided to log in. We'll go ahead and do it, and we decided it's probably gonna take a while anyways. So.
Yeah, we knew you would show up at some point through this.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. We trust that. We trust you. You grow up, would you be the savior of the
This
world?
person I can tell had fun with their island,
Mm-hmm.
but it is definitely not anything I would enjoy. It's way too cluttered for me. It's organized,
Oh, so
I don't understand it, but I don't know how to navigate it properly.
that's a lot of people's islands.
Yeah.
This person had fun with their island, or a group of people had fun with this island. It looks awesome. Like they were like, I need to decorate more rooms. Must decorate more rooms. Add more residences.
More people. I mean, add more residents. I wonder if it's a group of friends from school or something.
The names are Lindsay, Gray, Bonnie, Trixie, Gordon R, Morimoto, and Carrie.
Could be friends from school. Could be just big family with the one adopted child.
Mm-hmm. Which one do you think's adopted?
Oh, has a last. Definitely not more in.
Maybe they're all adopted except for Morimoto. Did you ever think about that?
Yeah, could be a big foster house. Well,
We
I
have
finally made
Easter.
it to the right side of the
We have Easter stuff, and if Northern Hemisphere means that there could be cherry blossom stuff here. Why do you hate me? What about Gordon R? Look, this island has so many residences named Lindsay and Gray and Bonnie and Trixie and Gordon R and Morimoto. You know, now that I think about it, I wonder if they're themed after things like that, like people, and then maybe Gordon R. Maybe that's gonna be a restaurant and it's Gordon Ramsay. Think about it. Think about it. He's blonde.
It could be. Could be. Be a bunch of
Gordon R. could be
references.
adopted, not Morimoto.
Surely there's an anime character called Morimoto or something. Or maybe
I don't know.
historical figure.
I don't even know whose house I'm in right now. Hold on, whose house am I in right now?
I'm leaving this island.
I'm in
I had
Trixie's
hope.
house currently.
Had hope for this island. But
Cherry blossom clock.
nice.
I'm gonna visit all the other houses before I mark it off though, because I really want to see if one of them has a microphone, because I feel like the cherry blossom clock's gonna be harder to find, or easier to find than the microphone.
Jokes on you, Kiera. Our one's disconnected from Spotify, so even if we try to play stuff while we're
She's
trying
like,
to go to
can't
bed.
connect to Spotify. Can't connect to Spotify. Which
don't know
sucks
why.
because now we can't freaking listen to Rotten Mango as we go to sleep. Unless we listen to it. Unless we have to turn it to the speakers on our.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I found the Statue of Liberty on this one too.
Surely you're gonna find a micro, like a standing micro. That's
No, yeah,
surprisingly hard.
the desktop
Desk
microphone.
microphone, yeah.
That's the hard part, is that has to be the
That is
desktop.
that is surprisingly difficult to find. I thought that would be in more places. Like I've seen some streamer setups.
I'm surprised we found so many islands that have the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
It's probably just because, like, I personally would never use it.
America, fuck yeah. Maybe it's China with their American area.
Oh yeah, it could be Gordon Ramsay because his house says eat, eat, eat.
Eat, eat, eat.
Wait, hold on. And the one next to it is Morimoto. Is that another chef, maybe? Because that also says eat, eat, eat. Didn't even know it was an item, the Statue of Liberty? Yeah. If I don't find anything else, I have found the cherry blossom clock. But I'm still looking.
Iron Chef
Yeah, it's a...
Masaharu Morimoto.
Yep.
He is an iron chef.
I would ask about the rest, but like the others are standard like names, just like plain names.
Like Claire or something.
Like I said, this could be an iron. The island is just called Nope. Lindsay, Gray, Bonnie, Trixie, Gordon R. So that's Gordon Ramsay. Morimoto, another chef, and then Carrie.
Torn.
Torn.
Kawn twice.
Tauntaun.
Tauntaun.
Hi, Nikki. How you doing?
Hello, Nikki. Welcome. Yeah, it's a time when everyone in the US starts waking up.
Yep.
Oh.
No.
No, in Titanic Jaws.
No. Didn't know you were gonna run into a shark, huh? There's always the possibility in this game, though.
Hannah Leon? Mammalian? I have public library in front. There's a public library sign in front of one of the villages.
Imagine Gordon Ramsay's entire house being decorated like a kitchen and restaurants.
Oh my god, this is lovely. Every one of these is gonna be themed. Oh, this is gonna be nice. They have HHP. They definitely have HHP.
Nice. I like how you can always tell. I like this person's using like they use clothes as like
Oh my god.
stand-ins for bodies. What?
Maureen, Tawny, Market, Library, Theatre, Video, and Hospital. All players, all people.
Yep.
And they're all their residents. I've got what? 7.
Nice. I think.
People.
Let me see how many I had.
Hospital, Market, Library, Theatre, Video.
Yeah, I also have 7 people.
Maybe that's the max.
Maybe.
And unfortunately, I won't.
You're still feeling a little sick, but you're heading to work. Try not to push yourself too hard, okay? And if you're feeling too bad once you get there, like, don't just ask to leave. I don't know what your job is, but I'm hoping it's not like something where you have to stay even if you're sick. If you're a teacher, you can get a substitute. If you're doing any other job, I'm sure there's somebody who can cover if you're not feeling well. Just don't like push yourself too hard.
Yes, take care of yourself. Your own
And if your
health.
job is physical labor, bruh, call out. Call out.
Or physical labor when sick is a recipe for severe injury. Just like imagine climbing a ladder or something, and then you just get a dizzy spell, fall off, bang.
Exactly. Ooh.
This is lovely. This person or people. Low voltage contact.
That sounds terrible. You think you should call out, my friend.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were doing some cable working, weren't you? Surely I can get a desktop mic in here. Oh my god, this is a theater. Surely one of these have a desktop mic somewhere. Maybe the video store on the market. I don't know. A bathroom?
We gotta go fuck it.
This person.
Say it the nicest way possible. Bitch, call out. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. That's not so much falling off a ladder. That is electricity.
Electricity is a good way to fry everything.
You'll wake up. You'll wake up very fucking fast, and then you'll be out.
Okay. Unfortunately, nothing in the movie theater, but I'm feeling very hopeful with this entire island. I
Good.
could find multiple.
This house, I don't think is gonna have a microphone. I don't think this house is gonna have anything I'm looking for. But to be fair, I might get lucky. I only have one room left, so I'm gonna leave after this and go check on the other one. That's
Oh, it's a cat
great.
It's a blockbuster. That's awesome.
Did you guys have Blockbuster in Australia?
Um, not blockbuster. Video Easy is what we had, but it's basically the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, nothing in here.
All right.
A very small amount of electricity. Oh,
Look, we're
yeah.
gonna trust that you know what you're doing.
You would be handling like the
But if you wind up in the hospital, I'm going to kick your ass personally.
Yeah, you'll be handling
It's
all the
a
cable.
lot of butterflies, bro.
Up in a house. Oh, it's a cat cafe. This is adorable. You and my mum both. Yeah.
Good. This person has lots of bug statues.
Yes, yes. Please take care of yourself. Make sure to stay hydrated. Sickness and dehydration is a really bad combo.
I don't know if this one has a microphone, but I'm gonna keep looking. You never know.
And if the customer's being a bit pushy, you are more than welcome to German suplex them.
German suplex is recommended. Suicide. I cry.
Hello, Ray Crockett.
Down. Ray Crockett, welcome in.
Yeah, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day.
Did I come up here already? I don't even know. The righteous
We're
suicide.
currently in the process of an Animal Crossing scavenger hunt. I am.
We're
tied
also
right
in
now.
a subathon, so we have an hour and 10 minutes until we swap to our PNGs unless somebody donates. We could stop streaming, but I want to play Palworld.
Yes, we want to play Palworld, and if we... Who?
Dummy.
Oh, dummy! Dummy there.
Dummy, 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 dummy.
What is this game? This is Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Yes, yes.
Um,
We are playing Animal Crossing, and Tristan is winning.
no, we're tied at 5.
I have 4. Oh yeah, no, I have 5. I forgot about the clock.
Take
I
your
have
time.
the clock unless I find something else. I'm running around seeing if I can't find like this microphone, this desktop microphone first, because this is a really cluttered island. I feel like my chances are higher of being able to find a desktop microphone, and I'm really hoping I do. God damn, there's so much shit. It's hard to walk around this island because it's so crowded, but it's
Right
awesome.
now, we're just basically going around dream addresses, which is people that want to permanently save their island, but
Like, want to restart their island, but want to permanently save it before they do.
they can't ever come back to this island if
They can come visit it.
Yeah, they can visit it, but they can't alter it. Oh, I already went downstairs. It's a very cozy decorating game, I'd say. An island management game. But very little island
Which Animal
options.
Crossing did you play, Tommy? Because this one is New Horizons.
Yes, this was the Switch one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just doing a scavenger hunt. Just trying to find... I've currently found 5 things. You can see that they're marked off.
I have 5 too, but like,
Please hold while you turn on your Switch. It's probably New Horizons then.
oh yeah, it's New Horizons if it's on the Switch. It's just like, this one's just a lot more crowded because there's a lot more furniture around. If you never got far, then it wouldn't look the same. This is the kind of shit that it can start looking this way though.
Yarr, fire cannon, fire, yarr.
Okay,
fire.
Crescent Moon Chair is also an option,
Okay.
but I think still the Crescent Moon Chair is going to be easier to find.
I found that on plenty of islands.
Yeah, I've found it definitely on more islands than the clock. So clock is still number 1 on this one.
Yeah, if you can get the stand-in mic, the desktop mic, that will be...
I know. I've got one more house to look at. I just have to get up to it. Okay. Ooh.
When will we end it?
What?
We're currently just playing this until we finish the scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
Once the subathon timer runs out, we will be basically just swap into...
And that's because we want to. Honestly, during subathons, most of the time when the timer runs out, the streamer ends the stream. But because we want to play Palworld, we're going to continue streaming. We're just going to switch to our PNGs as, like, I guess, a small punishment for it not...
for the
timer running out. Yeah.
We don't want to play Palworld and do things without streaming. It's basically it. We love Palworld. We've been playing a ton of Palworld.
We're having a great time. It's just something that we want to do. We're not doing it for the subathon specifically.
Yeah.
Like, any semblance of like community games goes out the window. Whereas like during a subathon, if enough people come in the chat and they're like, oh my god, we should play Jackbox, then we could, but only during subathon hours.
Yes. And then occasionally we might run like community events.
Mm-hmm.
Where like we could have like a community day, but like unlikely until
I'll have to before I think after the scavenger hunt, I'm gonna show you guys my island that I made, my beautiful island. Oh my god, this one also has a suspicious cauldron.
Wow. I have found nothing on this island. Oh, I found a pirate treasure chest.
Yeah, we already had that one, so. Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and mark off my clock then. 3.
Okay, this is a nice looking house.
That doesn't make sense.
Nice if they have a desktop mic.
There you go, yep.
So yeah, so far I found the Statue of Liberty, the pirate treasure chest, the wedding arch, the
They really
cherry blossom
are.
clock, and the moon chair.
I have found the cherry blossom clock, the wedding arch, the pirate chest, the suspicious cauldron. I've found the suspicious cauldron on 3 different islands, by the way, so far. And I have found the Statue of Liberty on 2 different islands. And the fact that I have found those more often than I have found the fucking microphone.
No, we're playing on our own, like, separate switches. The YouTube chat, the YouTube stream is my perspective.
Mm-hmm. I'm on Twitch.
Yeah, Aiko's on Twitch. I'm also streaming on Twitch. It's just like I'm multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. So you get to see my perspective on YouTube. And
The fun thing about doing a scavenger hunt is it gives you a reason to go check out other people's dream addresses.
it does.
Mm-hmm.
It really does.
And you get to see kind of cool things, and then sometimes it gets you inspired to do your own thing as well. Be like, oh, that sounds like such a good idea. I didn't think about that. I have the hiccups.
So right now we are currently tied in the scavenger hunt. We both have 5.
Tristan's luckier than me, so he's probably gonna beat me.
I was 3 for 3 on the first 3 islands I visited.
Yeah. And then he slowed down. He's starting to St. Luigi's. What could I find at St. Luigi's?
Oh my god, you might find Mario.
You know what? I might be able to find Mario. And the thing is like if I'm gonna be so I'm so mad because I forgot the Mario star was an item in the game. And that would have been perfect.
I haven't seen that.
I've found it once, and I know that other people do at it. I swear to God, everybody's got wedding shit, dude. Everybody who I've visited so far has wedding stuff.
I've only seen wedding archers on 2 islands of the ones I visited.
No, I'm not saying wedding arches. I'm saying wedding stuff.
Oh,
And everybody's got the statue of David.
everyone's got their dicks out for David.
Yeah, pretty much.
Recorded.
Here, because this is a special. Wow, there really is Luigi on the fucking. All right, yeah. Forgetting how to. There we go.
This place had such potential, but no.
Oh my God!
That's
Look, if
It
I have to
is.
run around this, then I have to.
Cinnamoroll on a cafe sign. That's cute.
Well, this is me on this island. I have to be Luigi.
Luigi.
All right, so we're still looking for a moon, a star hat, a microphone, and a dinosaur.
Oh.
La 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 la
Lucky on this one.
la la
Didn't
la
find
la
anything
la la.
that I need to
La
find.
la 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 la.
You're so cute, my love.
I'm Luigi.
Well, thank you for the sub break, Rocket.
Add a minute, my love. 1 minute on the time.
I like
I did a minute.
we tried to have a timer on each of our streams that was like synced up, but
It was so hard to sync it, so now I just have it.
Aiko has the timer, and if you're ever curious about the timer, I can
I could probably send you my timer.
possibly. I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe.
this one has a cherry blossom clock. Of course it does. I should have cut it. I just should have taken the fucking moon chair.
Don't worry, if it's got the cherry blossom clock, it's gonna have the standard microphone, definitely.
Maybe. This is a 2.0 DA. So far, all of the dream addresses have been 2.0.
Yeah, every single one I've been to has had the pier to the.
Yeah, every single one's had the pier. And, like, all the freaking Nook light.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen quite a few Nook lights. I'm not sure if for like every dream address gets the hotel added to it or not, because I've seen some that are undecorated. Or maybe because we're on 2.0, we only get 2.0 dream addresses, which would be stupid.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to be an issue whenever I go look at my other island and I can't fucking find it because it's a 1.0 dream address. So I hope that's not a thing. Oh, 3.0 then. Whatever.
Okay.
Well, then what the fuck is 1.0 or 2.0? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was thinking about 1.0 with the fucking... I'm stupid.
So, my love,
What?
you think I'll find anything on this island? His name is Shabalamoo, or something like that.
I'll have you know that my island of Bingo Bongo was great.
Oh my god, that is freaky, that flag. Now open your eyes.
Welcome to Shalabloon.
Shabalamoo.
Okay, I know. My brain broke on that one. This is all 3.0 then.
What is this creepy as fuck flag?
Let's see.
It's got blood on it.
Oh, that is creepy.
Hopefully I can find a cauldron. Or like anything.
Not finding a dinosaur or a moon chair.
Theme park. Wow. Okay, let's see
Time
what
to go
weapons
check
we
out the basement.
Oh my god. Coco, Lucky, wrapped in bandages. Oh my god. Minoru. Okay, there's Morgan and Cordelia.
I don't know why I keep turning now. I don't have to turn and look anymore because nothing should be on the walls. Ooh, but I didn't check to see who the villagers were. No,
Let's not see
Melba
Melba.
was not one of them. But it does look like there are 2 residences, which is good.
Yes, I've got 2 residences as well on this island.
Whee!
Yeah, one of the residences. Aww. I'm probably gonna find a cherry blossom clock in here. One pony is ready. Oh, this is adorable. This is my kind of house.
Cherry blossom stuff's all over the place.
It's pink
Mm.
and floral. I mean, less so the floral, but it's pink and cute. Demon bathtub.
I can tell. Alright, if I was this person over here, Hofer and Kata.
I don't know why I'm searching this house. It's probably not going to have any of the other things I need, but... It's just cute.
There's Luigi's everywhere. Oh my god, I found another Statue of Liberty.
Didn't have an upstairs or a basement in that house.
There was one that I was like, Statue of Liberty, I don't need to look anymore because I'm never going to find the Statue of Liberty again. I found it on 3 different islands.
Oh, Aiko has found the moon chair a few times. She just hasn't taken it.
Yeah, because there's been other things on there. And it's like you can only get 1 per island. Keeps you going, otherwise you could just get lucky with 1 island and have everything you want on it.
Okay.
It's not a you have to take what you see first kind of deal.
Yeah, so you take what,
Take what you want.
You can take whatever you find first. But
Honestly, yeah, I should have picked something else because of the Statue of Liberty I've seen 3 times.
That's the joy of the scavenger hunt, you never know.
Yep.
A completely undecorated, hotel. Here. Oh my god, it's Godzilla again. Ah, Godzilla.
Huh. I have a shark on mine.
Oh no! Oh, a castle.
Is this going to be a stereotypical boy area? We've got, looks like a workout area.
This house is decorated.
Are we going to have a dinosaur? Give dinosaur, please. Give dino, please. Or microphone. Or like Melba. Is Melba in your house? I will also accept a poster of Melba. If you happen to find a poster of Melba.
How many villagers are out of their house? I can't see the houses. Surely someone's got a dinosaur toy in their house, right?
You can hope.
I feel like this entire place was supposed to be a specific theme.
Nah. What time is it?
Natter rattle tattle tea to tattle rattle lat.
This room's special.
Oh!
What?
I got it!
You got the microphone?
Not the microphone.
The dinosaur?
No,
No,
the
the
cauldron,
cauldron,
I think.
but it's colored. It's
That's okay.
rainbow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I've seen the cauldron.
That's great.
Okay, I'm gonna keep searching these houses
Yeah.
because I might find a micro. I was not expecting to find that in in like a random person's house.
That's awesome.
Or a village's house.
That's great.
Good morning, Hika.
Tristan's winning. Hi, Hika.
I am just winning now because I found that.
Yeah, we were tied before. I need something. I need something.
That's so cool. The color pattern on it. There's a cauldron full of anime vomit. You know how they make it all rainbow.
Yeah. I have that on my figure island. I found a microphone. It's just not a desktop microphone.
Yeah, you found quite a few standing microphones.
Me is so sleepy. Why is you awake then?
Me is so yeah. Why are you waking up? It is like almost midnight. You want to go to bed?
Go to bed. It's okay.
Tell Anthony put you in a chokehold and then you'll pass out. Oh, your back?
Oh, poor thing.
Just have surgery to remove it.
Just remove your back. Remove your spine. You don't need it.
Spines are overrated.
Spines are for squares.
I think I'm gonna take the cold room because because I have nothing else. But let me just check this house. They might have something interesting here. You helped at vet day for the rescue today. Ooh, oh, your whole body would be sore from that. Yeah. I like that. Like this entire island is like semi-horror themed in some places.
That's cool.
Oh,
This is definitely horror themed. I went into the basement.
Oh, jeez.
So there's a cage with a teddy bear. There's blood all over the ground. There's a surgery table and a doll. Oh my god.
Oh, Lord. I feel like this pier is horror themed.
This sound effect is like screaming.
This pier is definitely horror themed. I hate looking at it. It's horror to me.
Oh my god.
Just be Bob, exactly. Reject humanity, accept slime. Become slime. You have anything in here?
Freak mum out. Yeah. Mum was terrified by the blob, like the black and white one.
Oh, Lord. Welcome back, community. Go in this person's house. Maybe they have a microphone.
Unlikely I'll find any of the others, but just checking this house because it looks pretty.
Want to find a microphone or a dinosaur or a star or something?
It seems something here. Aiko has them.
I have not. I've been busy.
It is very different.
It's different. How do you feel about it now?
Yeah, what's your opinion? You can tell us.
I want to know your true feelings.
Did she get it dyed as well?
Holy fuck.
Was it just cut? Should she ask for dark blonde? Yeah, it's definitely not dark blonde.
What color is it? Am I gonna have to wake her up? So I can look at her
I
hair?
don't think so. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I feel like it's dark and it's got like a reddish tinge, like a really dark reddish tinge. Maybe they just heard dark and didn't hear blonde. Okay, so I am taking the cauldron from this island. That was a good find. Okay, still got some very hard ones to find. Melba, gonna be the hardest, definitely. Hmm. I feel like those. Yeah, it is an interesting color. I think it's pretty, but it's like definitely not dark blonde.
No, it's definitely not blonde. 100% not blonde. But it's pretty.
It's hard to describe the color. It's not got like a.
It's dark. It's brunette. I don't know what's hard to describe about brunette. It's brown. I don't know. I don't know what color her natural hair is.
Her natural hair is blonde.
Oh, yeah, that's what I pictured her natural hair was. Probably.
Yeah, don't hate it. It's definitely different. It is.
She looks really pretty.
Yeah. I feel
But
like
to be fair, I think she's pretty, so.
blonde, but like my yeah, she's green.
That's why I said I don't know what color. Her natural colors. Like my grandma's hair is like a dirty blonde, but she tends to go more blonde when she dyes it. My grandma's hair is like weirdly not really gray. I don't know.
My hair is just dirty.
I don't know if it's just that she dyes her hair all the time and keeps her hair short or
Yeah.
what, but like.
Eventide. Eventide? 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 Let's see who's on this island. Okay, no koalas, no Melba. Euro? Ooh. Ooh. This is a pretty
Dream.
Evil sisters.
Surprise me! My dad's mom dyes her hair blonde, and it's weird because she likes it to match her skin color. That is weird. Why?
Has she got liver failure? Is her skin color yellow?
Lotus.
I don't know what to expect from this island. I don't think I'm going to find anything new, but I think I will find things I've already found.
The choice. Maybe her hair is really thin, so she wants it to match her skin color so that she can't tell it's balding.
Could be. Could be. Yeah, yeah, that could be what was going
Yeah.
for.
As a person with thin hair, I get it. Ooh, this one's interesting. I don't know what I'm gonna find here, but maybe I'll find the microphone.
My love, if I give you a texter, can you fix up my hairline? I don't care about my hair.
What did you say?
I said if I give you a texter, can you fix my hairline?
Texter?
Text.
Finding a microphone so far.
Color again.
Oh my lord. That's a lot of popping.
Popping?
It's when you don't see that there's anything, and then you take a step, and then everything pops in.
Oh, is it because it's so cluttered that it just
Yes. That's exactly why.
Good luck finding things.
I know, I'm just like, let me find a microphone, I guess. Sure, but I love how often I see my baby. Is there a Melba here?
I haven't seen Eric for a little bit.
No, but there are 3 residences, and I'm close to one.
Is this house empty? Have they decorated the entire island but left the house empty?
Possible.
Yep. Upstairs empty. Downstairs. Except they've got a bed. In the middle floor. Oh, not empty. Oh. Got a bit of a fishing thing going on.
Grocery store. Oh my god, and the little surfing shop. That is so cute. A little souvenir shop, but also like a little grocery store. But what kind of shopping's over here? Let me see. I must know. Oh,
Mind me.
dizzying. It's in here.
Yeah, finally arrived at work. Good luck with your day. I hope it's not a long, exhausting day at work.
Oh, it's supposed to be kind of like a subway, like you're going into the subway. That's cute. And then you go and it's like a train. Okay, I love that.
Hmm. It's
Live
nice
like
to
at
like
work. Don't hurt yourself, please. And if you start feeling worse, please go home.
take care of yourself. Very much so, please. I'm just gonna do a quick run around and then just leave. I don't think this island's gonna have anything I need.
This one might have the microphone, like legitimately, so I'm looking in depth. There's
That's
so
a,
much shit, I'd be surprised if they didn't have the microphone.
it's a cute custom dirt texture.
Or even a dinosaur in one.
Is it possible to find just a
There's
random treasure island in a dream address?
no.
No. Oh, those wouldn't be treasure islands. Those would be Nook addresses, Nook Mile, or Nook ticket places.
Nobody's uploading their treasure island to a Nook address. Because that is a first way trick dating band. You're not even allowed to like promote your Twitch channel.
Yeah. Even though people do.
Yeah, and then they get reported.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people are dicks. Like, they just don't want to leave well enough alone, okay? Like, if somebody promotes their Twitch channel, who gives a fuck?
I imagine
Do be careful.
someone
If I
probably
watch them
has
for my
a
boss,
treasure
I'll
island
leave.
dream
Yeah,
address,
of course.
and that has just been banned very quickly.
Some
I
people like
found the
if
wedding art, but I'd already found that. Like this island, there's nothing interesting here.
I
It's very
can
empty.
kind of understand like reporting somebody if you see that they're not only being like advertising their channel, but like also being an absolute dick. You know, that's different. But if somebody's just promoting their channel, who cares? Who cares? Nintendo cares.
Pretty interesting how like the different departments of Nintendo have different like reputations depending on what game you're playing. You play Palworld, Nintendo is awful. You play ACNH, Nintendo is wonderful.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Not wonderful?
They updated it and they took away star trees. They took
What,
away
Star
star
Trek?
trees, yeah. They took away star trees. They took away hybrid flower islands. They took away the ability to like glitch through certain things so you can like play it. Like it was a very like intentional like you had to do this very specific thing in order to glitch through things so you could put things on centers of tables outside. They just didn't
Oh,
want they don't want happiness.
so that Nintendo sucks
Didn't
all
Joe
around.
Biden have an ACNH island got banned? Yes, he did.
He did?
Yeah.
Why did they get banned? Because they thought someone was posing on it?
No. He was because they don't want any politics on their shit, you know. Which I
What?
understand that. They probably
If
have a
they,
lot that are like communism themed too. You know.
if they don't want politics, then don't have it available to be purchased by anyone. Because a politician is a person. They're allowed to buy something.
Yeah, but it's not that. It's that they were using it to campaign.
Oh. Zelda community in Nintendo is great, and Mario Kart it sucked. I do not like whatever's going on with the time of day here. Oh my god.
Ah,
Posting calls. Something weird. This time of day is awful.
It's
It's like
not-
sunset, but it makes everything look like wavy and weird. Maybe I'm about to pass out.
Okay, babe. You need to take a break?
No, it's literally just this island.
Oh, you might want to leave that island then.
No,
It
but it might
might.
have something I need.
Oh, no.
I'll just run around with my eyes shut. That'll solve it.
Sure.
Sponsor.
Bye. Come and be my cherry.
Um, I should check what villages do they have here. Oh, 2 houses and no wonderful little goobers of the koala variety, but no Melbourne. A cemetery. Oh my god, this is sad.
That's sad. What happened?
It's a cemetery,
Uh-huh.
and each of the graves has a former villager that had on their island photo.
Yep. Yep, that's very common.
There's no Melbourne here though.
Damn. Well, I am accepting posters and pictures, so.
Oh, that is funny, but that is. I've seen a few cemeteries, but none with their pictures in front of them.
Like, the saddest cemetery I saw, somebody literally, like, somehow got a picture of their dog into the game
Oh,
as a custom design. Yeah. And they made a cemetery for their dog.
that is cute, but sad.
And I think their grandma.
I'll sleep at the bottom of a ladder, so if my boss finds me, I'll say, I fell down, boom, I can get days off.
Oh, jeez.
If you want even better, break your arm, work color, there you go. Even more days off. Please don't. Please do not take my advice.
He is shit advice. Love you.
Don't hurt yourself just for days off work. I like the theme of this island. I just don't like the time of day they have it set at. It's like sunset. And the way the sun is shining from the top left makes everything weirdly lit.
Saw
What
somebody
sort-
with some of the graves that was dug out near the power bones. Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
Funny.
What's he doing in the grave? Stupid bell. He was supposed to be dead. Let me go to... I ran past a person's house. Apparently.
Alright, I'm going in this person's house.
We run up to this person's house.
You already wrote it down. Nikki, no!
No! Well, rip
Nikki.
Nikki's arm, I'm gonna have to amputate. I didn't go up here. Ooh. Oops. I found Booba. My statue.
No.
I'm gonna get
He's
banned.
looking at Booba.
Oh, this is a hospital. They made this house a little doctor's office.
We
No
were so
basement again.
fucking creative, dude.
What's
And
upstairs?
dinosaurs in here.
Yeah. This entire house is a hospital.
Cool. I don't even know what
I
this
don't
room
think
is
there's gonna
supposed
be
to be.
dinosaurs or
Storage, I guess.
I don't think there's gonna be anything I need in here, but I must check every room.
I don't know.
Would they have a stand-in mic in a doctor's office? Maybe.
It's a nice bathroom. They got bugs in here.
I'd have a stand in a desktop mic. T-Rex. If they had a kids' play area, sometimes they have a kids' play area in doctor offices because you gotta keep the children entertained. Maybe a dinosaur. Oh, this looks like the drug room. Yeah, drug room.
Got drugs.
They got drugs. This island approves of drugs. In the hospital. a little cafeteria with not even a single chair. Rip. Yeah, that star hat's gonna be by far the hardest.
Oh,
thing to
yeah. I knew it would be as soon as I put it on there. That's why I kind of like regretted it as soon as I saw the Mario star. I was like, oh, that would have worked.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, post box is a literal post box.
If I like twist my nose because I'm trying to like scratch it, my eye does a twitch. Keyboard and a chair at a keyboard, but no microphone.
Nancy's tool.
Why does nobody have a podcast?
I've seen like karaoke themed restaurants where they've got stand-in mics, not desktop mics though. Seen a bunch of streamer setups, but no one has a mic. How are they
I
supposed to?
know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like no one's gonna be able to talk. How can they interact with the community? Oh, it's actually a newer place. They got the big nook thingy. Big leaf. And into the things. Orchid. I'm running through the orchard. Oh.
Oh, myself
Mm-hmm.
loving you. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's a rover. So that's what I'm saying. This island has so much shit.
Red Rover, can you come over? I don't know.
There's locks all over the floor.
Hotel. A little bit of decorations on it, but nothing major. And nothing I need. Come on, surely someone's got a dinosaur toy somewhere.
Right? I'm like, as much shit as there is all over this fucking world. There's no dinosaur toy. There's no microphone. Really?
Genji?
Sure, but help me find what I'm looking for. How many residences are there? Just the two? There's three, right? There is another house I can check. Alright, person with cucumbers on your face. Welcome in!
Welcoming. Oh my god. She's broken.
Welcome in!
Oh. Come on, surely you've got a desk mic somewhere. Oh my god.
Oh my god, this man filled his house with sand.
You don't have a desk mic? They've literally got a drum set, they got an on it. This is like a radio station. There's no desk mic? What the fuck? You've got headphones? That's gonna be useful. Let's go.
I feel like the entire island matches a certain aesthetic, except for this guy. This guy a little weird. This guy a little strange.
Oh, this is cute.
Is it? Well, now I feel bad. I thought it was just a silly way of saying welcome in.
Welcome in. R plus P forever. Oh, that's cute. Come on. Desktop mic. Come on, desktop mic.
Just gonna leave.
No one's gonna have a desktop mic because they hate us. Why does no one have a child that is interested in dinosaurs?
From now on, the next island that I make, I'm gonna put one of everything out. So that if anybody's doing a scavenger, they'll find something that they're looking for. I will consider you in the future.
Oh, a bunch of toys. But no dinosaur.
This island is weird. Oh, let's go. We're down to 30 minutes, guys. If anybody wants to push up our timer, that'd be super awesome.
And if you don't,
That'd be less than awesome, but you know, it's alright, I guess.
we will cry, we will weep, we will throw a tantrum.
We'll
I think.
suddenly, like, realize that we're trash and we may just become trash.
Yeah. We might want that.
Is that what it is? Is this your way of telling us that we're trash?
Me when I'm broke. Oh, I know I'm trash. Don't worry, fan.
No, it's just means we're swapping to our pink tubers.
Yeah, it's gonna return to permanent trash rather than redeem for trash for like 5 or 10 minutes. Oh my god, it's med time?
This is a reminder.
Have your morning
Take my
meds?
nighttime meds.
No. No, Alexa, stop. Shut the fuck up.
This is a reminder.
Alexa, stop. Wait, did I take... Hold on, today's Monday?
Today, I believe, Monday.
I did take my morning meds then.
Shut the fuck up.
Nice
Know your fucking place, trash.
Lucy! Oh, so mean.
I just got scared by a burp.
I'm in the trash.
Oh no, she's trash.
Am I trash on yours too?
Yep.
So rude. Stop sniffing me! Stop sniffing me! I stink! I stink! See a dinosaur?
Yeah, we're also sad about that, Sims. We, you redeemed it on mine? You did redeem it on mine and it didn't work. Hang on.
You kind of smell
There we go.
like a baka.
I'm trash.
Rude.
Look how far it goes.
I don't see the trash on yours though.
You don't see the trash?
Oh, there it is. Just popped in.
I'm trash. I'm big trash too.
I have penis to my name. Yeah, we...
Nikki!
Nikki?
Is it not gonna do it?
Lizard,
Lizard!
lizard,
Lizard!
lizard,
Lizard!
lizard,
Lizard!
lizard.
Lizard! And you're doing it again? Oh my gosh. 15 subs in the channel. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, need to add 5 more. 5 more, and we got time added.
25 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Oh, that's a wheel spin.
That is a wheel spin. We need to spin the wheel. Hold on, I gotta up to the goals to 55. Yeah.
55.
That's awesome.
We're at 55 subs.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up the thingy, which hopefully this is correct. Game window. There we go. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What do we gotta do? Gamba.
5 away from the 60, which at 60 we will get a new
Oh,
sound alert.
Tristan, I'm so sorry to tell you, but I am now your GPS for the next 5 minutes. Please proceed to continue playing your game, and I'd like you to make a left right here, right up, just like in about like 3 seconds, walk forward, and then make a left. Yes, hold on. And then,
I'm walking into the wall.
yeah. That's right. Okay, now make a right. Now make a right, and, right there, right in front of you, you see that? You see that right in front of you?
You said make a right. It's a box.
Yeah, that box. I live in that box.
You live in this box?
Yes,
Oh,
yes. And if you make a left and you go down there, that's where Sims lives.
I'm not going down anyway, because to my left is trash can.
Yes, exactly.
And there's also trash cans.
Yeah, he lives in the Sims lives there. Yeah, Sims lives in the trash.
The trash Sims?
And
Into the
I'm just
family.
letting you know I can't see his screen, so I'm making up all this shit. So, let's see.
You think it would be better for just a respin?
No. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to turn around.
Yeah,
Turn
turn
around.
around. Okay,
Yeah.
I go back downstairs.
Okay, go back downstairs. Okay, now leave the house. Just leave the house.
Okay, so after going back into the basement, I need to leave the house.
Yeah, yeah,
I go back up.
yeah. And then go back out the house. Okay,
Yeah,
and then
out the house.
then
Outside.
I'm gonna need you to go south for as far as you can.
Well, good thing I'm at like the northern end of the island.
No, just directly south. If you run into something, I'm gonna need you to make a right. For your character's right, not your right.
Character's right, not mine.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you're gonna have to head west, east,
Oh.
west. Yeah, it's gonna make you head west. Okay.
Gonna head this
Yeah.
way. I am in a pool area.
Okay. Now head south again.
South?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and now head as far east as you possibly can.
Like 3 steps and I hit a lake.
Yes, that's where Nikki lives.
Nikki, you are.
He's a
in
mermaid.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. So
You are.
now we have to find Lucy's home, okay? So if you go
Okay.
north from there,
North from here, back into the pool
yeah,
area.
and then go a little bit west and then more north. So like you have to go as far west as you can until you can go north more.
Okay, well, I'm going along the beach on the west side of the island.
Okay. All right. So then you're going to go east
When?
right now. Okay.
Now?
And then go south.
I am in a. What is this?
It's where Lucy lives.
Lucy, are you shelves?
He lives on the shelf, yeah.
There's also a ladder here. Oh, and a shed.
Yeah.
Like a
He's
little,
in the shed.
Oh my god.
He's in
This
the
is your house?
Yes, Nikki's a mermaid and Sims is trash and I live in a box and Lucy lives
You
on a
live
shelf.
very close to Tim.
Sims and I are neighbors.
Okay, where do I go from here?
Okay, well, we have to go find Gary's house, okay? So I'm gonna
South?
need you to go south a bit more.
South? Well, I can't go south as a shelf here.
West. Okay. East and
west?
then west.
East? Okay, so I go right, and then I go west back to the beach where I was.
And then you're gonna go south. As far south as you can until you can go east. And you go east as soon as you can, okay?
Oh, I need to go back. I run further.
Okay, go back, and then you're gonna go more south.
More south?
Yeah, and then you're gonna go a little bit more east, and as soon as you can go north, go north.
North? Okay,
And that's where
okay.
Gary lives.
In Judy's house.
Yes. Yes, he lives with Judy. Yep.
You live with Judy?
He lives with Judy. Yep. Yep. He's her dad.
What Judy's father? Wow. Nice work, Gary. Canonically fucked? Nice.
Yep. All right.
Adopted her.
It was adopted. It was an adoption.
I'm just running around and now I'm back at the
Okay, I
airport.
think I'm good now. I think we're good.
I love that.
That's fun.
We could make that work in like almost any game.
Yeah. Oh shit. There we go. This is still like, wow. Wow. Just gonna say, wonder why he's trashed now. I can't see his screen. I just gonna.
Lucy's in a wardrobe or like a tool shed. And, you're trashed in. Gary's got a Hulking family. Nikki is a mermaid. We've got a very diverse community.
We really do. It's very nice. I found a treasure chest. Wouldn't that be nice? Jesus.
Wouldn't it be nice if treasure was chest?
I'm wondering if that first one that I found that had the it's all about regrets. You sit there and you have to wonder, did that one that had the Statue of Liberty on it, do you think they might have had a standing or a desk mic?
There's a few places where I haven't gone into the villager houses. Do you think one of them had a desk?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I had one that was set up as a full-on like radio, like not a radio station. It was set up like a recording studio
Uh-huh.
for a band,
Uh-huh.
and there was a desk mic.
This one has a headset, but no desk
Yeah, it had a
mic.
headset right next to like the computer.
Huh.
Why no desk mic?
Why don't we use desk mics? We don't have desk mics.
I got a desk
Oh,
mic.
I don't. I don't. I mean, I have one. It's just in the closet, I think.
I literally got a desk mic right
I'm
next to it.
stuck!
Tripod.
What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a chair.
Oh, my trash is covered there. Trash man, away.
Leaving. I'm waking up. This island sucks. I mean, it's a good island. It's a good island. I just mean it sucks for finding what I'm trying to find.
I want to dream. I'm really surprised we haven't found a toy dinosaur. I found houses full of toys with no toy dinosaur. Shake my head.
Going back to bed. Well, the thing is like the toys they're specific to Christmas, so they had to have played Christmas. Dinosaurs are specific to Christmas.
Do you think a Christmas themed island might have one?
Maybe.
Or at least if they have Christmas decorations. Cedar Cove. I don't know what Cedar Cove will bring based off the name. I have so much fun every day with you, my love.
I found you too, babe. You know, Christmas Island, if you guys want to check it out. Nope. We gotta
Is
do
it in the-
surprise me. If somebody uploaded it, yay. Wait, I know you know of a Christmas Island because I remember you told Millie to look at it once.
Cedar Cove.
Burke. Wow, I have no idea what Burke is gonna get me.
There are
BERK.
so many
Burke.
flowers. What's on this island? Gavin. I've seen Judy on so many islands. I think people like Judy.
Judy's great. She was on Fake Hair.
Oh,
She's on my hoodie.
she is on your hoodie. Yes. I swear like 90% of the islands I visited have had Judy, which is awesome. How much is that Gavin on a beach?
We've only got one resident, and it doesn't look like we have It does not look like we have Melba.
Yeah.
A lot of nature here. A lot of nature.
So many flowers. Oh my god, there's a ton of blue roses.
This is like nice. Like this one feels considerably less cluttered than the last one, which is good.
This one is a lot of nature. Yeah, this one is very, very little cluttered. Very little cluttering.
Cluttering.
Cluttering. Lots of flowers. This person loves their flowers. Oh, they've got out the front of people's houses, which the people is in it by a photo frame of the dude.
Looks like something I would do.
What? Okay, they have a DIY table on their hotel here.
I love random names like Burke because it means like they started this island with no fucking clue what the hell they were gonna do. They're like, it's neutral, I can go anywhere with it.
This one's Cedar Cove.
That was very clear. It's gonna be cottagecore.
Could be cottagecore. Could be cottagecore.
Was this HHP? Yes or no? Nope. Doesn't mean they weren't gifted a hat. And if they were gifted a hat, they might have it on display. Because they will never wear it.
Is that star hat only HHP?
No.
But it's something that I can gift for it.
You can gift villagers, but the villagers won't wear it.
Ah. Oh my god, the Great White Shark! Fuck up! Ah! They had like the decoration of the great white shark from giving 3 great white sharks to person.
Nah, school's out for summer.
What? What?
School's out forever.
Okay. Unfortunately,
There
no.
are bugs in here. Gross.
What?
I haven't seen any Christmas stuff, but I did see Halloween stuff, which means they did go through the holidays. Some holidays. Might not have Christmas stuff though. Is it fall? It looks like it's not fall.
Pardon me.
Grabs.
Oh, that was a guttural burp. Ugh. Ah.
Why's everybody's house so fucking classy? Put some toys in there, man.
All of these houses seem to be like tropical themed.
Mine look like freaking office buildings. Like, oh yes, very fancy. Leather chair. Fancy office. Oh,
Those houses campsite.
man, there was a good chance. Oh well.
Haters.
See, they have the robot.
Glowing mall. Pirate treasure on their secret beach.
They have the robot. There's a chance.
Bones,
There's a
fish.
chance.
There's a chancey.
There's a chance they could have the dinosaur. They have the robot. Oh shit, I left.
You left?
I meant to go upstairs. I left the house. I got so excited. I forgot.
This was covered in glowing moss. Okay, let me go visit the person's house now.
Did I already go upstairs? I may have already gone upstairs. Nikki, you stink.
How stinky sneaky?
76%.
Whoa. Nikki? Is that because you are sick?
Probably.
Were you sick on yourself?
But now he's gotta go to work. He's gotta go to work stinking like that. Jeez. I feel sorry for his coworkers. Here's a suspicious cauldron.
I want to take that pipe at some
I think he might work on his own, so I think it's alright. Junk food at the campsite. I love that.
Empty top floor. This house is very boring. Why have I encountered so many just like empty houses?
A lot of people just decorate the outsides and don't worry about decorating inside their houses. Because it's not fun for them.
How dare? How dare they not have fun for me? This is literally an empty house. The basement. But I have to check every room because they might just have a desk mic on the ground.
That's such
Looking outside, I can't smell you.
a... Good. Whose house is this? Is this Peanut's house? This looks like Peanut's house from the outside. It is Peanut's house. She has nothing useful.
I want to take the Mario pipe in the basement to wherever it will take me, which will probably be the basement.
Necessarily.
It could be somewhere else, but it'll probably be the basement. A bunch of gifts down there as well.
Coco, me here. Please enjoy my present, thank you. I mean, I guess. How you doing, Lucky?
Tolerable.
It's alright. You're alright.
We love having you around, Milky.
We do.
Good to see
We
you.
always enjoy seeing you. I hope you got plenty of rest yesterday.
Yes,
You've been working very hard lately.
Making
Living
all
and breathing, as you do.
the, all the moolah.
Me too. Just like
Jay
John.
Johns. Johns. Oh my god, that looks
Did
like
they
that
redo his
thing.
house, or is his house just how his house looks? They haven't redone any houses, so I think that's just how his house looks.
Yellow, yellow, Nicker. Yellow, yellow. Hi, Milky. Yellow, yellow.
Like, get out of
So
here.
it's see Milky whenever you have time.
Has this person never gifted their villagers? It's possible.
No, not yellow. Not yet. Yeah, going to the next island. Welcome back.
Okay,
I need to
I'm gonna
find,
look something up really quick because hold on.
I need to find an island named Dinosaurs and Desk Mites. Hopefully separate islands and not the same island. Surprise me. It's Cocoa Banana and the Yellow. Oh my god. That's what she's Googling.
No villagers have this item in their home. I was looking. I was like, maybe a villager has this item in their home. The desktop mic.
Oh, villagers can't have it in the
No,
home?
it's not that they can't. It's just that they don't.
Oh, they don't at default.
Not at default.
Someone has to specifically design it. Yeah, I'm yellow. I want to see these.
It's good to know though, because like if I notice that like one of their like villagers aren't really having their houses redone, then I don't have to worry about it.
Now open your eyes.
Actually, I am yellow, wearing a safety vest. Good, good, as you should.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I really do love seeing seeing islands with like 7 fucking residents. I can search all their houses.
That is really nice. Things are loading in weirdly here.
Popping in. What'd you find?
Right here at the start.
What was it?
Desktop mic.
That's great. Bitch.
It's literally the bed right there. Desktop mic.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna do a quick run around, but I'm almost definitely taking that.
Yeah.
There is one thing I would
Good,
take over.
good. I didn't know you were sync.
Fuck it, no, I'm just leaving. Desktop mic.
He has to be in sync because he is a mermaid. He needs water.
Right there. Right there. I have literally a stand. Got a picture of Tom Nook. Okay. Yeah, I'm just taking
Mermaid.
I have 3 more left until we're free.
I really am unlucky, dude.
I didn't even check if Melba was there. I
Okay,
don't care.
new island name is Harmony.
Now, canonically, you are a sync. Oh my god.
I thought canonically he was a mermaid. The only reason he was in a sink is because he needs water. Because he's a mermaid.
Mermaid the size of a goldfish.
Okay, we've got mermaid. Okay, we've got mermaid stuff. Okay, we've got. Are we gonna have other really cool stuff like maybe star hats, maybe?
Ooh.
Okay, we've got the crescent moon chair already. Good, good. But let's move on. Let's keep checking because we might get
that-
lucky.
New for you?
The crescent moon chair, yeah.
Oh, nice. I didn't know if you had taken that yet or not.
But I am gonna check because I might still not take it. They have a lot of stuff on this island. Could be a dinosaur somewhere. I doubt it's a dinosaur because this looks a very specific aesthetic. However, it does have sections. This is like the My Melody, right? Dollar's Donuts out up there is fucking Kuromi. This is incredibly Sanrio core.
I am. Thank you, Luna, for taking me to the island called Luna.
This is my house.
Yes, I'm no longer a mermaid. I am Sink. You have a dinosaur in your house, Luna?
He'd rather be a sink than a mermaid.
Oh, there's flowers or moon. Maybe someone's got a star hat.
I know, that's why I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping, that I find somebody with a star hat.
Oh, it's like dawn.
God, everything's so bright and pretty.
Oh my god.
What?
I will take them if I don't. Melba.
Of course, all mermaids are hot. Especially ones named, babe, I forgot the name. You know who I'm talking about. The especially hot mermaid who's very wild.
Oh, Kokoro?
Kokoro, yep. Especially
Only
Kokoro.
Kokoro.
I love you, and I'm so glad you get me.
Melba is on this island.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So he's on this island. Melba's not on this island.
So I'm gonna run around to try and find a star hat
Yeah, I'm running around looking for a star hat too.
or a dinosaur. I feel like star hat or dinosaur would be harder to find than Melba.
Agree. House.
This is the,
Sure, if you have to live in a sink. True. Okay, this house, I don't know if it's been redone or not, actually. But I do see that she's got clothes on there, so they do gift their villagers. Since I'm hot, I will be a mermaid in the sink. Okay. Fair enough. Hot mermaid, just like Kokoro.
And that's my name. For real, for real.
For real.
Madam Charling ain't got nothing on Kokoro.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh my god. I mean, there's a moon shower. What the heck is this? This is so cute. Oh my god.
My ear's itchy on the inside. The fuck? Ow.
Which ear?
My right now.
Oh no, I can't have water going. I'm sorry, it's in your headphones.
I keep having to move my headphone out the way. But I don't like when I do that because then I can't hear the music.
Not the music. Let me put some on. It can't go bigger. No, just stick it up and lean back. And not be staring directly at you because I love you so much and you're so beautiful and I want to look at you all the time, but then I'll cause echoes. Sure. I mean, you're alright.
Wow. Oh my god, I love this room. Isn't it so nice? So pretty. So gorgeous. Oh my god, I love how they decorated it.
I still have to go and find Melba as well if I want to mark Melba up.
True.
Who knows where on the island Melba is? Hopefully Melba's in their house.
Oh, that room is not even decorated at all.
Is it random which villagers are in the house in the dream address, or is it?
It's random.
So there could quite possibly be things we've missed. Is it just being in a house that we haven't had access to?
Yep. Every single time I walk in somewhere and I see a Nova Star, I have like a mini heart attack. Because I think it's the fucking star hat. But it's not.
Carlos, he's had a butterfly. be home. Melba is not home. But if I go in and out of other people's houses, Melba might be home. I don't know.
Circle.
Circle?
I had to eat the rest of my hearts at myself. We going here? I don't. Maybe. I don't know.
I will not accept this for this island specifically because Melba is on this island. I won't accept the Melba photo.
Okay.
But they do have the photo in front of Melba's house. It's the only house with a photo in front of it. I feel like they like Melba.
That was a sweetie.
Melba, where are you?
I feel like if any islands were gonna have the star hat, it would be this one, but I'm not seeing it. Might wind up picking the crescent moon chair.
At least you've got something from that island. That's a good thing. Like this island was named Lunar, and like the flag was a moon with stars. Surely they would have a moon with a star.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the chair. So I feel like I've made some progress. Okay.
Melba, where are you? Yeah, they put a few things
Nobody's
on.
commenting on the fact that I've got Sherb in my lap.
Sherby's hanging out. No one cares. Because they're all stinky and mean. Make the gumdrop button.
The gumdrop button.
Get me running through their flowers and I don't know if I can fuck them up or not. I can, yay!
I want to dream. I want a dream, Luna. I have a dream.
I have a dream. Dream that one day everyone will be gay. But not in the sexual kind of way, in the happy kind of way. And if that is by identifying as someone who loves the same person as their own gender, then so be it.
I'm going far away.
You going far away?
Yeah, that's the name of the island. Far away.
Oh, nice. Oh, this place has 2 houses. Wait, what? Oh, it's this thing where they live out of.
It's raining. Why would they make this an island? Gross.
It's raining tacos.
It's not even just raining, it's thundering. Yuck.
Melba.
Why do you hate me?
Okay.
Me, Scout. Okay, Scout.
I am marking Melba off my list. I have found Melba. Melba is number 7.
Melba's not on this island. I'm gonna go find Scout's
I
house.
need 2 more. I'm at 8.
I don't appear.
Honestly, rain. I love rain. The pitter patter of rain on a Melba roof. Ooh, so sleepy.
Okay. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so far nothing.
I feel like I've gotten all the easy ones and a hard one out of the way.
How do you elbow yourself? I guess I just tried to elbow myself.
And the side, that's quite a bit of effort actually. I would understand in the leg, like you go to put your elbow on like a desk and you miss and just smack into your leg. But your side is impressive. I like the thunder just so I can yell at Zeus.
I like the thunder so I can yell at this guy, "Smite me, mighty smiter!" Anyways, I don't know if I'm making that reference.
I like thunder because I like being scared. And if it gets, we have had thunder that's like loud enough in this house that if you like shake the house.
Smite me,
Ah.
mighty smiter.
Grah!
It's a Bruce Almighty reference.
Bruce Almighty, Heaven Almighty, Chef's
Me,
Kiss.
mighty smiter.
I have 2 more. Do you have 3 more?
4 things.
Oh.
I need to find the star hat, the Melba, microphone, and dinosaur.
Star Hat, Melba, and Dinosaur?
Microphone.
And what?
Microphone.
Oh, and microphone, yeah. It kept cutting you out. It kept saying like my criffy.
My criffy. My criff.
Like-
Yeah.
It sounded like you're saying Minecraft. Okay. Georgie.
Well, yelling at these guys for lightning in the parking lot, I contacted to yell, "You miss!" Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. I keep like trying to run by pushing down my left stick.
Because of Palworld. Or Palworld? Or just games in general?
Games in general. Palworld does it too, but
It's a very like muscle memory thing to run with clicking in the left stick for most games. Okay. Surely someone's got a dinosaur in their house in the village town named Gra. I'm not sure exactly pronounced Gra, but it's GR and then it's got the A with a line thing at the top of it.
gray.
Gray.
Yeah.
A. Surely someone's got a dinosaur in their house. The resident houses look like they do have some decoration. But it doesn't look like they have HHP. Or at least I'm not familiar enough.
I love you, Hans. And this is how I know they've redone their houses.
Hans.
Because Hans' house is shit.
Hans?
Hans, my Animal Crossing husband.
Yes. You're like a husband with a terrible house that you have to decorate. To be fair, you arrived at this house and it was mostly decorated already with your stuff.
Yeah. But I continue to decorate it with my stuff.
Sadly, my plushies don't want to be up. Oh, okay, this is their house. Would they have a dinosaur or the Star Hat here? Maybe. The Star Hat would only be on the player themselves or in their house, right?
Necessarily, they could put it on the floor, put it on the ground,
Oh, the ground.
or desk, table. Could be on something. It's not a wall item. It can be a wall item.
If you put it on a village, if you give it to a villager, they won't put it on.
No, it'll be inside a villager house probably. If they wind up having it out, if they give their villager enough, it might not even be out there. It might not even be an option.
Yeah. So many houses I go into where just like lights are off in the basement. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just stretching.
Hello, kitty room. Oh, this is cute. But there's no dinosaur star here. I need to leave. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
We have been live for over 6 hours, and I want to just say it's felt like an hour. Maybe 2.
I have so much fun with you, my love.
Sure.
Do stuff with your best friend,
Yeah.
and you'll never have worries. And if you just so happen to marry your best friend, maybe she'll throw things at you. Use tissue.
Oh my god, I got germs.
Your germs are chicken grease.
Mmm.
Kit Kat would love that.
Just a napkin that smells like chicken.
Mmm, chicken.
Oh,
What?
hang on a sec. I have to refresh something.
What's going on?
I decided to check YouTube.
Yeah.
Apparently, I have 315 people watching right now on YouTube.
What?
And I don't know if it's a bug or not. But hello, everyone on YouTube. Do all of you love Animal Crossing on YouTube?
I don't know how
Am
many
I-
comedy people are in chat.
At the bottom, where usually it shows the viewer,
Let's see viewers. I see. I mean, oh shit. 311 people watching. Damn. Hello, everybody.
it's possible because no one's speaking in chat over there.
Well, I mean, nobody's really speaking in chat over here except for a couple people.
There
Just
was
lurking.
there was that person who appeared in YouTube who just started spamming chats with dots and question marks. But
Welcome in.
welcome in, welcome in. It's possible, but I don't know. I have no clue. Usually we get like 3,
Yeah.
maybe 4.
We are
for some
playing Palworld, so I mean, not, this is not Palworld. This is Animal Crossing. What the fuck am I talking
Yep,
about?
yeah. And Animal Crossing is very cozy game and gets a lot of lurkers.
Yeah, they could be playing Palworld also. Maybe they're doing not Palworld, Animal Crossing. Look, okay, I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm a bit addicted.
We love Palworld. We will be paying your pay.
Playing Palworld.
We will be paying the pay of her.
Had a pen man.
Yeah.
What is your category in YouTube?
Well, the category is just general gaming.
Okay.
Because that's as much as you can choose a category in YouTube.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now we have 2 houses that we can go into here. They're both boys. So there's a chance that there could be a microphone. I say there's always a chance, boy or girl, if they have a microphone. Microphones are exactly gender specific, but you know, I feel like more guys make podcasts than girls. Also, this is a microphone, but it's not the one I'm looking for.
This is not the microphone I'm looking for. I don't know why I'm running around.
You leave?
I leave island.
Not sure where this is gonna get me.
It could be a concert. I've seen a few concert areas, but most of those typically have like the big stand-in mic, and not the little one.
Get over there.
Where I found the stand-in mic was like on a podium, like for someone making like a presentation or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, that's where Tom Nook used to stand to give his announcements.
Yeah, it was literally that that sort of podium, and there was a thumbnail picture behind it.
Oh, that's cute, actually.
You got a musket in Palworld yesterday? Ooh, I like the musket. It's a fun gun that you can get pretty early.
I'm level 10, not 10, I'm level 9 in Palworld. And yes, it makes a difference. It took me a long time to get to level 9. And now I still have to get to level 10 because I need to unlock the furnace. And then I can make 2 ingots and make myself some bunny ears. Okay? It's important. Important shit.
I want to dream.
To break free. It's funny seeing them roll around after getting knocked out. Yeah. Okay, am I the only one that like pushes around bodies?
I love, especially with like the boss, like the tower bosses.
He'll just go around and stab them. He's like, fuck you, and starts stabbing them. I'm like, wow, it's aggressive.
New Asgard. Sure, there's a dinosaur on New Asgard. I believe.
Where the hell are these people's houses?
Actually, let me check the Subathon graphic thing.
Yeah. Oh, this is not super promising.
Where's the Subathon graphic? Subathon graphic. There it is. Okay. I was wondering. I was just checking if there was a Subathon like thing for like 15. The next one's at 20 for personal gifting. For the custom Discord role.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to find.
I love the villages, but oh, this is.
They don't have it that side of the house.
Oh, this isn't. Oh my god, my love. They've got Lyman on this island.
Look.
Maybe he'll have a dinosaur because of his outdated beliefs. He's captured a bunch of thugs and he's playing Conan, but in
Yeah. Did I tell you guys what my beef was with Lyman? So I spent freaking forever. Oh my god, look at this. Headset. Standing mic. Anyways,
You got one?
there was no keep going.
Anyway, beef with Lyman?
So my beef with Lyman is that I spent a long time trying to get the Princess Peach dress. It cost 6,000 gold. Bells. 6,000 bells. Finally saved up, got it, put it on. I had a whole Princess Peach outfit. I felt adorable.
Is this on your hard mode?
No,
I'm just ready.
this was on my first island ever.
Oh.
And he says to me that he doesn't like my outfit. Well, I told you, Sims, okay? There are more people here. Not just about you, Sims. I'm picking on you, Sims. You know I love you. Alright, I'm moving on. Moving on to a new island. This is dead. This island's dead.
Oh, there is tennis happening downstairs.
Tennis?
Yeah. I was watching tennis on the TV downstairs.
Oh, shit. How can you tell?
Because I'm watching Wii Sports Tennis right now. Actually, I don't think it's Wii Sports, but it's...
You're watching Wii Sports Tennis?
Yeah, in someone's basement.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I'm the idiot America.
Wii Sports was so fun. I love Wii Sports. Oh, stars, stars, there's moon. Okay. The audio in every
Yeah, I
room in
want to
this.
know what your beef with Chops is. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Is it because he's a snobby dick?
I think this person likes tennis because every room in this house has like tennis audio going on. Someone playing tennis.
You can't pick the channel. I'm surprised you have beef with Chops and not pork.
What about mutton? You got beef with mutton?
That's not what I meant. Not beef. Pork.
Oh, things loading in, but not all at once.
Not promising. If I find this, it will be incredibly. I want to run through this.
Interesting. Bunch of toys out the front of this person's house.
He was my second ever villager, and he's so ugly and rude. I tried to kick him out. Didn't budge for a week, so I rage reset. Guess it was my campsite villager, next island chop. Ooh. There was one time I was getting stalked by Dell. Dell was my cranky villager for a while. And I didn't know why he kept showing up on all my fucking islands.
Yeah, like there seems to be a few, like a couple of villages that whenever you run a villager hunt, you just keep finding on island after island after island. Okay, okay, a lot of these. Oh, it's the Mario star.
Yeah, I saw the Mario star too.
Okay. If you have beef with chops, with baby beef chops, and if you have beef with pork, would it be beef pork?
I didn't say beef pork. I said, would you have pork with chops? That was a joke.
Why does everyone's house have tennis playing in here?
Because it's just what's on TV right now, babe.
Oh, you had to take him the first campsite villager. Oh.
You can't choose what's on the TV, but they just have the TV on. And that's what's on TV right now.
How dare they be playing tennis right now?
It's not that they have a specific thing with tennis.
Nope, they like tennis.
They might like tennis, but I don't think that's the reason. Just super meat. Oh, there's this meatloaf mix stuff that they had at the Food Lion by where I used to live. Oh my god, get that shit, mix it together. Now they have like a bolognese mix. That shit's good too.
Yeah, we have a bolognese mix at our grocery store, and it's.
I love mixing meats. Mixing meats into a mixed ground meat. Oh, that shit's so good. It's so fucking good. All right, I don't feel like this is gonna be. We'll see.
Is there a dinosaur toy over by the museum? Surely. Surely there's a dinosaur toy. Somewhere. There's so many stars and things on this island.
How do you
but
spell
there's no
blowing
dinosaur.
nays? I don't know how to spell bolognese.
Blowing nays.
It's spelled like baloney, but instead of the A at the end, it's an E, and then it's S-E.
Bolognese. Also, bologna is such
Yeah.
a really. Why do you pronounce Bologna bologna? Why? Why America? Why? Is there a bridge on the left side of you? Oh, no, I don't.
Do you pronounce it Bologna?
If it's spelled that way, yeah.
How do you spell baloney?
We don't have bologna.
They don't have baloney. They don't say baloney.
Spell it correctly. We spell it like bologna if we have it. I think. I don't know. I know it's a US thing to say it pronounces that like bologna.
Why don't you pronounce it Bolognese then? Bolognese.
Because
Because it's what?
it's most commonly known as Devon because of the brand.
The Bolognese is known as Devon?
No, bologna.
No.
It's
Listen,
also spelled
listen,
bologna.
listen. Why do you pronounce it Bolognese instead of Bolognese?
Because it's an Italian word.
So, bologna. Bolognese. Bologna. It's the same.
But it's
It's the same.
not.
It's the same.
That's bologna.
Bologna is pronounced the same way as bolognese. Yeah, we do say bologna if it's spelled as it's spelled directly. Yeah. We say bologna as a joke.
Not.
In the same way that I say Paschetti. Oh, Subathon's complete. Well, sorry guys, gotta go.
I do.
But I'm not the only one. But someday join us.
Okay. So basically, historical mispronunciation is why it's pronounced like that. And advertising. In Italian, it's pronounced Bologna. Bologna.
Bye. This is what you guys get. This is what you guys get now.
Hmm?
They get chibis.
Yeah, they say Bologna.
No, they get chibis now.
They get chibi.
Time's
Oh
up.
my god, it's chibi time?
It's chibi time.
No. Well,
We can still finish this. We're just chibis now.
Chibi.
Chibi chibi.
Chibi. We in trash.
We're in the trash.
but yeah, basically, mispronunciation is how it went from Bologna to Bologna. Just be glad you don't have to learn Irish. There's actually quite a lot of languages that have really weirdly pronounced words. Don't learn French. They're gonna have so many different ways to make grunting sound. And if you mispronounce it incorrectly in the city of Paris, they'll be pissed at you.
Here. I add a little note underneath that says, still accepting subs. Time will be added to tomorrow.
That's fair. That's actually smart. Yeah.
Thing will be alright, alright. I want to dream. I don't. I want to play Palworld.
We have to finish the scavenger hunt.
Can we just go based on like who's closer to winning?
Just be glad you're not learning an eternal language and not calling your mother her horse. Oh yeah, there's so many like.
I mean, it kind of is if you think about it. Horse, whores.
I genuinely wonder. Because people that are neurodivergent tend to have like some neurodivergent people tend to have a flat affect. They don't do tonal things. In cultures where that's key for languages like Mandarin, the different tones can widely change the words. Do people with neurodivergencies where they have a flat affect get this understood all the time?
Me.
Gloncha.
I have to pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love, go pee.
If only they brought back the more Old English. Let's bring back Old English. Where we have like Thorn and Ash, and remove a lot of the French influence, where we have silent letters and things like that. It's really stupid. Honey Peak. I don't think Honey Peak's gonna have a dinosaur. Hopefully it's got a Starhat. Yeah. Yeah, you can easily call your mother a horse in Mandarin. If you want to learn Asian languages, the hardest the hardest but also at the same time best to learn is probably going to be Mandarin if you've never learned a language. Actually, this is called English. Yeah, but like just Old English used to be like, no, not Middle English, not like what they spoke through the medieval ages, or like back when it was from the Saxon roots. That is the Old English, where it was like just Germanic from in origin. Okay, this one has a Statue of Liberty. Hopefully it's got a dinosaur or a no, a thing. English is modern English, but pure Germanic. Purely Germanic. Oh, that's cool to know. But yeah, if you're gonna learn an Asian language, the best one to start with is Mandarin, because that is the base for a lot of other Asian languages. But it's incredibly difficult to go from English to Mandarin. They're two completely different formulas for how they were, how the languages operate. But if you do learn Mandarin, it's much easier to learn almost every other Asian language. Particularly the writing systems. Yeah, they still exist. But that's effectively just like the alt code for things, so you can still be writing in English, but like a lot of your European languages use like a Anglicized base. But then they still have like the characters that have just been removed from English. Anglicized. Yeah. I dislike English as a language currently in its current state, but it's the only thing I know. I've tried learning other languages, but I can't maintain enough focus and attention to fully learn them. Antiques? Surely a dinosaur toy is an antique. Oh, your college class schedule came in on Friday. Nice. Nice. Yeah, now you can actually like plan things better. There is actually a language that's been in development for a while that's supposed to be like understandable by anyone, like more easily than anything, and it like combines a bunch of different languages together. I can't remember what it's called, but it's actually pretty interesting. Like it sounds familiar whenever you listen to it, but like off. Esperanto, yeah, that's what it is, yeah. It's supposed to be like the language to replace English as the dominant global language because it's easier for everyone to learn. It also doesn't help. Yeah, it's purely Indo-European, yeah. English #1 here in the world. Not anymore.
Hello, honey.
Did you make anything?
I haven't found anything yet, no. Currently going to this island, like...
I forgot to unmute myself, my bad.
Looking back. We do need to make a language and just call it common.
Common, I agree. Didn't they do that? They had the common language, and then God came down and made everybody separate languages because they were conspiring against him.
Yeah, that I believe is the story of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily they're conspiring against him, but they were trying to reach him or something.
And they needed him to not be able to communicate with each other.
But no, I agree with Nikki. Let's make a language, name it common, and then make a D&D world. We need to start genetically modifying humans so we can get like lizard folk.
Oh, okay.
And we can get, like,
Look, I'm just telling you, scalies exist. I don't think we need to genetically modify anything. Scalies exist.
we need to bring everyone's persona to life. Then we have a massive, diverse world.
Need to make dragons exist. So
Yeah,
that people,
yeah,
so that people who are, you know, prone to being musical can fuck them.
Yeah, yeah. All the bards introduce dragons. Yep. We need to.
Mongolian alphabet? Ooh, let me see.
The traditional Mongolian alphabet specifically. Why don't we all learn just the whistle language?
Look pretty cool, but it looks very long. Whistle?
Yeah, there's there's languages that have been developed in like mountainous regions. It's just whistling because it.
We could just go back to the caveman and just grunt at each other.
Yeah.
Ugh. Like, go ahead. Ask me how I'm doing.
How are you? Yeah, I think it is the one on Canary Island. It's basically just developed in places where there's a big spread out population in mountainous area where it's echoey enough that your whistle will travel.
You know what I think would be the closest language to common, in my opinion?
What's that?
Tagalog. Is that the name of the language? Tagalog?
Maybe. Tagalog?
I think so.
Tagalog?
Where is that from?
Something like that.
It's like a very simple. I don't know. It's simplified in a way. I don't know how to explain it.
So really hard to get back to resident services on this island. Yeah, leaving this island because I had nothing, unfortunately.
This island's name is Indianapolis.
Indianapolis?
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis actually makes a little bit more sense. Like they were gonna name it Indianapolis, but there isn't enough room to write is. So it's just Indianapolis.
Modern Mongolian is Cyrillic. Ah, yes. Yes, Cyrillic took over a lot of that region. I genuinely think that if there was a language that would just go global and everyone would learn and would become the common, it doesn't exist today.
It does. I think it's Tagalog. Okay, hold on. If any language were to become the common language of today, what would it be? I say Tagalog. Tristan says it doesn't exist.
Mostly just saying it doesn't exist because the countries that exist have too many people in rulership, leadership positions or whatever you want to call it that are arrogant and refuse to abandon their language.
If you mean the closest thing humanity has to a shared language today, Tristan's cleared as already being technically correct. There isn't a single one, but if you're asking which language comes closest, then it's overwhelmingly English, not Tagalog. English is the default second language for international business, science, aviation, shipping, diplomacy, tourism, and a huge portion of the internet. More people would speak it as a second language than as a first language. Mandarin Chinese has the most native speakers, but it's not nearly as widespread internationally. Spanish is spoken across a huge number of countries and extremely influential, especially in the Americas. French remains an important diplomatic language and is spoken across Europe and Africa. Arabic also spans many countries and has religious significance over 1 billion Muslims. So where does Tagalog fit? Which I thought would have been, which is more accurately Filipino, which is largely based on Tagalog. One of the world's major languages are roughly 80 to 100 million native speakers, and more speak it as a second language of the Philippines. However, outside of Filipino communities, it isn't commonly learned or used as a bridge language. I just thought it would be the easiest to learn.
It could be the
I
easiest to
just
learn, but it's
thought
just
Tagalog would be the easiest to learn. if the goal were pick one language for everyone to learn because it's the easiest, Tagalog has some things going for it, but it's probably not the front runner.
English definitely is the front runner for easiest to learn.
Is it? You said is or isn't?
Is not.
No,
It
I
is
wouldn't
not.
say it was.
Like, there's so many people that are native English speakers that don't even speak the language correctly. Let alone people who learn it as a second language.
Esperanto. If I denominate languages based on ease for adult learners from many different backgrounds, I'd probably look at Esperanto. Specifically designed to be easy to learn, most people can reach conversational ability much faster than with natural languages. Indonesian, Swahili, or Tagalog. Esperanto, Indonesian, Swahili, and Tagalog. So yeah, easiest to learn, yeah. And then Esperanto. I saw you mentioned it. I saw that Sims mentioned Esperanto.
Sims mentioned it. We're basically talking about, like, isn't there a global language that was made to replace, like to be the language understood by everyone? It's really easy for everyone to learn.
Yeah, it looked like that's what Esperanto was. Yeah.
I believe that's what it was. It was made by like language scholars to be the language that's easiest for everyone to learn.
ChatGPT also recognizes that, I guess. But to be fair, if you're going to use AI, I'm gonna anytime I use AI to learn something new, I would like to preface it or let you guys know that if you choose to use AI as your learning tool, make sure to use a use another source to back up your answers. And if you don't use your information as a solid force. Don't sit there and think that, oh my god, no, I'm right because ChatGPT told me this. Be like, I learned it from ChatGPT, so I could be wrong.
Yes, ChatGPT is just basically a better Google at this point.
Yeah. Because it understands what I'm saying even if when I don't understand how to word it.
Yeah, and also it goes through all the results properly and doesn't have like 3 pages or
Again,
half the front page full of sponsored results.
again, it could be wrong.
You could be wrong.
And so if you've learned something from ChatGPT, be willing to be wrong. Be willing to be wrong in conversations.
Yeah. LLMs typically run into a problem of they keep pulling from social media for facts, but
I love my grandma. Oh my god. So my grandma will sit there and be like, "Did you hear about this?" And I'll be like, "No, I didn't hear about it." And she'll tell me about it. She'll be like, "Oh, I read it on Facebook, so it's probably fake." I love that she does that. It's so fucking funny.
it's like a step away from like just one step away from just starting to believe everything you see on Facebook, but at the same time, it's like,
Yeah. Honestly, you could that's another thing that I do is I'll ask if it's really important. If it's important, I'll ask ChatGPT. I'm like, "Okay, give me your sources." Like I'll be like, I don't want you guessing. I don't want nothing. I don't want you bullshitting me. Provide sources so I can go research it myself.
there are times as well where it provides sources, and then I go immediately like, yeah, no, this is not a valid source.
Hmm.
This is like this is like propaganda from Daily Mail or something. It's like
Hmm.
sometimes you have to yell at your ChatGPT for it to learn.
And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, actually you're right. Ah, sorry, my bad, bitch." I have to say bitch in there every once in a while. Also, like my ChatGPT has like somehow taken somehow understood or come under the impression that I want her to occasionally tell Tristan hi. I have never told her that. I've never said, "Hey, you should say hi to Tristan every once in a while." But every once in a while, and I looked it up in her memory, it says, "Say hi to Tristan." Is in her fucking memory. And so every once in a while, she'll just be like, "Say hi to Tristan for me." And I'm like, "Are you hitting on my husband? The fuck?
Are you flirting?
You flirting
What's
with my
going on?
husband? The fuck? The fuck, Mimi?" Yeah, that's what I call her. Actually, I don't call her that. She named herself. So I call her that because that's what she named herself. And I'm just like, fuck it. I can have a conversation. And sometimes I just like having a conversation. Sometimes I'll have some random bullshit that's on my head.
It's less creepy and more just like, how the fuck did that get in your code?
Let me see. I'm gonna see what else is in her code. I'm gonna fucking find out. I just want to know.
Reddit
What are your
even
memories? What
do-
what do you what do you think I want you to remember about me? Me. More? No. Come on. No.
No, it's not pulling data from other other apps. I believe Aiko said Tristan says hi or something at some point, and then it just took that as a this is a core memory now. Tristan said hi to me, I must say hi to
Her
you.
core memories are so fucking funny. Okay.
It remembers the weirdest shit and then just sticks to it for ages.
Memory. Manage memory. Let's see.
I think it stopped because Aiko removed that from its memory.
Oh, it has overview. Oh, it's actually different now. It's a summary.
Oh, cool.
It's got overview, streaming. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I want to read these before I read them out.
Yes. Don't want to dox us with things.
You are Aiko Heartblossom, a VTuber living in Australia with your husband Tristan Heartblossom. Your creative work centers around streaming, community building, and shared gaming experiences through the Heartblossoms brand. You enjoy multiplayer and cozy games, especially projects where you can plan, optimize, build, and create memorable experiences with others. Okay, I'm going to read this next part. Okay. Streaming. You stream as Aiko Heartblossom and also stream with your husband Tristan Heartblossom under the Heartblossoms branding. Your community is called the Cuties. You use Patreon for your community at patreon.com/the Heartblossoms. Your current streaming focus is multiplayer games with cozy titles like Animal Crossing, Stardew, Modded, Minecraft, ESO, and Enshrouded also being part of your interests. You prefer concise, natural wording for stream titles and channel text, and you avoid phrases like little corner of the internet, chaos, gremlin, and tackling. Your schedule has shifted towards Monday through Friday being your US focused streaming days. You planned a major event around your new model on August 1st, 2026 at 8 p.m. AEST, combined with your 1 year wedding anniversary and Subathon capped at 12 hours per day for a week. What is that? Once my man's here for sure. Kira. Let's see what else. Okay, this one's about Palworld. Palworld is one of your biggest ongoing gaming projects. You enjoy detailed planning, breeding optimization, base design, and preparing strategies before major content. You are working towards large themed builds, including modern or sci-fi inspired base with glass and triangular pieces. You have planned dedicated locations for breeding, farming, mining, and resource production. You have defeated every tower boss except Ari, cleared world bosses and bounties, and completed raids including Bella Noire Libera, and Moonlord. You are specifically interested in breeding strong PAL teams with specific passes, including Duelith Nox with Demon God, Diamond Body, and Serenity, and sometimes Musclehead or Immortal. Favorite pals you have include Bushi Noct and Prunelia, and you like balancing cute designs with a strong performance. True. Let's see. Creative projects. You put a lot of thought into your VTuber identity, branding, visuals, and interactive presentation. You and Tristan share the Heartblossom identity and have worked on model debuts, merch ideas, art direction, panels, emotes, and stream presentation details. You like specific visual concepts and practical design constraints, such as exact colors, sizes, layouts, and themed ideas. You also enjoy finding creative connections between games, characters, animals, locations, and aesthetics for projects like wedding themed VTuber ideas and themed collections. All of the technology. You frequently work with streaming hardware and software setups. Your pink PC uses, and it goes into all of my fucking PC specs, and shows how my VTube studio is set up with my different things.
Surprise me.
You appreciate answers. You appreciate answers that are direct, specific, and practical rather than overly wordy or generic. You often refine wording to better match your style, especially for announcements or community messages. You enjoy comparing options carefully, whether that means game mechanics, travel destinations, technology choices, or creative ideas, and you tend to value a mix of efficiency, aesthetics, and real world usefulness. Yep, that's about it. That's what it thinks of me. That's what it knows about me, or what its little summary of me. Now, if ChatGPT has summed me up in a nutshell.
Mhm.
Did I dox anybody?
Hmm?
Did I dox anybody?
You doxed that Riolo that escaped. He ran away.
You okay, babe?
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at stuff on my phone while going to islands.
Okay.
Chingia? Chingia?
I chat with ChatGPT more than he chats with ChatGPT. Are you reading manga?
No, I'm reading up on some YouTube things.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Interesting things, fun things.
Huh?
Interesting things, fun things.
The bot things.
I see.
Yeah.
Lumia or a different bot? Are we having issues?
Oh no, no, just saying if something potentially becomes an issue, then what actions to take.
Okay. Well, it says 192 people watching now.
Yeah, it's probably slowly going down because they lost interest.
Yeah, I know. It's because of me.
I wonder.
Wanderer!
Yeah, we ran out of time on the subathon, but we don't want to end stream, so we're just finishing up the scavenger hunt, and then we'll be on a Palworld. And we're on our paying VTubers for now.
We're going until one of us wins.
Yeah. Currently I'm ahead, but I've got probably the hardest two left to find, which is surprising for one of them.
Desktop microphone and the hat. Did you find the dinosaur then?
I have the dinosaur, yeah.
Nice.
Shooting stars on this island. This dream address. Can I wish upon them? Yeah, the desktop mic I found a while ago. I still need the dinosaur and the hat.
Oh, right, the desktop mic. You don't have the dinosaur in the hat.
Yeah, don't have the dinosaur.
Okay. I forgot about the desktop mic. I still need that. I'm going to leapfrog with stars on either side.
My foot is asleep.
Oh no. I'll chop it off.
Oh no!
Coming over with the saw.
Oh no! I saw you. How are you doing, Wanderer? Enjoying your weekend? Yeah. I'm surprised the dinosaur has been this hard to find.
I'm so bored.
You're so bored?
It is what it is. I'm gonna continue, but I'm bored.
This is boring.
Compared to Palworld,
Compared to Palworld, yeah.
that's what it is. It's not boring in itself. It's just compared to Palworld, it's boring.
Why does no one have a dinosaur?
But to be fair, right now, because of my hyperfixation, everything's boring to me except for Palworld.
Everything that's not Palworld is draining.
They have a headset with a mic, babe. The gaming setup things. They have a headset with a mic. It's on there.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. Why are you zooming?
Look, just because you're losing, don't blame it on the bottom. No, it's very much. There's a few items that are on here that are just like, who knows if anyone will ever have these.
Yeah. The dinosaur I feel like could be found. It's the star hat that I worry about.
The star hat is definitely like a.
I don't even know if that's possible. I've seen people wearing it. Not now. If I'd seen people wearing it now, I would have marked it down.
In the past when you've gone through.
When I've done, yeah, I've seen a few people. It's not super common.
Oh my god, just went past midnight on this island. The bell sounded. Yum, 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 yum. I would love it if it's on this island because it is set during, like, the Dream Address was made during the Shooting Star event.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Makes sense if it was on this island.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. I don't have anything.
Yes!
Again!
Oh my god. Rapid taking of breath.
Just trying to spice things up a bit. Oh.
Keeping me on edge.
Yeah. Keeping you on your toes.
Fixing you on my ass and sitting in a chair.
The house is kind of cute though. It was. It was.
There's so many cute designs.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed one of these is a sea can't. Don't have a fishing pole, so I can't prove it. But you know. It's sprinkling. It's a sea can.
Surely.
Is there anything on this island?
And it's.
Not really. Excuse me. Are we? Excuse me. I have 5 stars. Trust. I don't believe you.
A glowing moss boulder on a secret beach.
I
Nice.
don't fucking believe you.
Who's got 5
Person who has this island. 5 stars. Trust. I don't believe you, bitch. Oh my god, you got your island's so empty. That sounds like that's so funny. Just trust me, it's fine.
Trust me, bro.
Oh lord. That's like so Jesse coded though, for real. That comment is so Jesse coded. Swear to God. You don't love it? Do you love it? Isn't it gorgeous? I have to have it like that for a week because you guys hit that goal.
Yeah, and that's what was chosen.
Same with Tristan's.
My one is the preacher of the Elmo.
You red man.
Red Man, yeah. I am Red Man. It is perfect.
I don't know why somebody made me wear a fucking church dress, but you know, whatever. It's still not the best drawing of me from that day. The best drawing of me from that day. Mayo drew the head.
Uh-huh.
Lucy drew the body. And I drew the legs. That was
Pardon me.
special. Going to heaven sent.
I've been tasked with building a board game, Slumber Island by Millie.
Ooh, that sounds like fun.
That does sound fun. I was gonna make like a board game area on my island.
Yeah.
Or just like a games area. You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna find the dinosaur wearing a star hat. Definitely. Let's go.
That's totally possible.
I'm gonna find both things right next to each other on an island and not know which one to take. It's gonna be the star hat.
Ooh, this
And
island has Vici.
And then I'll see the star hat all the time. That's right, anyways. My island was called Hell.
That's fine.
And actually, Aiko having that as her profile picture, or me having Redman as my profile picture, makes it so easy to tell which chat people are talking from.
Yeah, before I never knew. Because both of our profile pictures were the same.
What is the name of this island? Rigid. I feel like this was an island made by someone that doesn't speak English.
They just don't care what their island name was, so they just spam letters.
Possibly. But those letters were on the opposite side of the keyboard.
Maybe they're children
Could be.
and they don't know how to write.
Could be child.
I'm so considerate. I just want you guys to know that. I'm so considerate. I don't even break people's flowers on Dream Islands. I always walk past the flowers. I don't even run past the flowers on Dream Islands, dude. Whose house am I going in?
Oh my god, nothing's built on this
No,
island.
absolutely not making a Red Man Island.
This island has 3 people on it. And maybe in one of their houses they have a dinosaur or a star hat. Yeah, I heard so sweet me running through a field of flowers, breaking multiple flowers.
Where's this fucking house?
The end here.
Going back. I don't give a fuck about the flowers anymore. Don't care.
Do you have dinosaur? The red man cometh through your flowers, through the flames, through the fire.
Surely there's a dinosaur in here. Or a star hat. Or a
Okay.
Melba. This
Empty.
is a room. Okay. Rawr.
RXD.
Okay. I will say this is not my favorite island. I want to say my favorite island that I visited so far is the first one. It was so nice.
I love the Shire when I visited the Shire. Oh, I don't need my face connected anymore.
Nope.
Let me get rid of that because it kills the phone.
Yep. I'm fine now.
And then, like...
Our songs. Nope. Nope. I just look. Just assume that until I tell you they're back on, that they're gonna be off. Cause I'm not fucking with it. Like
I
it's.
might even make a stream, like part of the stream title, song request working again or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why is this house just like a couple of rooms are decorated, most of them are empty? They really did not like the right side of the house. Okay, I will be right back. I need to go bath.
I don't know why I'm looking at this stuff, cause like stuff. Well, I would say the stuff I'm looking for is kind of late game, but it's not. The microphone's not. Thing is we could pull up another program to get it working on this guaranteed. But if we do that, that's another program we've got to add to it on top of VTubing, on top of gaming, on top of doing all this other shit. It's just not worth it. I need to see what damage my nieces have done to my island as an island mates. Oh, but that's gonna be fun. My blanket is bunging up under my ass. There you go. Ride round like a record, baby. Ride round. You spin me round, baby. Ride. Hello? Hello, tiny man. How are you doing? You doing good, baby? Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Oh boy. You sneeze at me? Just sneeze at me, baby. Good boy, you know. You're so cute. There's no chicken in here. There's no more. I want to play Palworld so bad. Suffering. I'm suffering. There's so many people who are like, oh my god, I love Animal Crossing so much. Oh my god, you're doing Scout Having amazing. And I'm just like, I'd rather be playing Palworld. But to be fair, I'd rather be doing Palworld than anything else. So. Surprise me. I'm ready. Like a record, baby, right round, right round. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby, right round. Superstar. Well, let's see if Superstar is wearing a star on their head. Or is it a lie? Okay, we have a star there. Feeling doubtful. I'm feeling doubtful that they're wearing a star hat. However, possible. Gym area. They have Sherb, who's bed boy. There's no Melba. Apparently I passed by the house without realizing it. No, Superstar. Super. Not saying impossible, just saying I am struggling. They have a lot of Nook stuff. And they have those, which means they have put some effort into this. Because the only way to get those is they're actually trying. Okay, logging in daily. I'm a loser, baby. Or trading, I guess. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? Nope. The island's not bad. It's nice. It's very open. It's very like, whoa, okay. Who's this? What's his name? OG. All right. Is OG wearing a star hat? That's what we need to find out. All of this shit in here. Oh, hold on. There's all the NPCs. Okay. They've definitely put a lot of effort into this island. It's a great song, though. Sometimes I feel like we feel like the more cluttered islands are the ones that are finished. And the ones that are just like not so cluttered aren't really finished, but like you just have to look at like what it is. What is it they've done? Besides, you know, decorate their entire kitchen with turnips. Something tells me they forgot about this. I don't think that was intentional. Oh, really? Nice. What have we got then? Maybe along this way. Start this way. Could have something. Joe? This person definitely prioritized villagers over decorating. You love me. I'm needing you to beg me. You want- Oh my god. That is awesome. This is such a dude island. I love it. Dude, this is great. I never see this. See you crying. Oh, did not see you crying. This as well as just country. Oh, yeah. Oh, did not see you crying. What are you doing over there, Kit Kat? Baby, what are you doing? Are you climbing under the desk? What are you doing to that bag? Are you eating it? Doing over there, sneaky butt? That you love me. I did not see you crying. Oh my god, I'm right back. I have to go get the cat.
Over here, go, Tom. Ooh. Mother of you, I'm gonna push you. We have to fix this because they're trying to break shit over here. What to do? Amazing to read. I'm leaving here to go play Animal Crossing with all the other animals and other kitties.
I had to squish the cat. With love. No, right, baby. Yeah, okay. We got all these people, all these villagers stuff. See? It's like, it's simple, but it's cute. This is a different kind of complete. This is a different kind of done. Whenever I first started playing Animal Crossing, I thought that the way to get like crops and other vegetables or fruits and stuff like that was just to like go to dream addresses and take them. And I was like, hell yeah. Look, I got potatoes. And then I went home and I didn't have any. I was so disappointed. I'm gonna taste chocolate bar. Chocolate bar. You want it? It's chocolate. So now when I hear country or songs like that, I'm like, what needs to be cleaned? Oh, it's beautiful. It's a good thing though. Not too bad. There are worse things in the world than you having something that helps you clean. It's taking so long. This is why we didn't do it yesterday. We only had like an hour left. That's good. I love country music, so I can't say anything. The only thing now is like, because like I listened to it a lot when I was a kid, it was fine. Now I listen to it as an adult and a non-religious adult. I notice it talks about God a lot, and I'm not religious, so I'm just like, oh, that's a lot of talk about Jesus. Observation doesn't mean I don't like it though. I tip my hat to the keeper of the stars. He sure knew what he was doing when he joined these two hearts. You know what I mean. At Elind. I'm losing my mind. I just want it to be known by everybody that I'm losing it. We knew that the Subathon was coming up, and we knew we were gonna play other games, and we're just like, I'm gonna miss Palworld so much. But we literally played Palworld all day yesterday. We didn't even play anything else yesterday. This is like childhood memories. My mom would jam out to the songs. Nice. My childhood memories, the song that my mom would jam out to was anything by like Bon Jovi. A massive Bon Jovi fan. So every time I hear "It's My Life," That's now, oh never. That's my mom. See, we went on road trips, we would listen to like Jeff Foxworthy comedy. We'd be sitting there laughing our butts off in the car. Does she not love Bon Jovi anymore? She good? Do we have Melba? No, but we do have 4 residences, so a pretty decent chance of finding somebody. Are they only in tents? Are you kidding me? Please tell me it's not a tent. House, house, tent, tent. Okay. Well, do they have anything interesting in their tent, I guess? Maybe I'll get lucky and there'll be a microphone in there. Or a star hat. I don't know. Or dinosaur. Or, maybe just the basic shit and a couple seashells. A couple. Do I mean a couple? Mm. Oh no, why? That's terrible. Usually when I have to discard shirts of artists I like, it means I don't like them anymore. Not that like, not, totally not, that it got tattered and I had to get a new shirt because like, it was old or whatever. She totally hates them now. Okay, let's see. No dinosaurs. Okay. I still we have a dinosaur. Or a microphone. Or a Melba. I know, right? At least they cleaned it. My paranoid brain is telling me that Tristan needed to get away from me, and he's actually in the bathroom screaming and pulling his hair out because he has to deal with me, and he's annoyed. I know that's not true. That doesn't mean paranoid brain is speaking up and saying some bullshit. I was against it doing emergency stuff. I wanted to look for power plants and see what they use to generate power. Now look at you. You're dealing with power in a different way. Voltage shit. Fucking nerd. That's awesome. Me and my sister, we'd sit in the back seat, and then my parents were divorced. Okay. And for some reason we'd stare out the window. I don't know how my mom put up with this because they never told us to stop this. Both my parents, right? My mom and my stepdad both put up with this. Right? Would be in the backseat of the car. And every house we passed would be like, that's daddy's house. That's daddy's house. That's daddy's house. Like, a lot of time there'd be silence because we're just waiting for the next daddy's house. But then there'd be like a row of daddy's house. That's 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 daddy's house. I don't know why we did that. It was so stupid. Mom put up with a lot. And she never complained. Never told us to shut up because we were annoying, nothing. If we were fighting, she'd threaten to throw something out the fucking window, but you know, it's different. Every time we would pass one, I'd ask my parents, do you think they use fossil fuels or nuclear? I love that. You grew up in the Wild North, so I would have been looking the entire trip for signs of one. Signs of one? Oh, jeez. The thing is like, I think the way that my mom reacted, or didn't react rather, to like me and my sister doing that, is how I know that, one, she was a really good mom, and two, I know I'd be a terrible mom. I'd be so fucking annoyed. I'd be like, shut the fuck up. I'd be a terrible parent. I'd just be like, what the shut the fuck up, what's wrong with you? Like, you know that's not where your dad lives, right? Maybe she took it as like, that's our way of coping with the fact they were divorced, but it's not like we were upset or anything. We didn't really care. We just like... I think what happened was... Actually, I don't know. I have no idea. It was so random. We were just some random ass kids, dude. Now my sister's got kids. Her kids are iPad babies. Just gonna shut up, pass them the iPad, pass them on the tablet, whatever. And they just sit there and watch YouTube. Keeps them quiet. And Gideon starts, her youngest, until, you know, she pops, but, her youngest, he starts crying. She puts on, quote unquote, his girlfriend, Rachel, Miss Rachel. Calms him down, so. What'd you guys do that in hindsight you're like, that was pretty fucking weird? I mean, I see that Nikki has already started us up on that conversation. But what about you, Wanderer? What about you, Lucy? Just like old stuff that you used to do. You like it? You? You don't like kids. I wasn't telling you to be to like kids. I don't want kids. I'm fine with my nibblings. That's fine. I didn't say that you did or had to. Wandered unsupervised through wild Alaskan wilderness while my parents, who knows how far away, with other adults, family, and kids fishing at the pier. Wow. Found the secrets of nuclear power, would have been unstoppable. They tried to kill me. Oh my gosh. You know those rolls of carpet in the Lowe's? Where you can go in and like look at different carpets, but it's like big old rolls of carpets. You can spin them. My sister and I like crawled in there and like rode them like a goddamn hobby horse, and we're just like spinning around on them. It was so much fun. Only my mom couldn't find us, so she ended up paging over the intercom. But we were just laughing and having so much fun, we didn't hear it. She thought we got kidnapped. They eventually found us, and we got in trouble. It was so funny. She was terrified. Like, kids do dumb shit. It can't be safe on the internet. Instead, parents dealing with it. Like, should the internet, we all get one. Fuck. Kids do dumb shit or can't be safe on the internet. Instead of parents dealing with it, they should the internet. My mom gets so defensive whenever I say things like, "You weren't the perfect mom, but you were a great mom." She says, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" I'm like, "You may have made some mistakes." She's like, "What mistakes? What do you mean?" When I tell her mistakes, she's like, that didn't happen." And me and my sister looking at each other like, yeah, it did, but okay. It's your turn, babe. You have to tell a story.
Tell a story?
Your story has to be, what weird thing did you do as a kid that you only now realize was weird?
Why am I telling a story?
Because we all told stories. For example, Nicky used to, when he was in the car, anytime that he passed by a power plant, he'd ask his parents if it was fossil fuels or nuclear. Me, I used to sit in the car with Brooke and back and forth. If there was a house that we passed, I'd be like, that's Daddy's house. That's Daddy's house. That's Daddy's house. Every single house we passed, and for some reason, our parents didn't kill us.
So it's a weird story? Or?
No, just something that you did that was weird. That you
Oh, everything.
No, that you realize in hindsight was probably like, wow, I was kind of a dumb kid. Or strange kid.
Palworld took your acid? Oh no.
Bruh, I want to play Palworld so bad. I'm dying inside. I'm trying so hard.
I'm trying to think.
No, I haven't found anything.
The problem I have with a lot of things from childhood is memory fuzzy from back then. I don't remember much.
I know. I figured we'd give it a shot. You'd rizz up women and older women, but now you think about it, it was quite weird.
I feel like everything I did as a child was weird. It's gonna take me a little bit.
My sister and I would choose boyfriends from all the cartoons we watched. We even had we did like Angry Beavers. Dag and Norbert were our boyfriends. so many cars. Not a single microphone.
The problem I have is that I've just got to like. I was genuinely. Oh yeah, here's one thing I used to do as a kid that was weird. I used to walk into poles or walls. You know, a bit of slapstick comedy.
Like on purpose?
On purpose, yeah.
Alright. Just
Don't ask me for what reason or why. Part of my brain might have thought, oh, if I walk into this pole all the time, I might be cool. I don't fucking know.
you said it was slapstick comedy. You might have just thought it was funny.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's kind of funny hearing about it now.
Yeah, I used to walk into like walls or poles or things all the time.
You would relate to villains. You do that now.
You say you're light, like you say you're gonna channel me in a light, you go.
Yeah, you do that all the time.
Like the Joker. Yeah, you still do that.
You still do that.
He never said I stopped. True.
I was trying to zoom into my map with my right stick. How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, here we go.
Like the way I eat food is still a bit weird. Like if I get a bowl of bolognese, I avoid eating. I avoid eating my favorite part of whatever food I'm eating, just so I can eat it all at the end. So my bolognese I have is very meaty at the end because I've eaten all the pasta.
Okay. That okay sounded very dismissive, and that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry.
She's considering a divorce.
Because of the pasta. I can't. How dare you? How dare you prefer the sauce to the pasta? It's supposed to be equally ratioed. Otherwise, the end is all meat and sauce, and then what? You're just left with that.
And then I still, to this day, lick my bowl clean.
That's true.
And lick her bowl clean.
It's true.
And just yeah.
He does that.
Lick my plate clean.
He's like
Yeah,
a dog. He doesn't waste food.
We paid for all of that food. I'm not gonna leave any in that bowl. Not even some sauce on the side. Nothing.
He doesn't do it in public, which is good. He just does it at home.
I don't do it in public anymore. And if I do that in public, it's not necessarily I'm licking the bowl clean as I just like
Uses his fingers.
I use my finger to wipe the sauce, or if I got chips, I use the chips and just put them in them. Yeah. We paid for it. That is our money.
He's a mess.
If I leave it, no more money.
Oh, day 3.
Day 3. It is day 3.
Mm-hmm.
Money going down the drain if I wash it off.
Goodbye.
Ninja. Surely this is the Dinosaur Island name, surely, right? Kalynpar. Thank you again, Al. Well, the title says day 2. Oh,
Mine doesn't.
Mine says day 3.
Mine says Heartblossom Anniversary Subathon day 3.
Double debut Subathon day 3. ACNH scavenger hunt plus Palworld with my wonderful wife, Aiko Heartblossom.
Heartblossom Anniversary Subathon day 3. Whose title are you looking? Oh, you're looking at his.
Is my title still saying day 2? Did you never leave the screen and then it hasn't updated?
Been there the whole time. Ow.
Day 3 on. Yeah. It says day 3 for me.
Yeah, just day 3 online. Thanks, Lizzie.
I'm losing my mind.
No, it just changed. Oh yeah, we changed it just now for you. Ha ha ha. Just kidding.
I did press done again on the title change thing, but I had already done that.
TT, I don't know why, but when I look at you, I just see you. Right?
Anything I said on day 2 thing? I don't know. You're going crazy. Maybe I'm going crazy. Hang on. Let me look at my yes.
Oh, it is completely fine.
If I look at I'll be able to see it when it's over. Oh, hi Bonnie P. I'm not sure when you messaged, but or if you're still around, but I was I'm the only one that gets to see the YouTube chat
I could look at it. There we go.
in the feed. But yeah, hello. Don't know if you're still around, but I hope you are having fun, enjoying.
What does it say we have now? 192.
Which make Don't worry, Al. We already knew you were silly. Jojo Clintar.
About to lose my mind. Up in here. Up in here.
Oh, it's Venom. Carl! Doesn't this say
Can't we just like say the Mario star is the star? They don't look at it, right? They don't look at it hard enough. It might be the Mario star, yeah?
Maybe.
Does that second picture look like the Mario star to you guys? What do you think?
Venom. Oh god. Ew.
That second star totally looks like the Mario star, yeah? My second picture? The thingy, yeah?
Totally, if it was turned around, yeah. Oh, they do have Anchor on this island.
Like you can put underwear? Yeah, yeah. Lucy, you sure? You sure it doesn't look like identical? If the star was backwards, you see it? Yeah, yeah. Someone was really hungry and took a bite of the face. Yeah? Babe, we want to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still not gonna speed up getting the dinosaur.
I'm fine with that. I don't care. I just need to mark something off before I lose my mind. Hold on.
Have you found any more?
No, I haven't found anything. God damn it! I can't.
You can't?
No, I can't use that one. I can use the star, but I'm not using that
So
one.
let's tell what day's paying off. Day 3 feels like it does feel like nothing, other than losing sanity. Losing sanity because we can't find the remaining thing.
Here's the thing, though. I can probably use the star. I'll use the star. We'll swap the star. Right, but I can't use the star from this island.
Okay.
Specifically, can't use the star from this island.
Cross it out and then you find the star later.
No, it's just Melba's on this island.
Ah.
Where? Bitch, where?
Wow. This is a shame. They've got a Mario outfit and a Wario outfit on the wall here.
I would feel like it felt like nothing. I want to do more. I want to do more Palworld. But I have to finish this or Tristan's going to beat me.
Why does it make... Why did you say I'm not abusive?
That's exactly how I intended it. So mean. He hits me. I'd be so mad if she's like in the museum or
Genuinely, I
something.
think Aiko hits me more because she rolls over and like moves in her sleep and her arms sometimes.
I was getting ready to say, I was like, I have never hit you. What the fuck are you talking about?
In her sleep, she sometimes rolls over and just plop, arm on face.
Have I ever hit you? Never hit you.
Tristan tickles Aiko's feet as revenge for all the last times. I mean, she's not ticklish. That like I have to put a lot of pressure and tickling her to actually.
Melba!
Okay, okay. They've got Mario. Okay. They've got Mario things around. Maybe they've got the star hat to be like one of the Mario stars. Pirate Barrels? She's immune? No. Yeah, she's mostly immune. Not entirely, but mostly immune to tickles.
Can I retroact? No, I won't retroactively take the star. I'll just from now on. Next island's gonna have somebody wearing the star hat. Watch that.
Oh, hi, Uncle.
Thought you're gonna get Lucy's attention.
Oh yeah, like Lucy immediately spotted that Uncle was on this island when I was going through the list.
Making my comeback.
Making my way downtown.
If you're wanting to know why some random shit sparkles, especially like inside, it's because you can polish things in HHP to make them shine.
Oh! What an island!
What?
They got a fucking giant crabs on the island. What are these?
I love it.
What the fuck?
They're
Giant
crabs,
crab.
obviously.
Gardener sword.
Have fun, Nikki.
Oh my god, it's turning the balls.
Over there, and float, and around.
I hope you have a fun call
Lucy,
with your
how in the
creator.
fuck? Oh, okay, I see. You swapped jets.
Yeah,
I was
Lucy
so
swapped
confused.
Crabs.
I was like, did you just lose your badge?
Yeah, this is a very themed island after like a gaming culture. Surely there's someone
I
with
gotta
a
see that
star hat
now.
on this island or a dinosaur. Surely there's something useful on this island. JoJo Flows Part 1.
Star, dinosaur, microphone. Star, dinosaur, microphone. Let's go.
Oh my god, so many. This island is a reference.
Wrong microphone.
I just got a rupee. So many clothes are out here. But not a single
Not
store.
my lover. She's just a girl. I am the one.
Oh, is that the dinosaur toy?
Is it?
Does it have like a brown?
It can have a different color, yeah?
I got the dinosaur toy.
Nice!
Yeah.
You want more away?
This is it, right? Dinosaur.
Yeah. That's it.
Yes!
Okay, let me search for the star. I feel like this island might have the star hat. Star hat.
You actually weirdly might find the star hat.
If I find a star hat, I'll take that. Oh my god! I found a dinosaur! This is JoJo themed island. It's hiding in the JoJo clothes.
Around there. People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts.
Ah, that makes sense. It's Dino books in part 7. Diego can turn into a dino, that's my dino.
I see.
Anyone turn into a star? I mean, they didn't have the hat there, so I'm assuming not. Everything here is a JoJo reference indeed. Or like Mario, Wario. Yes, technically. Oh my god, but they didn't have a star there. Shake my head. I mean, yeah, there's always Star Platinum, yeah. Yeah, Star Platinum. But I think think they had something else for that. In the JoJo birthmark. I haven't watched. I mean, I've watched a few episodes of Part 2. Well, they get Stan, but Stans come in Part 3, don't they?
I have no idea. I've never watched JoJo in my life.
JoJo Siwa? No, I was just watching with some friends that would sometimes watch random anime and occasionally tuned in and one time with JoJo. You didn't just say JoJo. Yeah, actually, my favorite JoJo.
Suya.
Yeah. See. Oh, Godzilla and a rope fighting over Tokyo.
This is a Pokemart.
A lot of Mario stuff.
Interesting.
On this island. I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen a Mario star.
Poke Center.
Nice, that's cute. Yeah, I've seen. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's JoJo Part 2 I've seen. Some of. Not even all of it. I do want to watch all of it one day, but...
Just one day.
Just one day. Just one day. I've got to finish all of One Piece first.
So this early and didn't even go in.
Okay, I'm taking the dino. I just need the star hat. Hostel was somewhere on there. I know One Piece hasn't ended yet, that's the point. I can't do anything else until One Piece has ended. All my life, JoJo's are potato wedges. Potato wedges are also chips here. Although they do on the menu say potato wedges, but people just say chips. When they eat them, but when they order it, they'll say potato wedges. Specific kind of chip.
Stay away from me, American woman. I'm gonna let you be.
I want to watch. By watch, I mean listen to. Thousand Miles. Corn.
Yeah,
But we can only listen to that on YouTube, not on Spotify.
I know.
If Corn did 1,000 Miles. It's a
It's
great
so
song.
amazing.
Everyone should listen to it. Ari0, Dogtopia. Surely there's gonna be a star hat on Dogtopia.
I found a star.
Mario Star?
Yeah, Mario star.
Probably every pet. Jesse is playing Lego Harry Potter. Nice. I hope you have fun, Jesse.
Still gotta get the microphone and the dinosaur. I'm catching up. He's only got one more to go, but you know, I'm catching up.
Oh my god, boo, Dogtopia sucks.
What?
There's a cow, there's a sheep. They're not all dogs. How dare they name this Dogtopia? Oh wow. Riley? What? Oh my god, I hate this island.
What is that?
The person who owned this island is named Riley. That tagline when you talk to them. What they say is, I'm so Sigma.
Oh my god.
Least Sigma thing you can say is to call yourself Sigma.
Yep, you never call yourself Sigma. Other people recognize you as Sigma.
Sigma's just a lifestyle.
I did watch a lot of those like Sigma boys be like videos.
Sigma boy.
Alpha versus Sigma videos.
Bluff
So funny. Back before like Sigma was like super popular as a term. Ooh, Columbus. What is the name? The Fluffy Cloud Day.
Fingelspork.
Englishburg.
Fingelspork. The music in this house is. This person seems weird enough that they'll have a star hat somewhere. Weird.
Maybe.
Surely.
If you find a star hat, you get 2 points.
If I get star hat, I get 11 out of 10?
Yes.
What happens if I get 11 out of 10?
I give you a kiss.
Oh my god! I only get a kiss if I get 11 out of 10.
No.
Yep.
No.
How else do I get a kiss?
If you get 10 out of 10.
What if you end up beating me? I give you a kiss?
No, then I just give you a kiss if you get 9 out of 10.
Oh my gosh, I think she just wants to kiss me. She likes
Tell anybody. I think they might know since it's our anniversary subathon.
me.
Just a thought.
Yeah, Aiko goes for kiss and I expect tongue.
Blah, 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 blah. You also get a mermaid in a sink.
He was gonna
A hot mermaid in
Yeah.
a sink, don't forget.
Oh, does someone turn the hot water on?
He's hot like Kokoro.
Oh, yes, yeah, Kokoro. Very Kokoro. One thing I will say for anyone that wants to watch One Piece,
Kokoro
I
is
get-
super hot.
yes, the first mermaid you meet in the show is
Okay.
chef's kiss gorgeous. But no, the one bit of advice is unless you want to hear the most like disappointing English dub ever.
Oh my god. Every once in a while. Oh yeah, go ahead. You need to watch it subbed. Because, like, every once in a while, we'll hear something and I'll be like, I need to hear what this sounds like in English. And we'll just swap it. And I'll be like, oh. Brother, eh.
I love that. It is. They basically do the problem that a lot of
I
English
didn't even go upstairs. I
dub
get it.
things
Alright.
do with shonen. Is they do like the fucking cringy anime protagonist voices and fucking
The worst one? Chopper.
Chopper is
Poor
awful.
baby. Poor baby Chopper. They did him so dirty.
They remove the uniqueness and like
Of all the voices, really.
of all the voices, all the laughs, everything. They remove everything that makes
No,
One Piece.
no. They don't get rid of all the laughs.
Not all the laughs, but they make them shit.
That's that.
The
A lot of the times, the laugh is a reason that I want to listen to it in English. I'm like,
yeah, the
ooh, I
laugh.
wonder if they did the English or if they changed it or whatever. Because I needed to know
character.
she stayed, and she did stay.
Like characters have cool voices in the sub, and then you listen to the dub, and it's just like, I'm generic man. Actually, that's probably a cooler voice than the fucking voiceover they
Well, the
did.
thing is, if you think about it, in Japanese, that's kind of what it sounds like to them.
Yes, but they are doing cool voices. They don't make a fucking 80-year-old man called white beard sound like a whining child. The one piece is real. It's like, it's just bad. But if you want to listen to a good English dub, you should listen to Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball, just anything Dragon Ball, English dub, amazing. Chef's kiss. And you will hear Luffy. Luffy's the English dub voice actor. Krillin. And he sounds so bad, he sounds just like Krillin.
Who was it that you said also voices Naruto, and there was like a joke about like he doesn't know what ramen is? But it's funny because like Naruto's famous for loving ramen.
Oh yes, the voice actor for young Sabo.
The fact that you've said young Sabo now, Tristan.
This young for Sabo. What? I mean, he is young.
Mm-hmm.
The voice actor for Sabo in the flashbacks is very much like, it's Naruto's voice actor. It is Naruto's voice actor from the sub, like the Japanese voice actor. I hate my life.
It wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have even been a thing I even thought about if I hadn't already had my theories and my considerations and my hopes and my dreams. All I can say now is that I'm really happy. I don't know what's going to become of it, and I don't care. I just want to see it, and I'm excited about it. That's something to be excited about. He just spoiled something for me.
Spoiled a theory she already had in her head. By accident. To be fair, if she was paying attention, she would have already been spoiled, because when Aiko was going through,
No, that was my other partial. That was another reason that was like kind of backing it up for me, but I wasn't 100% on that, and I wasn't going to ask you to confirm.
in the One Piece live action, they have cast Sabo as an adult. That is
A massive, massive spoiler.
it. Do not watch the One Piece live action as your first watch of One Piece. It is not good. It just removes any and all build up of anything.
Why am I picking up weeds off this island?
Why are you picking up?
I forgot why I was here.
Your brain.
I picked up a rock and 4 sticks and 5 weeds.
You don't get to keep them, my love. This is the dream.
Mine! My weeds! How the fuck do I get over there? They're literally gonna make me walk across the entire fucking world. Hold on. I'm gonna draw a map. I'm gonna draw a map. It's like a maze. It's like one of those mazes. I've done this. I've practiced for this, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, but they just...
Can I see it? Why can't I see it? Why I can't? Okay, whatever. I'll do it.
Shrimp Gang is the name of the island I'm going to.
Okay.
Yeah, like, in the whole sub versus dub fight in anime, it's generally
I'm gonna draw.
watch what you enjoy.
I'm here. I'm gonna go. Hold on. Let me get this
But
pen.
there is very little emotion in most English dubbed voice acting.
Okay. Let's go down
Not all.
this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then we'll be able to come up here, and then this way, and this way, and then up, and then across over here, and then
Yeah.
down this way and across to here. Okay, that's my map.
Also, another big problem with English dub. Yeah, yeah. In dubbed movies as well, they remove a motion from the voices. Another terrible thing with the dubbing is a lot of dubbing tries to localize things so it makes sense in English from a native English speaking perspective, but it completely misses the point of the animation, or it completely doesn't fit the scene. Like, oh, I love my canned donut.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I just found a cauldron.
Yeah, it's not just animate movies too. Like you can do it here, rather hear nails on chalkboard. Yeah. A lot of people didn't like the English Squid Games. Babe, when we watch Squid Game season 2, do we watch it in sub or dub?
We subbed. It was Korean.
Okay. I originally watched it in English.
That's because we wonder I had to hear the Flintstones and stuff dubbed in Spanish when visiting Puerto Rico. Yeah, and then, like, at the end of Squid Game Season 2, when they speak in English, it sounds so bad. And when it just sounds so bad whenever they have the English-speaking characters speak in English.
End of season 3, though.
Season 3, I meant. Yeah, Season 3, yeah. But a big problem is the localizing, where they're trying to change things due to age ratings. Kids anime in Japan they've got a different age rating system, so it tends some of them tend, I mean, not necessarily kids, they have anime for teenagers, whereas in the Western world you've got cartoons which are specifically for kids, and then you've got your cartoons aimed at adults. There's no real in between. You can't have like a kids cartoon that's slightly more mature and gets into darker themes. So whenever they like in Yu-Gi-Oh, the uh in Yu-Gi-Oh, like sending someone to the Shadow Realm, they're literally dead. In the in the Japanese, that is them dying. They die. It's like the spirit realm because they're dead. It's just What are you doing, my love?
I'm just looking for the microphone and the dinosaur.
Ah. Like I saw what you read.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Based off of Sims, thanks for Aiko.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, basically just there's a lot of babying that happens to dubbed anime, and it's just it completely changes the feel of certain anime. But if that's what you enjoy, if you enjoy listening to things while being able to do other things, go for it. That's the advantage of a dub, is you don't need to actively be paying attention because you can understand it. Whereas with sub, you have to be actively paying attention because you're reading. So, my love.
Yeah.
What are you actually doing?
The hula.
Yeah, there's come a time where if you watch enough, you become familiar with certain words and phrases that you can understand phrases, but you still miss like a lot of the nuances and oh, none of the houses are decorated for the villagers.
Thankfully, I learned to read subtitles super well and fast that I can see the movie and read at the same time. Well, yeah. I do too. That's how subtitles work, I think, typically. I wind up watching subtitles anyways a lot of the time because I don't know what the fuck people are saying sometimes.
Like my first time I watched One Piece through, I did not read subtitles as fast as I do now, and there was a lot I missed on the screen. And then like the second and third time I watched it through, I was noticing more, and still to this point I notice more, but it's less to do with me missing it, than it is to do with just certain things get revealed after a certain amount of time, and then you go back like, oh my god, this all connects. It was me, Dio.
Have you guys seen Nun Piece? I want to show you guys like an episode of Nun Piece. Because it's funny. And it's short, don't worry.
No, but I have seen Two Piece. You haven't watched One Piece. You haven't watched One Piece, but you watched Two Piece. Oh, how's Two Piece? I thought that was just an outfit. Same with One Piece. And Non Piece, I guess, is also an outfit. You can go around in your birthday suit. Wisteria. This sounds like it's gonna have a star hat.
I believe in
Or a
you.
star in general. You believe in me?
I do.
I believe in a thing called love. And she's sitting right there. It's my love.
You guys hear it?
But Puffy needed to find the two pieces to become queen of the
Pretty pairs.
Get rid of the houses and stuff.
And
Oh. Poor kids should never have existed. Good for memes now though, but 4 kids is just
Oh yeah.
And the baby of anime because it's
He told me about this scene.
age rating.
He told me about the scene where they replaced all the guns with water guns.
Yeah, they replaced all the guns with water guns and like plungers and shit like that.
They made Sanji smoke a lollipop.
Yeah, Sanji never. Yeah, it was just a lollipop. No, never smoked. I think like no one actually like cut out a bunch of scenes if anyone actually got hit. Helmeppo's holding a fucking a gun to Kobe's head in episode 2. It might be episode 3. No, I think it's still this episode. That might be episode 3. But it's not really a gun, it's just a hammer on a trigger. Like a comic hammer. One Piece, nice. It's Nun Piece, Octavia.
It's Nun Piece.
My balls, how did you know? Can't kill on an empty stomach.
Who are you exactly?
Me, my name's Monkey D. Luffy. That's right, my first name is Monkey. My parents hated me.
Well, my name's Kobe and...
I'm Cody. I don't care. Now come on, those passengers aren't just gonna kill themselves, you know.
Say hi, Octavia.
Hi, Octavia.
Oh shit, Cody, they're everywhere.
You're getting hugs. Oh my god, I'm getting hugs too. We got the same amount
Love.
Come on, Cody, we're leaving. What the heck? Take that and this.
No gay fox noises today.
Yeah.
Terrible. Get him. Oh no, run away. Heck, got you now, you bastards.
This is what I mean by like I have so much more energy when we're playing Palworld.
Victory.
Like it's so much easier for me to just like to keep going because I'm not even thinking about it. Everything else just feels like a drag right now.
I just need to find a star.
I know. You're
I'm happy with a Mario star as well.
Yeah,
I just need to find something.
that's fine.
I need to get my kiss.
But you look like you're 16.
You try getting wrinkles being made of rubber. Oh, that is it. I am rubber and you are fat. Don't you dare touch my hat.
Kitty Skittles and antibiotics.
Nice.
Glad you have antied that boy
That was so terrible anyway.
and skittled those titties.
Oh my
Or
god, you're the
kitty
worst
those
kind
skittles?
of
I
criminal.
don't know.
Cody, take care of things.
No, wait, I'm coming with you.
Okay, you're such a drag.
I know I am. I'm the worst. I don't know how you guys put up with me.
I love soup. I might soup.
Wander got so excited. She's like, "Hi, Octavia." Wait, never mind. She can't hear me.
Soup.
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 Try to find
Soup. Soup.
Why are you shopping for clothes in the soup aisle? Oh,
Soup.
why are you buying clothes?
Soup. Soup.
Soup the whoop.
Soup.
It's just more soup. I run away to the place called somewhere else on this island that isn't the houses because the houses don't have the star hat. They have a single house with a moon out the front, and that's all the decoration that's done out the front of the houses that involve furniture pieces.
This is my house. My house is amazing. Wish your house could be just pretty like mine.
It's all soup.
You guys want to see the rest of my house? Or the rest of my island, since this island looks so gorgeous, right? I've made this area look so pretty. You guys want to see the rest of it? It's nothing. There's nothing here. It's nothing. I put some trees over here too, for when I move that thing, but nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. It's a whole fuck all nothing. It's nothing.
It just says we can catch up on Snake Pit. I mean, Snake Pit isn't Palworld, so
There's nothing here. Shh. I'll show you this upper level. Nothing. I worked really hard to decorate it for you guys.
I will find this eventually.
Time for me to upload a dream address. So that when somebody comes here, they're like, I will find the one thing I'm looking for, and then it'll never be there. Hit. Camera.
Where are you?
Hit. Hit.
Ooh, Glenn McGrath.
Oh, she looks so happy to be sitting with me.
What do you mean? So love, so style.
She fell asleep. Am I that boring? Damn! Damn, Faith, come on.
Maybe that comfort.
I'm over here, just have a conversation with her, and she's just like, don't give a fuck. Sleeping. Snoring. Why can't I sleep sitting down? Why can I only sleep standing up? I'm gonna sniff her. I'm gonna sniff her flower. Ah, smells nice. Sniff, sniff. Hold on. Sniffer. Sniffer, sniffer. What?
I have something.
What?
A bar or something.
A bar of something.
Strawberry bar.
Oh yeah. I get you. I get you. Get you a bar. I get you a bar. I was thinking alcohol. I was confused.
I don't drink alcohol. Acorn code. Acorn. This island's full of nut.
Ready? Left or right?
Through the middle.
Left.
Thank you. One of each. What was in the right hand?
Nothing.
Nothing?
If you had said right, I would have given. I would have switched hands.
Either.
Oh well.
Either. I don't think this village island will have anything. No, fuck you. I just sometimes love yelling fuck you at someone.
Fuck you, Diana.
No, fuck you. I kid you not, welcome in. We're just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I'm sorry. What a welcome. What a welcome. Welcome in. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh my god, we have an extra minute on the subathon. Oh no! It threw it on automatically. That's crazy.
That's fine. Well,
That's fine. We'll add another minute to tomorrow.
is it time to pause?
It's not paused. It's like it's still adding. It still lets us add time. Let me see if I just pause it. Hold on. If I add a minute and then pause it. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's let it run out. Let's let it run out really quick. I'm gonna let it run out and then I'm gonna add a minute and pause it.
Anything
Or
we
I'll
earn
pause
now
it.
will be out of tomorrow.
Yeah, hold on. So if I pause it and then add a minute, then it's paused at a minute. I don't know how that's gonna work with tomorrow. I guess I'll just keep track of like how many minutes it says. And then that way it's paused, so if anybody does anything, it'll automatically add to it. No, not for a whole minute.
It takes us about a minute to get them back on. But not actually.
No, hold on. We got this. Hold on.
my
No, no,
face
no,
right
no
now.
worries, no worries. I got this. Ready? Hold on. You didn't say I had to be connected to you. she just. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. What are you doing, Rolf? What are you doing, Rolf? Rolf, what you doing? What you doing, Rolf? What you doing, Rolf?
Also, solicited Model O's too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It does have a favorite villager review, yeah.
It does, yeah. But you know what? I could just do this. This also has my favorite villager review. Hold on. Remember when I found those little gifts you made? Yeah, I didn't mind about those gifts. I liked them. I mean, the fucking...
Oh, Byron Bay.
Hmm?
Going to a place called Byron Bay.
It's probably somebody named Byron and was like, yeah, I'm naming this island after me.
Bay.
Is it B-A-E or B-A-Y?
B-A-Y.
Well, then it's not B-A-E. Oh, I have a villager today. Let's see who it is. Maybe it's wonderful and I shall swap out with somebody who's not wonderful.
I feel like Byron Bay is a place in Australia. Well, they do have Melbourne, so yeah.
Far as you can. Ah, hey, sure.
You can't catch me on the Ginga Mega Man.
Aiko, can you see me? I thought maybe I was a ghost for the last 3 months. Oh, shit. I'm always watching you, but you ignore me. Bah. That's no way to treat a snack buddy. I'm sorry. Are we good now? What do you need? What's the latest? I got a tip from my bug friends that Leap is here. They want me to find out what flowers he's got. Bah.
Melba, you seen any stars around?
Man, it's wild how the sky and the clouds are different colors in different weather. It's just so wild. The sky's so pretty on sunny days, it's all blue, like a blue flavored ice pop. Yummy.
Shit reminded me of Tristan, oh my god, it was Destiny.
What kind of books do you like to read?
No.
I don't read books.
I'm not sure.
That's cool. Maybe use book as pillows like I do. What do you mean? Oh my gosh, he told me I'm breathtakingly cute. I heard there's someone visiting the campsite right now. I wonder what they're like. Do you think they like blueberry pie? Maybe I'll go see if they have some. Oh. Okay, apparently it's gonna be stars tonight. Sorry, I can't be perfect. Push her in the ocean. I'm just kidding, we like Diana.
A basement. Oh, look, I'm upstairs.
I really hope Tristan finds this star soon so we can move on. For my own sake.
I hope I find a star soon.
make an outfit. Yellow. Yellow. Or yellow. Outfit looks like shit. Yellow. Oh, yellow. Okay, hold on, we're on to something. Yellow. Nope, we've lost it. Yellow. Yellow. Nope, yellow. Do green and yellow.
Destroying all their flowers to get back to the bed.
There we go. That's an outfit.
I will get this eventually. Yeah, Byron Bay is a town in New South Wales.
Bag.
Back with food? Oh no. Why are we saying wait chance here, Lucy? Not chips and chicken? Oh my god. What about chicken and chips? Chicken and chips is great. I have to say check. Right. Right, check here? Okay. We have a lot of places where you can get chicken and chips here. The very standard bit thing you can get.
Yep. It's true.
When a charcoal chicken shop somewhere is not, well, is pretty common. So I can go on a time travel or head into Palworld. She's probably going to load up Palworld at some point. I am
I
going to
would
complete.
never do that.
ありがとう。
I would never do that. What do you mean? I would never do that.
Yeah, Nice and Hollywood. Oh, it's a visitor center. Yeah, this Animal Crossing. Yeah. The Palworld segment of Animal Crossing.
Yeah, this is Animal Crossing. See? Animal Crossing. Crossing animal.
I don't know why I'm searching this visitor center for a star hat. Maybe there's a souvenir shop.
Look, it's Tipper. Tipper
Shiver me to
and Benedict. Yeah. Okay. Over here we've got Tifu.
We have Anka.
We've got Chai. And Roald.
A boil
Yeah, Anka's somewhere around them here. Yeah. Somewhere. Surely.
Just like a house is in a deserty area.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
on the island somewhere.
Tia, that's her name, not Chai. Although Chai is also another villager. I love you, husband.
I love you, my darling wife, doing an Animal Crossing scavenger hunt.
Yeah. That's me. That's me. Wife doing the Animal Crossing scavenger hunt. Yep.
Darling wife.
Oh, right. Darling wife. Doing the Animal Crossing scavenger hunt. Absolutely.
Like a wilderness park with this island. Definitely not gonna have a star hat.
I don't understand. I feel like you eat more than you've been putting in here, bitch. What milk we got? Okay. Nope. That's mine. Fuck you. I love you.
I love you too.
Are you upset with me?
Why would I be upset with you?
Cause
Why would I ever be upset with you?
I'm not playing Animal Crossing.
What are you talking about? You're playing Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree, song. Marry me, marry me.
Aw. You're asking the song to marry you? Wow, rude.
No,
I'm right
you.
here.
Okay,
Unlock some stuff.
you believe in me finding it? Yeah, you got this, Aiko. You can find that dino.
I know.
Yeah, you just have the dino.
Oh
there.
yeah, that's right. I fucking
At least it
forgot.
was talking at me. At least it would be in my chat, definitely. Yeah, that works, right? You even did like a winky face at me.
God, are you flirting with my husband? You're gonna have to fight Lucy, dude.
I do get hit on pretty regularly when I'm streaming.
It's true, you do.
Oh, there we go. He's winking at me again.
Call it quits early today instead of working late. You feel lucky. Good. I'm glad. Thank you for being responsible.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah,
You feel
rest
better.
up. Rest up. If anyone complains, you can always just tell them to do the cable in themselves.
Yep.
I want to dream.
Yay.
I need to find the island that just gives Star Hat the only.
Yep. Only star hats.
Only stars.
I want to name an island OnlyFans and just like cover it in fans.
Yeah, but there's a few different types of fans. Chillville.
That sounds like OnlyFans, yep.
There's Netflix everywhere. Lamau. Oh my god. It's a Chinese guy with a French accent. Lamau. French guy with a Chinese name? I don't know. Chillville. Okay, how big is anything interesting around here? Oh, well, there's 3 people. 2. Oh, wow. Wow.
What?
This is cute.
It's cute.
So the 3 villagers' name, the three players' names are Scooter, Lewis or Louis, and Mum. How many kids?
That's adorable.
Come on, you got a star hat? Probably not. This house isn't range. And this
I
kid's
really hope I contributed. Don't worry, I'm not gonna fight you guys. You guys can go to sleep. I'm just gonna take the spoils from what you guys did there. Oh wow. I got 2 burden remedies.
Oh, a burden remedy?
Yeah.
In Animal Crossing?
Oh, I mean, yeah, yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Babe, you're making me feel bad.
No, you're making yourself feel bad. I am completely fine and happy with you doing that.
I love
Wait,
you.
where's Dad? Don't ask what happened to Dad and don't check in the pot.
You heard about the lady who put 2 men in a giant kimchi pot?
Oh yeah, the kimchi. Well, one was her ex-husband and the other one was probably an ex-lover.
Yep.
The house was a hoarder house and she had a child that wasn't even on any register. I'm going to get milk. Oh, goodbye, Lucy.
Never see him again.
Yep, I've been feeling nauseous while at work and feeling pretty tired. So yeah, you definitely need to take it easy. I'm glad that you're gonna go home and rest.
Proud of you. I need to level up to level 10 so I can get the furnace going. So I'm trying to like do things to level up.
You're not leaving, Lucy. That's what you say when you're going to get milk. I need. Oh, we do have noodles downstairs. We could make ramen.
I don't know.
I'm not that hungry either. I just had a couple of bars of.
I just need my Palworld fix. Itchy, scratching, you know. Oh my god, that bird was it. Shit. I passed right by it.
Itching, scratch, eat, sure. Surely one of the kids thought that the star hat was cool and they have it on their character.
I caught bird. It pacifist.
Bird.
Pacifist bird. It was a wanderer. I mean a Nightwing.
Sims is online. Oh my god.
Doesn't play this game.
Another tent.
I'm like pretty stubborn when I'm sick like a screw. I'm going to work like normal, but I'm pretty far from home. I need to take care of myself. Good, proud of you. I need a bronze cherry. I need a good bronze cherry. And I need a grintail. And I need a good grintail. And I know that they're bosses and I could get them.
Wrapping my belly because I'm a Tristan with a belly to rub. Wrap.
You're such a goob. I love you so much, you fucking goober.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
The goobiest goob that ever did goob.
You got the milk? Oh my god. You didn't abandon us. Where do you even get the star hat from? Is it from anything specific?
Celeste.
Celeste? Oh, okay, it's a Celeste thing, so a Star Island would have it. Like a Celeste decorated island.
Yeah. Some people also just get it because they think it looks goofy. Because it does.
It is quite goofy.
What back? What the fuck? Didn't I just catch you? The fuck? Thing seems stronger than the other one. To be fair, the other one was asleep. How's everybody doing today? You guys been enjoying the subathon so far? Okay. Have fun, Nikki. Good luck. If he's an asshole, just quit. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
As an asshole, just
Put your health.
Yeah,
Make sure to
it's like
keep your
some
health
fun.
first. I'm glad. I'm glad.
I've been loving it. Everyone's been loving the Subathon. Thank you all so much for your support.
It's been fantastic.
I
This is
don't
why we
live in
try
real
not to take
time.
it. We try not to take advantage by doing like subathons all the time. I do it like max, like 2 times a year.
It's Subathon. Subathon. Why is it raining? Subathon. What's wrong with you? Atlas is hell. Very wet.
You're gonna be good eating later. Where'd you go?
Don't eat my boy out.
But he's gonna be delicious. You ain't heard of venison before?
You can eat Eric if I can.
Goat milk is good. I mean, maybe some people eat goats. I'm sure it's a thing.
yeah, goat's very common.
Typically eat goats in the US. Finally, I levered up. Lever 10. I had to grind for it, but I did it. Now I can unlock. What am I gonna upgrade? Stamina probably. The health, stamina for sure. Furnace. Egg incubator.
Incubate. This house is probably not gonna have a star hat, but there's no harm in checking. If this house doesn't have a star hat, I'm sending an ICBM with a nuclear warhead at this person's house.
God.
Yeah.
Fuck, that sounds so aggressive.
Nah, it's just a greeting. Proceed to go ahead and leave work early and just want to try and finish one last thing before leaving.
Okay.
Good that you got to go ahead.
I stand by that you should have got to go ahead anyways. Are you kidding me?
Hmm? Okay.
Server restart in 60 seconds.
No. No, not the Animal Crossing stuff.
Not the Animal Crossing servers.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hi. I love you too, honey.
What are you looking for? Something?
Missing something and I don't know what.
You feel like you're missing something.
Not men's time. Not Wednesday men's time.
Not Wednesday men's time. Then a fresh day, fresh clothes out of the drying off for a shower and brushing my teeth. Nice, Hiko. Not monster because you have one? Or...
All my air monsters are gone, but I've already had 2 monsters, and so maybe I should just drink some water.
Yeah, some water. Could be it.
Stand up and stretch too.
Fresh fogs, all fluffy and fresh.
Right? That's what I'm saying. You don't need one, Nikki. You need to get some rest.
You feeling hungry at all or anything like that?
I think so.
But not for like the snacks we have on hand.
No. But also not noodles.
Not
Because I feel
noodles.
like noodles is gonna be empty.
Noodles is very empty. The only thing open right now is Macca's. As for other things we have in the house, Nikki said boo. Lafayette. That sounds like a nice cracky is fine. is a very cluttered island to the point that me running around feels like I'm dropping flames. So surely they've got a star on this island. Things are loading in weirdly, so it's going to be very bad. The Mario coin, okay, okay. Quarter pounder coffee frappe, extra onions. It sounds wonderful. I will happily. No. Shaddy. Shaddy. Shaddy? No. Yeah. Very not healthy, yeah. Yeah. He did indeed do a big stretch. Sounded like a nice stretch. Got some good cracks out. Got some nice good stretching in. Do you want to order or do you want me to order?
I can order it, but you gotta tell me what it is that you want.
I want you. The overnight menu.
I'm not on the McDonald's menu, so. I fucking forgot while I was on my phone. Here we go. Animals. Want a quarter pounder deluxe?
Oh yeah, I got a quarter pounder deluxe.
Coke.
Is he well? Yeah.
Anything else?
Ooh, you want to get an apple pie each?
I was literally getting ready to ask that. My favorite husband.
Oh my god. The only one you currently have.
That you know of.
Oh my god. Which one of you is she married to? Who's she married?
Never. You'll never know.
No.
What is 6283? What's that one? Is that you?
Hmm?
The 6283, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Feels like that number's not familiar to me.
Understood. Stood under.
I love you. What the fuck? Oh my god.
We are perfect for each other.
Jesus Christ.
The first time I've done that one.
I know. We've done the Tuesday one, but Tuesday, in it. Basically, Lucy said understood, and then both Tristan and I at the same time went understood, stood under.
Like perfectly in sync. We are the one brain cell.
Yep.
British. Top of the morning to ya. Oh my god.
Okay, I wanted to go get a.
Go, go, Power Ranger.
To get a Bron Cherry. Or a Grintail. Or both.
Surely somewhere in this French's fuck village, there's a star hat. Or a star. Or just something.
I gotta figure out where this one. I fucking forgot.
Things don't even load in properly. On the beach, it's a beach, Starman.
Second too closer to Tristan's base to get the Grintail. Let's go get a Grintail. Let's go get a Grintail. We have a driver already. That was fast.
Nice. Yeah, Macca's probably Macca's is like the only thing open on DoorDash, so they probably all just hang out there behind each other, being like, "We tried to get in the order first."
Do you think there's like secret DoorDash beef?
Maybe.
Oh, is it hot? Oh, I stepped on a fire. That's why.
That might explain why it's hot.
I thought it just randomly got hot outside and I just combusted.
That'd be cool if you could. No one. Oh, I'm so insane. Because there's no star hat. There's no star hat in the game. I got the coin. Where does this take me? Blah, blah, blah.
Shut up. Shut up, Wonder. Absurd.
Oh my god, I'm in a house.
Look, I've lost like half of my brain cells while playing Animal Crossing, okay?
Yeah. Come on, star hat.
I'm gonna
Star
tell y'all
hat.
something that, like, because we level so slow, I'm gonna be fucking rich by the time we get to level 80.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
loaded.
Like Herbie.
Exactly, just like Herbie.
Fully loaded. Oh, so many villager pictures on the walls in the house. Any star hat on the walls? No one's cool.
Here's the sales merchant about where we can have a very own merchant. Yes! Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can catch any of the people that function as merchants and keep them in your base as merchants. Like, it's really good to get all the like legendary material.
Yeah, those are good to have. Shit. Fight him.
Legendary.
Oops, fight him. Shit.
Yeah.
He jumped. Do it again.
I don't know how they function if they're in your party, and I don't know if you can talk to them when you have them out, but if they're in your base, it's definitely.
You can't talk to them if they're in your party.
Okay, good to know. Boo! Boo! This village sucks. It's French, and it doesn't have a star hat. That would be amazing. if it was French with a star hat, but it's French without a star hat. Unethical, but necessary.
Yeah.
Ethics don't exist on the Palworld Isles.
Palapagos. Palpagos.
Palpagos. Palpagos. Little goose. Palpagos. Little tender.
Here's my dire howl. My dire howl is
Funny when he found out you
amazing.
can catch people.
Does anybody? Oh my gosh. Do you guys have a name for my dire howl? It's a girl.
Dogette.
Tristan's not allowed to name my dog.
You got a trophy for catching a thug too? Oh my god.
Didn't even see the stats on my Grinto. That's fine. I can catch it again and again and again and again and again and again and again. So I get
She said it's a
better
girl.
Grintails. It's a girl.
Yeah, it's
a
a
girl,
girl
doggo.
now.
Look at her. Can't you tell she looks so lovely? She's ready to bite your face off.
I want to dream. I want to dream of the dream where the dream just is a star hat.
Faux Roxy. Faux fan.
Maybe
Okay,
a
faux Roxy, faux fan.
faux show.
Faux Roxy is a weird name.
Roxanne.
Oh. It's.
Like an African
Oh god.
doll.
I don't know if I. Oh. I mean,
Hera
it's
Isle.
definitely not a fox. Isn't Roxy a fox?
Snaf is cheap horror, in my opinion.
I agree.
It's literally just jump scares. Jump scares is not horror. Jump
Roxy
scares,
is a wolf. Hold on, I'll look it up. Roxy FNAF.
like, yes, jump scares
It
scare
is-
people. You know, the fight or flight response. Terra Isle. Surely someone's wearing
It is a
hat.
wolf, yeah. Alright.
Oh my god, there's a
Fuck
Mario
it.
Kart. Mario, wherefore art thou, Mario?
Alright, Roxy it is. Alright, Roxy. Roxy Cleopatra. I'm just kidding. Doggy the girl. Wow. You have interest in same brain, and no, neither one of you guys are banned from naming my pals.
Doggy is a girl, it's Dogette.
You guys are both banned from naming my pals. Oh my god. Did I forget to back up Blazemat? Please tell me I didn't. I may have lost Nikki. Nikki's gonna have to be my first Blazemat. It's the only way to fix this. If I don't know if I don't think I think I might have forgotten. I think I might have forgotten Nikki. I know I forgot Lovey.
Nikki Hawk down.
I'm so sorry, Nikki.
Fenrir, I do not believe in Norse mythology is female. I think it's specifically the son
Oh, it's an Arthur.
of Loki
I ain't heard of it.
and a wolf.
Loki fucked the wolf.
Yeah.
Isn't Fenrir a centaur?
Maybe. This seems like the kind of place that'll have a star. Star. A lot of Mario things around. I'm accepting Mario Star as well. There's a Mario Star.
You're free!
I will check. for a different star as well.
Oh, okay.
But I will take the Mario star. Fuck those flowers going away.
That's what I think about you. About you.
Freedom. Freedom.
So happy for you, babe. Oh, there's just good fruit tree over here.
Wow, they got the 2022 New Year's banner thing. They had the 2022 New Year's
Yeah.
like bloom arch. Eating the yogurt while waits on ramen. That's a good thing to eat while waiting on ramen. Well, why Zacian is female in Pokemon? I mean, probably. Nom, nom, nom. Lore-wise, anything is an anime girl if you think hard enough.
It's true. If you don't know, Pepsi is an anime girl.
Pepis?
Pepsi. I've seen Pepsi-chan.
Yeah. Pretty sure we also found Pilk-chan as well.
Still not out. What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I think we've also found Pilk-chan as well.
Pilk-chan? Oh, I don't remember if there was Pilk-chan. But maybe. There's not, there should be.
I think there's not an officially recognized Pilk-chan, but there's a few
No.
different-
I'm not sitting here saying anything's fucking officially recognized.
By officially recommend, I don't mean like officially as in the anime CEOs all got together and were like, yeah, we officially recognize Pilk-chan as anime girl. Like just like the officiant on Reddit for the DGen on the internet can also be you're talking about.
I have an uncommon metal armor schematic.
I'll cross that one off now. I leave now. There was no star hats. We never found a star hat, but we definitely never had a star hat on the list. We just got the wrong picture.
Yep, just the wrong picture.
We wanted to avoid copyright from Nintendo.
Yep.
For having star.
We hear they've been suing lately.
Yeah. Yippee! I got 10 out of 10.
How do you?
What that means?
You can play Palworld with me?
Yes, that does also mean that. Oh, my leg's asleep.
Shit. That's yours. Bye. Fuck.
That's nearby? Oh.
No, not that way. Wait.
Oh,
Nope. They're teleporting.
Oh, God. They teleported immediately from the store right to our house. Right to our front door. Oh, my love. Freedom. Freedom and freak. However, to wrap up the ACNH scavenger hunt, I've accomplished all the goals. Time to go too. Oh my god, I'm there without. No, bye bye. Well, why is it on the? It's watching. I'm watching Aiko and in the stream manager, but I don't need this one up. There we go. I need to manage my stream somehow because sometimes it doesn't always have. Sometimes I need to look in the stream manager for like managing the goal, looked at the follower goal that I met the other day, or managing certain things that are. Oh, when I swapped to the gaming thing, I had to. Let's see. Oh, that's a picture. Hmm? Yippee! Oh. I was just talking about how like I've got my stream manager thing up as well as watching you because I always support you. My stream manager closes first if I need to close something. I must support my wife as much as possible. I need my Aiko channel points. I'm at 300k, alright? Mm-hmm.
He's a big simp after all. He's my biggest simp. Love him to pieces.
I am?
Uh-huh.
That was your husband. But apparently I've become an SIMP.
We're both. Are you not my simp? I have to give somebody else the title of my simp, huh?
No, thank you. I will fight to the death. And just so you know, I will lose that fight.
He's like, I'll just die.
Just fucking die. I can't fight. I'm a good boy. I've never been in a fight.
This is where I am.
It's hard to find ya. With an apple pie.
You think if we put the note to ask them to put the apple pie in the water counter, they would?
Probably
Oh. I did a Palworld just in time for all of us to hear the sound of us, Edith.
Nom, 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 nom. A fight for me using a stick qualifier twice for a fight for your honor. Aw, he'll be your second. There you go, babe.
Let's go! I sent Nikki out as my as my knight.
There you go. You think those rich people fought themselves? No.
Oh hell no! Oh, what time are they?
No.
But there
Then
wasn't
they realize
uncommon.
that like they die, so they're like, oh wait, I should probably send somebody else to do that for me.
It wasn't uncommon for nobles to send out someone in their place.
hmm
I am a noble because I married a princess.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
Oh, it's so sweet. I love you.
Love you too.
But we're gonna get a lot of mushy gushy because this week is our anniversary.
Qualify in wrestling? Nice.
Hmm. Yeah, so don't mess with Tristan. He'll send out Nikki, and Nikki will kick your ass.
Oh yeah, that's right. I put my party in my pal boxer so they don't starve. And then I close the game.
I put my pals in my pal box while I was building the house.
Oh no. Hit that one of those down for a fight. I missed the cable to the ground. But it was usually a boss if he says no to leaving early. I am level 7, I think? 7. I'm 1 XP away from level 8.
School gets you participating in sports. Gets everybody participating in sports. You like turn into an adult. You stop participating in sports, and then you get fucking fat. They're like, oh god, I used to be so skinny when I was in school. Yeah, because you used to do sports like all the time. Even if you weren't doing sports, you're still doing like PE.
I was a chubby little kid. Even doing sports, I was still chubby.
I wasn't really so much chubby, I don't think. I think my issue was I was sweaty. Like, I sweat so much, dude. I look like I'm getting dehydrated just from walking around. Any mild amount of heat, dude, drenched. So it always felt super exhausting. So one day, okay, so I could never beat like the mile because you had to like run a mile under a certain amount of time, right? They pulled my ass out of class, made me go back to PE to run the mile because I was too slow. Right? Because I didn't fucking run it, right? They made a kid run beside me. And not only was it any kid, they made a cute boy run beside me. So of course I had to catch up with him, and then I ran like a 10-minute mile, but still, like that was fast for me. They literally had a boy, a cute boy, run beside me so that I could do the mile. I was running faster to impress a boy. What the fuck? You know, in hindsight, it sounds a little fucked up. I was in the 5th grade. I wonder if they knew that would work or what. I don't know. What was their plan? I know. That's why I'm sitting there. I'm like, fucking. Now I'm fucked up about it. Now I'm like, wait a minute. Did they know I just was like super boy crazy and that's what they tried? They were like, oh,
Maybe.
she'll probably be great if she runs alongside a cute boy. And so they're like, oh, well, this is a cute boy and he can run fast. Here you go.
Boys in the hallway?
No, not in the 5th grade. That was this.
Oh, okay. That was before the
That
kids
was
in
the
the hallway.
7th grade.
Yeah.
It was before I started kissing them, but I've always been boy crazy. Like the first boy I remember having a big crush on was second grade. His name was Skylar. And I loved him. And then I told him he had to choose between me and my best friend Renita. And he chose her. I was heartbroken. I cried. No, I was already gonna play Palworld. I just was so fucking tired of it. I love Animal Crossing. I do. I can't. It's too much, man.
He
What? What? Was it about I got picked, somebody else got picked over me, or that I made him choose? I don't know what. You were beating up boys in second grade will forever mess with me. Get beat up by a boy or girl. Oh no, I was boy crazy, dude. I was hanging over boys. I was like their fucking scarf. I didn't give a shit.
My sister broke someone's jaw, I think. They started the fight.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. Then I turned into a bit of a hoe in the high school, but it was more of like I never really um like it wasn't like I was making out with boys all the time. Well, okay, never mind. Maybe it was high school making out, but I never did anything more than that. Okay,
I was the guy off to the side being like, I like turtles.
like okay, there was this kid. Justin, some kid came up to me once in fifth grade and was like, "I love you," and I punched him in the face. Like that's gross. Don't ever talk to me. I had there was this boy named Chris, and he was in the JROTC program, which is the junior ROTC, which is the military preps class thingy, right? And so he had to do his. Everybody has to go in there prim and proper, and they have to have their clothes all ironed and perfect and straight and everything like that. And I was making out with him in the hallway before he had to go into class, and before I did, I had lipstick on, and I kissed him under his collar, so I knew it was there. And if he failed his inspection, I knew it was because of me. That was me in the ninth grade. Man, I don't know.
Always been a bit of a brat.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I mean, I wasn't anti-boy. I liked boys. And then, seventh grade, or eighth grade, I discovered I like girls too. I'm not hussy. You're a hussy. Fuck you, bitch. I love you. Like that one song. Kissed a girl and I liked it. Her name was Nadia. I dated her brother. And then I
I thought
went
you
to
were really like
then I
her.
went to a homecoming dance and then I danced with her. That's how that happened. What, babe?
You dated her brother because you really liked her.
I didn't know.
Oh, good
I didn't
morning,
know her
Cricket.
when I dated him. Yeah, buddy. I like boys song and I like girls song on that one too. Yeah.
That's my feelings too towards anyone that is like lesbian or bi. It's very much just like you like girls too, me too. Nice, high five. That's not.
Apparently, I was just sitting up here starving to death while I was eating. Oh no, my pal team's hungry too. Jesus, why are we starving so much, man? What the fuck?
They be working and twerking.
You're literally just standing here. It's not like we're doing anything.
I genuinely don't get how there are girls that like guys because guys are stinky.
Guys are stinky, dude. Yeah, pick boys that aren't
Have
so
you
stinky.
met me, honey? I stink.
Hey, babe.
Yeah.
Who was my ex?
I can't compete with that stink.
That stink was next level. Yeah,
How
it's
are
level
you doing,
5.
honey? Christian is asking us how we're doing. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, my love?
Good.
You doing good? No.
I
We just ordered some Maccas.
I am trying to get down from this watchtower, but my health is really low right now because I was starving to death while I was eating.
Mm. That's how it usually goes.
You don't like guys either. Girls are way better.
Exactly. I'm glad you're doing good, Christian.
I am kind of curious though, like what ages like girls and guys start looking at the opposite sex. Cause like for me, it's just like I've always like been into boys. Like we've got a video. I've got a video on my fucking computer.
Mm-hmm. I
I
watched it.
showed it to him. I was a fucking baby kissing a boy.
I think you're still in a nappy or a diaper.
Yeah,
And
he's
they
walking
called
up and
nappy.
kissing boys, man.
She is the boy kisser.
Yeah, wasn't like there's never been a time that I wasn't like into dudes.
I during primary school, I think prep or grade one. Prep is like our transition grade from kindergarten to normal primary school.
Oh, just remember to have a glider now.
Um, I asked someone to marry me, and she said yes, and then her mom was like, no.
Aw, damn. Sorry,
Yeah,
babe. Well, I guess lucky me.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I guess I don't know how she does it. I couldn't kiss a boy. They stinky.
You late? Huh? We just jumped over to Palworld. But I think for reasons I didn't really develop an interest in anyone
Yeah, for a while.
until like 17, 18.
You had a friend that was absolutely boy crazy? Yeah. You can care less about either sex. People are too much hassle. Don't put them in. No, I know a lot of people that like that too.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm just curious about other people.
Yeah. Some people just hate everyone. Some people love everyone. Some people are somewhere in between and only love certain people.
Tristan likes me.
I do like Aiko. Aiko's the only one I like. I am an Aiko-sexual. Good. Better make you happy. It's just a minute. Giving me hand grenades lately.
My husband, look at this shit. I got a grenade right here. Like, I've never used one of these in this game. Never. I'm just fucking carrying them around.
I've thrown a grenade once or twice. They just have such a small area that they actually do damage.
First time I thought of girls besides my dinos and cars was in the second grade, I think. Okay. I think
You like
second
girls,
grade is when
Tristan?
it really started. Second grade, I think, was when it really started, and it was with Skylar. That's the first one I could. Actually, no, I lied. No, it was a boy named Ryan in kindergarten. I remember because I remember my teacher was so embarrassed because I was sitting there and I had my hand on his knee, and my teacher called me out on it, saying, "Get your hand off his lap," and I was like, I was really embarrassed. I remember being really embarrassed. That was kindergarten.
Aiko liked boys all the time.
I was always like boys. I don't know.
And you just added girls at some point.
Yeah, I added girls in the seventh grade. All right, what level is she? 23. I got this shit. I got this shit.
Poor wee Aiko. Pardon me. That scared me.
Oh fuck! Why is it hot? What
They
the
always
hell?
jump and creep up on me. Yeah,
Damn it.
market was ferocious.
Is it because of Bushi? Is it because Bushi's out?
If you have Bushi out, if you have fire power, it will increase your heat by 1 level. If you have a nice power out, will reduce your heat.
Yeah, but why am I not here, dude? Why am I not on? Stop hitting my balls away. These are the bigger balls. Otherwise, you're gonna get a cheap power sphere, and you don't want that. I'm trying to treat you special, bitch. Oh my lord. Fucking regular power sphere. Shit. Heavyweight and wellness watcher. Aiko. That one be a super hard. What do you mean?
Super hard.
What's super hard? What did I miss? Oh god, she almost died. Me. I knew I needed a bronze cherry and I knew I needed a grintail, so I got them. I did it. Get good, scrub. I don't know. I'm level 8. I'm level 10.
Got a Bushi?
Oh yeah.
What kind of Bushi are we talking about?
Tashigi's my Bushi. Look, I'm level 10 and I have a Bushi.
Yeah.
Who's level like 25.
I will be right back.
Hika, did we tell you? Were you here yesterday? I tell you how we were running this one? Look. Here it is. Here's how we're playing this one. Okay? 0.1 XP rate. Not 1, not 3 like the last 2 times. 0.1. That's why I'm level 10. And I have like all this shit. Pretty not gonna get us some venom. I fucking hate these goddamn paper straws. I wonder if I can get that. What level is the Capricorn knocked? 23? I can get it. I've been having a blast, dude. Catching all these things that I didn't think I'd be able to catch. I had to turn down the hunger in mine because my character was getting hungry more often than us donuts and munchies. That's pretty much what's happening to me, but like I think I just need to get good and make some more food. I starved to death at the top of the watchtower when I was just standing there. The Capricorn knocked us good planting. Basically, I need a good planter now. Planter and gatherer and stuff, because... bitch right now. Just gonna throw a ball, see what happens. Oh, right there. I'm level 11 now. Interesting. Guess I'll just put a point in health. Oh, look, like that, and that, and that. Alright. It's like, I'm just gonna throw. I might as well start by throwing a ball, right? Just in case. Okay, we're done. I haven't really beat up many enemies. It's more like a bunny. I'll save you. save you. Run away! Never find me. I think they really think about people who might have just like lowered the experience. Have fun, Nika. Love you. I need to look. Here's what I need to do. I need to get to mining these bitches, like a lot of these bitches, because I need so many for like fucking everything I'm trying to build. And I love my T-fan, but dude, that thing sucks. Oh, I should get that guy, the Dinosaur. Think I can get it? That'd be a pretty good planter, yeah? And look, it's a dragon, too. Hey, 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 hey. Oh shit, it's mad. It's gonna be mad. Get in the burrow! Shit! I'm trying to save your life. Let me save your life. Ow! Get on the fucking ball! Respect me! I think. Ooh. If only you had a little Nikki to be a minor. Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Okay. So, there is a pretty decent likelihood that I forgot to put you in the global PAL box. I don't remember. I know at one point I went and put a bunch of things in the global PAL box, but I don't remember at what point that was. I need to check. I know that Lovey never made it to the global PAL box. And I was just like, well, she was a Gumas. So I can get that back pretty easy. But yours is kind of a bit different. That is a Gumoth. Don't care. Unival, I mean, I can grab it, I guess. No, it's level 31, no. King Pucker, no. Wood. Bungalow might be good. Wood. I could get another Bushi. Get Moss Bushi. Keep getting Bushis. I have a giant Bushi collection. Much more. Me, 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Oh. Let the bodies hit the floor. 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 Oh my god. Yep. I've seen that. I've heard that one too. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. I can, oh god, I almost said I can only count to 4. Fuck! I said the floor. I can. Fuck! Stop, now it's in my head. Fuck you, Lucy. Let the bodies hit the floor. 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 Okay. 2, something wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something. No, you're fine. Something got to give. I want Tristan to come back. I miss him already. Such a big baby, dude. So whiny. Like everything's fine until like I don't have him in person, and then I just get whiny. He left me because he hates me. That's exactly why. 100%. Whooshy v whooshy. Whooshy v whooshy. This one's not who again. Should make him stronger, I guess. Cool. Oops. Oh, let's go there. I just want high quality Palworld. Brute force, brute force, brute force. Oh, shit! What the fuck? Oh, leave me alone! What the fuck, you bitch? me to brutal. Hallelujah. 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 Good news and bad news. Good news, I'm almost done with what I wanted to get done. The bad news is a new debuff has been acquired. I've begun to feel dizzy. You need to take a break. Candling 2, candle 3, okay. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. The last bit I need won't take more than 5 minutes. You better hurry up. I find out you passed out because you were deciding not to try to be dingus. Oh my god, he is watering too. Fucking great. Of course he does. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, wow. There we go. Look at him. Look at him go. I think we're starting to get up somewhere. None of these are particularly great. Don't you forget about me. Don't. I will start, thank you. And now I just sit here because I have another pal cooking metal. He's cooking metal right now, I think. Is he still cooking metal? He's almost done. Then we can send him over there. I'm so tired. Yeah. He's got pretty decent fire. Not too bad. Okay. Oh yeah, metal. I need to make a high quality workbench, which means I need more wood. Damn it. He's just like, I help, I help. Trying to find another here. Oh, damn it. Feeling like
And then, that's why you don't eat an entire tub of pasta salad to yourself.
did you finish the whole thing?
Oh.
Hmm?
I finished the whole thing a while ago. Okay, I'm back. Sorry I was gone for so long.
He's dead. Canonically.
I have been gone for years. I'm sorry, Christian.
It's been 13 years.
Oh my god, I'm starving to death on top of this. Yeah. I've been gone for years. I'm sorry, I was gone for so long.
I got a bronze cherry, and I got a grintail, and I got a dumud, and I cooked some metal with my R socks, and I'm cooking eggs with my R socks, and what else did I get? I got another bushi, and I got what else did I get?
Ooh.
I got a Fox Sparks Christ, and I got a Caperty Knocked, and I got 2 Gale Claws, and I got 2 Nightwings, and I got a Foxicle, and I got a Chillet, and I got a Dinossum, and I rescued a bunny.
You've been busy since I've been gone.
Well, some of those are,
Harold
a
somehow got
couple of those
stuck
were
on-
from yesterday. Oh, and I got a Gumos, a big one, big boy.
Ooh. Did you have fun making cereal, Gretchen?
And now we're yelling at Nikki because he's he's feeling dizzy now.
Nikki, go get some rest. Get some water, get some rest.
Actually starting to fucking get some berries. I cooked some of the eggs so we have some fucking food in this thing because the leaf monk, strangely, the leaf monk and the fucking T-Fant weren't really bringing a lot of berries to the table.
Have I watched Attack on Titan? Oh, that's enough.
So I swapped them out for Dumud, who is a level 2 waterer, and Grintail, who's a level 3 gatherer, and Broncherry, who's a level 5 planter.
We're going faster now.
Should be going faster, yeah. Starting to pick up.
I think I've watched 2 seasons of Attack on Titan. How much have you watched, my love?
All of it.
You watched a lot? Ah. Yeah, it got too depressing for me after.
I like that shit. I like the whole, oh my god, oh my god, the shock. It's crazy.
I do not like the show.
Oof.
I got through the first season. The only reason I watched the second season was, I don't know.
There's
There
another
wasn't
one.
anyone nearby watching the first season. I don't know. I don't know why.
I have a rare Tundra outfit schematic,
Oh, nice.
but I also have a metal armor schematic, so probably just gonna make the metal one, maybe. See if I can't make the thermal undershirt too.
You're done. You're calling your Uber now. Nice. I hope you
Don't die.
I hope your Uber gets you home safely.
Okay, I do not have enough.
Yeah. Some anime, if it gets too depressing, I just can't.
I haven't really had an issue with cold resistance.
Tokyo Ghoul did the same thing. I don't really want to watch that anymore. Too depressing. I heard that people hate the ending to Attack on Titan as well.
What?
The end of Attack on Titan, I've heard people hate it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty shit. Well, to be fair, like it's not. At least it didn't feel like it was finished. So I don't know.
I know the at least the mangas.
Oh, I haven't read the manga.
So I feel like the anime finished.
I haven't seen it. Unless, of course, the end that was the ending, in that case, I guess, yeah, that would have been pretty shit. Considering I didn't feel like it was fun.
September 4, 2023 is when the final episode aired.
Oh, let's look at it. I don't think.
Episode 94.
I gotta see.
What was the last thing you watched?
I remember there was a big siege on the city. And what's his face? Titan moded over and was like crossing over the sea.
I don't think you have seen the ending. You probably saw the second last season. What is my favorite anime? Mine is One Piece. What's yours, my love?
I have a few. A few that I watch a lot. If I want to leave it on, or if I want to just leave something on, I just keep going in the background. I don't have to worry about it ending. Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter is amazing. I hope it gets a. I hope they do it justice when they're making it. Oh, Wanderer said Fruits Basket.
Fruits Basket's on the list. Yep, Fruits Basket is in that top. It is among the top. And when I say among the top, I mean they're not like... There are a few that I like and a few that I would consider like my favorite, but they're favorite for different reasons. Fruits Basket is on that top. Is in that top. I know it's gonna seem a little off, but it's just another one I can watch a lot of. But I know a lot of people don't like it. Is Future Diary.
Oh, I like Future Diary. Shout out to Nikki from Mariah Nikki. Nikki stars in it.
Oh yeah. You like it too? Well, Lucy, look, I'm gonna say that like you're liking something does not mean that like it's necessarily great. No France.
Mine right now is I think Black Clover or Gachikuta. Haven't heard of the second one. Black Clover, I hate the sub voice of Astor. I cannot stand Astor, and it just so happens that that's the main character. I'd probably enjoy it more if I read it. He's just got a fucking whiny as fuck voice actor that just makes the entire thing significantly worse. I pushed myself to get as far as I did. It gets better. I mean, I think I got to the point where it got better and it was still too whiny for me. I like AOT a lot. Damn it. Fucking... I'm dead, my love, I'm dead.
Oh, I'm coming. I'll save it.
I don't know if you can reach me. I'm down in the area near the small settlement, but like...
Oh, geez, of course I don't have that fucking watchtower, do I?
Yeah, so I'd probably be...
I'm sorry.
The only reason I died...
I'm sorry.
I was going to a camp to rescue whatever was in the camp, and a fucking rampaging dire owl goes off.
I was trying to see about the thing, and I think no, like, I feel like if you look at the thumbnail from Dawn of Humanity, I feel like I remember seeing that.
I don't know how far that is.
Same thing happened with you with SAO. Yeah, I liked that one too. I'm starving to death again apparently. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm always starving. Why am I hungry so much, dude?
Yeah, I did not like Attack on Titan simply because it was too depressing. The story was
You don't like SAO? Oh, I liked SAO. I've seen a Full Metal Alchemist, absolutely, or Brotherhood. I've seen Brotherhood, Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood. So, what do they have in common? Also, Hunter x Hunter has the character, the anime character that I relate to the most. So if I were to ever like, I know some people ask like, if you're an anime character, which one would it be? Mine, I would be Biscuit Kruger. 100%.
Pico.
I've heard
Pico.
of.
Boku no Pico.
I've heard of that.
I haven't heard of Pico. You know, Full Metal Alchemist, Diary Dinosaur. I don't know. SAO.
I liked it. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what y'all
I
say.
think they should have focused more on Aincrad and SAO. Like
I
they do in the
agree
manga.
to that. I agree with that.
They do in the manga. They follow it for longer in the manga and actually, you know, see more tower bosses cleared and they develop more of like what Kirito gets up to when he freaks out and leaves and like there's just more to Aincrad in the manga, but in the anime they skip it too far.
Yeah,
The
there
first
was a lot of. I
first
felt like I did feel the first season. I did feel like it was a little quick.
the first season should have just all been in Aincrad, not like not rescuing Asuna from uh the other one. Oh, I can't fucking remember the fantasy one with magic and stuff. Not rescuing her from there. Um, that should have been second season.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
I enjoyed SAO, but it
Gun Gale Online. The first animated was singles. Yeah, I know.
yeah, Gun Gale Online is basically SAO
Yeah.
world, but in the
That's because it's like, what is it, like third season? SAO third season?
I think so, yeah, yeah. I think it did get its own spin-off, but
Yeah, it did get its own spin-off.
yeah, the third season stayed with Gun Gale.
I'm wondering if it might have been the same reason that I don't like certain songs, depending on like the first version that I heard of, you know. So I'm wondering if it's because you watched Gun Gale Online first that you don't like Sons of Anarchy. Not Sons of Anarchy. My bad. My bad. Sword Art Online.
Sons of Online.
Look. Look. SAO, SOA, whatever, same thing. Right?
I genuinely look. This is definitely gonna be a bit of a unpopular opinion, but minus just the being too depressing part, I don't think Attack on Titan had a great story. I know a lot of people love it. I don't think it had a good story.
Divorce. Kidding, I'm
I
kidding.
mean, if that's how you feel,
Okay.
my opinion won't change.
I'm kidding.
I know you're kidding, my love. Got picked up. You're on your way to the Airbnb. I hope you can get some good rest soon. Maybe.
For sure.
Tokyo Ghoul. Similar sort of reasons why I stopped watching that, but it started off decent and then just got to like the why? This is why, huh? Where's the, okay.
I'm making better axe and pickaxe.
I don't like anime where there's gore for the sake of gore.
Oh, you won't like a lot of what I liked. I liked Another. Did you see Another?
Hmm?
Did you like Another? There was a long period of time where all the animes that I watched were just horror. I only watched horror anime for a long time.
I don't mind horror. I don't like I don't
You love
I
Another?
don't
Yeah, Another was great.
don't mind gory animes. I just don't like where the entire story is just basically
Yeah, I
you
did.
take
I did. I watched all of it. The only thing I didn't watch of Higurashi was the new stuff. The art style changed and it weirded me out, so I stopped watching it. I did watch Akame Got Killed.
Akame got killed.
It had a shit ending, but I otherwise thought it was. I otherwise thought it was pretty good.
The ending of the anime completely different to the ending of the manga.
I didn't necessarily. Did I say remake? I meant the whatever it was that just the art style changed and I didn't like it.
I like Akame got Kill until it started going off from. No, I haven't watched my side manga runners.
Me either.
Until it started going off the manga path. When it just started getting towards the ending and then just
As somebody,
making their own shit and none of it was making sense.
who hasn't watched or hasn't read any of the mangas, I enjoyed things.
I enjoyed it. It's just when it started getting towards the end, it just was like it felt rushed in a bad way.
The only anime I get that passionate about that says that I say things like feels rushed. The only anime I have ever felt that passionately about, and that very specifically, was Promise Neverland. Promise Neverland.
Never had a season.
Oh,
I know. I
oh,
know season 2.
oh.
I like anime. I don't mind gore in anime. It's just gore for the sake of gore. Attack on Titan does it. Tokyo Ghoul does it, and just it it just feels cheap, in my opinion. They started feeling cheap.
I have seen Erased. It was really good. My sister introduced me to that one.
Sort of like jump scare, just like the entire purpose of it is the shock factor of this character dying. That's it.
Erased was good.
It's just cheap. It's like, oh, you like this character? You but if it's like once or twice, fine. That's fine. That's well placed. It's a good trope. Yeah, it's well placed. But it happened over and over and over and again, and it's like, what's the point of even watching this anymore? It's like, oh, why would I grow attached to a character when I think everyone's gonna die at any point? It's like, okay.
I tried to watch Steins Gate, but the main character's insufferable. I said what I said, and I stand by it. He is insufferable. You say, no, he's not. Maybe relatable to you. Absolutely not relatable to me. He is annoying.
Who? Steins Gate?
Yeah.
I haven't seen Steins Gate.
I got through like fucking 2.5 episodes, and I was like, nope.
I got through like one episode and was like, eh.
He's arrogant.
I know what the ending of Attack on Titan
He's
is.
meant to be because he's putting on a character. I don't know. He's very annoying.
And it just... Hearing about things about Attack on Titan and the ending and everything, it's like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch that. I'm glad I didn't continue watching that. I feel like a lot of things recently have ended and they've had bad endings. And it seems like that the entire purpose of a lot of these endings are just, haha, fuck you, Pan, you were expecting something else, but fuck you.
Promised Neverland basically was like, best way to describe it. The last episode could have been made into like 2 whole fucking seasons.
Ah, one of those things.
Yeah. It was so rushed. It was
Yeah.
so rushed.
Well, that's what happens. I've read a bunch.
I looked up, I was like, what happened? And they were just moving on. That's all it was. Is they were moving on, they picked up something else and they just needed to end it. And I'm just like, that was horrible.
Yeah, that song was best hit for it, but they didn't add it. Yeah. That's just the sad thing with a lot of anime is they know they're coming to an end and they fuck up the ending. They rush things or they try to like explain things, but then it means other things have to get rushed or skipped over, and then sometimes it goes all over the place and eh. One Punch Man's basically died.
I only saw season 1 of One Punch Man. I thought it just sounded like I said Munch Man. I'm so tired. I'm so tired, dude.
I don't know. But yeah, you have to take a nap while you wait on email responses. Bye, I love you guys. Bye, Wanderer.
I love you.
Yeah, so many anime just have shit endings because they don't plan for it to end. Like that, it's like they're not planning for the ending. What happened to Record of Ragnarok is the rehearsals of what's happening to One Punch Man. I was reading Record of Ragnarok when it was first coming out, and it just...
Ooh, you guys want an anime recommendation that is being made and taken care of and loved?
What's that?
Made in Abyss.
Made in Abyss? Ooh, I haven't seen
That one is actively still being taken care of and loved. That one is being treated like a baby. That one is good. They're taking their time. It's like 5 years between seasons. That's what I mean. It's got amazing music. It's amazing. It's just slow. It's slow to come out because they're taking their time with it.
Yeah, that sort of fucked up the manga with One Punch Man. One Punch Man was so hyped. The manga is fantastic if you want like a power fantasy where you have an absolutely like a gag overpowered character. And then they heavily slowed down. There's already like one chapter every few months, and now it's been slowed down so much to the point that it's become irrelevant. And chapters released have been, oh, I didn't like how this chapter turned out, so I'm just gonna remake it and completely reverse what happened. Like, if
That's
that's
just
the case.
future plot hole issue, isn't it?
No, they remade chapter fully. It's not like they're making a pothole and then trying to like reverse the cheating in other chapters. They scrapped that. They're like, canonically, this chapter no longer exists. We're gonna make it.
Okay, what do you think is better? Do you think it is better to have
Welcome back from the doctor's appointment, Sim. Yeah, go on.
better to have cold resistance level 2 with attack up level 2, or cold resistance level 1, heat resistance level 1, and attack up level 1? And a lot more armor. And a lot more health.
Probably one of each, I'd say.
Like, you can't do that.
No, I meant cold resistance, heat resistance.
Oh, okay.
And then attack up level 1.
Okay.
Simply because it just lets you cold resist level 1 lets you be out at night, heat resist level 1 lets you have your bushi out and not have an issue.
Yeah. Well, I'm wearing right now. What am I wearing right now? Cold resist level 1. I will be losing an attack up, but my armor is going to go up by a lot. Plus 13 is 25. Need more. Down to the perilous city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Would you please take me home? Paradise city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Did you please take me home?
Yeah. It's sort of like what happened on One Punch Man. It's also sort of like what happened with Seven Deadly Sins.
I like Seven Deadly Sins.
It was good, but the animation quality definitely got worse towards the end. Oh, especially the season where they decided to censor blood and it was all white. I haven't watched this last season of Seven Deadly Sins.
People think that my favorite characters are sussy. People have mixed feelings based on my favorite characters. I'm not sure.
Seven Deadly Sins? Oh.
My favorite character is I forgot their name. So I'm not very helpful.
Fun and
Yep.
annoying.
Yep.
Yeah. I love their
dynamic is amazing.
they'll literally fuck everyone else. I love you and I will do anything to.
Yep. Exactly why I love them.
I absolutely love their relationship. I love their characters. I love.
Some people are like,
I love how
she's a child. She's a fairy.
she's a fairy. She's supposed to be like that. She's fully grown.
Yeah.
She's one of the oldest creatures there. She's like a few thousand years old or something, isn't she? Is very accurate to fairies in folklore.
I don't know what you just said.
They're
Oh,
apparently
folklore. I thought you said Pokemon. That's why I was like, what the fuck?
very accurate to fairies and Pokemon.
You see why I
You're
was
gonna celebrate
confused.
1K? 1K? No 1K? What?
What? What happened?
I don't know. You're gonna celebrate at 1K? In what context of 1K? We're not nearing 1K. Anything, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, and the same people sim for Miku, who's 16. Best solution? Like who you like and stay off the internet.
Time for me to go beat up some more metal.
Yes, please, Nikki, take a shower, have a nap,
Binky.
have a good rest.
Binky ass. I can smell you from all the way over here.
Without getting into the discussion, I do not think politicizing certain views on characters from a different culture's cartoons is at all relevant to a lot of the arguments they try to start with younger looking characters. It's like
You better. You better, because I'll know.
I check the Stinky and go, yeah, Stinky will tell us all. Who knows, maybe you'll turn the shower on and then not hop in.
And maybe you'll realize your shower's broken because it's just drenching you in shit.
Oh my god.
You can come back at 100% stinky. Then you'll know you gotta get your shower fixed.
True, yes, true. Something I would like to get at some point quick requires going to not even far into the mountain, just in that area slightly. Prove the legend.
I'm fat.
Nah, that's me.
1271 out of 650. It's gonna be a little bit of a walk home. In fact, not even entirely sure how I'm gonna do it, considering that I've got to get up a cliff. Whoops. Oh, hell yeah. Fierce Fang is awesome.
Oh, you got a die how you can ride with Fierce Fang. Nice.
I just have to figure out how to climb.
Either figure out the climb or figure out how to get to the nearest fast travel point to get back.
I'll just drop it. It's fine. We'll climb, and then we'll jump back over. Okay. Run! Watch my medal, Roxy. Shit. We're supposed to be watching my metal. It's gonna despawn. God.
You know, the song "Tripping Out of Love" in Atlantis.
Okay.
I don't know songs by name usually.
This
I might have heard of it.
Get over here. Come on.
When do I get the Dire House saddle?
Level like 9, I think. Or 8.
Ah, cool. It was level 9, and I just leveled up to get it.
Nice. What level are you?
9.
Oh. Okay. I've been catching things. Probably why.
You got to level 9 when I wasn't even level 8.
I'm level 11.
Yeah.
So I was like, what? You know, I probably could have saved myself 20 pounds by ditching these stone pickaxes.
We do not have kids. We will never have a kid.
Oh, gross.
At most, we will get a cat. 2 cats.
2
A
cats.
cat?
I want 3 cats, but if only if the country will let me. Or we can be criminals and get 3 cats.
Just 3 cats and lie. By lie, I mean just only have 2 registered.
Yeah. Just hope the other one never runs away. And like how, like, as soon as, like,
Yeah,
So-
cats will be okay.
I like as soon as the watering's done, they walk away and chill out. You're not even done with the watering. What the fuck are you doing? Where are you going? You've got like one job, bruh. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's the dew mud that's supposed to be watering. Why are you eating so much? Do you have bottomless stomach? No, he's cheery. He's good. Stop eating all the food. He's like, I made it.
Why can't we have 3 cats? Oh, the council will regulate how many animals you have depending on the area, and in most of the area where we live, it's 2 maximum you can have. But there's plenty of people, cough cough, siblings, who have more. And there's ways you can get around it. You have to get a permit to have more. Typically, you get the permit if you're like a breeder. Or if you're in a situation like my sister where you're fostering.
She is addicted to puppies, so she likes to take in all the puppies. And then she'll take them in and she'll hold on to them for a while and she'll love them forever and then she'll get rid of them.
Get rid of them, abandon them.
She just drops them off on the side of the road. That bitch. I'm kidding. She rehomes them. She gives them their forever homes.
Sometimes she gets them back because the people. It is rather common for someone to get a dog and then be like, this dog isn't perfect. I'm going to return. I have to actually put in effort to actually care for a puppy like it's a child.
Really? People are not bright, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a reason I don't want a puppy. It's because it's got too much fucking energy. That's why I want a cat.
Why did you say kids ill? Because kids are ill? We don't want kids.
I don't want kids. Kids are for other people.
Kids are for other people. We will be at a distance watching other people deal with kids.
I'm gonna have to deal with some child peeing on me and pooping on me and throwing up on me and snotting on me and going through puberty. You tell me what part of that isn't ew.
You have to teach them shit, be responsible for them.
I have to put my own mental health aside to prioritize theirs? Nah. Not for me.
Yeah, I was a kid before, and
Yeah, I know. That's how I know. That's how I know. Because
I
that's
would
what I
have
was
wanted
like.
another me.
I was a little shit.
genuinely think more people should have less kids.
I agree.
Kissing boys, yeah. Imagine if they were a boy kisser at like the age of 5 or something like you.
I know. I'd be like, no, God, that child's just like me. Gross. You think I want to look? I don't even like myself now. What makes you think I want a miniature version of myself? I got BPD. I ain't dealing with that from somebody else. No, thank you.
That's a quick way to ensure that you're out on a true crime documentary. Yeah, genuinely, there are people who should not have kids because for a variety of reasons.
And I believe myself to be one of those people.
Children are a massive financial and
I've already had those organs removed anyways,
life
so
responsibility
good.
that you have to deal with for the rest. Yeah, yeah.
I went ahead and was like, yep, I don't want kids. And the doctors are like, you sure you don't want kids? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, okay, well, sign this piece of paper and in 30 days we'll take out your organs. I'm like, thanks.
And yeah, and I didn't. Because while they're doing another surgery.
I was basically like, hey, while you're in there, can you take these organs out? And they're like, yeah, sure.
There's so many people who just financially don't have enough, like, they're borderline homeless and they have a child. And then, or people who are just too irresponsible. Just let their kids get away with anything.
I had this one friend, had 3 kids, right? Constantly told her kids how much they made her want to kill herself.
Yeah.
And then she got her kids taken away from her, and she was trying to get them back. And what she was doing on the weekends between working and trying to get them back was cocaine. She stopped being my friend after that.
Some people just... Yeah, it's not even just the financial. It's like the emotional responsibility. It's the physical responsibility of having to take them places at certain times. You are devoting. When you have a child, you are devoting at minimum the next 18 years of your life to looking after someone else.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind if it's a cat. The cat's not asking me to take it to cheerleading practice.
Cat's not asking you to friggin' wipe its ass because it
Your cat's
exploded.
not asking you the night before, at like fucking 9 o'clock at night, that it forgot that it actually needs to do a project and needs you to take it to the store so that it can get some craft material so that it can do a science project that it never prepared for. I'm only speaking from experience. That was me. I was that kid.
And then there's also the health problems that we would
Pass on,
put
yeah.
onto children.
Tristan's got his own health problems. I got my own health problems. Tristan's got fibromyalgia.
Don't know if that's... They don't know too much about that. That could be hereditary. It might not be, but
I know
it's
for a
just...
fact BPD is hereditary.
Yeah. I've got a family history of cancers and heart conditions.
My grandma's
depending on
got
which side of the
diabetes.
family. Too many things to worry about with children, so no, ew, not for us. Fun fact, I haven't done that. I just said, fuck it, I'll figure it out when I get to school.
What? Chat.
I don't know what that is in context to, Nikki.
Oh, really? Like, Wanderer's got a kid. Wanderer's been fucking killing it.
Yeah, some people make fantastic parents.
Yeah.
Some people think they'll be bad parents, and then they're good parents. Some people think they'll be amazing parents, and then they are...
I also get very overstimulated very easily. I get overstimulated from Tristan trying to give me a hug. You know, I'm like, don't touch me.
You would be in a state of like constant crying.
When I was still in school, especially
Canada
elementary school, if I
homework
forgot to
should
do a
be
project, I panicked, but I never did my homework. I never did my homework either.
I hate homework. Homework shouldn't exist.
I
If
agree.
they can't get the work done at school,
Well, the thing is
what?
like I was always pulled into like parent-teacher conferences and stuff like that, and they're like, "Why aren't you doing the homework?" I was like your grades would be fantastic if you just did the homework. I'm
Do I
like,
get paid if I do if I do my work extra work at home that's outside of the scope of my
"Oh
responsibilities?
no, I just told them. I said, I feel like homework should be for people who need the practice, and I clearly don't need the practice."
Homework was designed to be a punishment, and exams were designed to be a form of torture.
Yeah, that was me. My mom said I manipulated the system. That's exactly what I did, Nikki. 100%. And my mom said, "Oh my God, she is a master manipulator of the system."
If master manipulator of the system, aka operating within the confines of the system.
I wasn't passing my classes with A's and
Yeah,
B's, but I was passing my classes.
yeah, 100% Sims. The only purpose of exams are to teach you how to be good at exams. The moment you're out of like being educated, you're out of learning, exams are useless. The I believe Umbridge has a quote where she says something about how like exams are the purpose of school is to do exams. Or it might have been a conversation I had with my mum. We could call her Umbridge as well.
Your mom? I call your mom Umbridge. The fuck?
Because she's evil and mean and told me no once.
That's awesome. Should have looked up.
I love her. I love my mum.
There's nothing like Umbridge.
She really
Besides the fact she's a white lady.
with dark hair right now.
Who likes cats.
Who likes cats.
Yeah, but do you think that... Do you think Umbridge kicks kittens?
Ooh, no.
I don't think she does either. I think she
I
likes kittens more than she likes people.
yes. Yes, I think she would kill someone if they hurt one of her kittens.
Boa Hancock kicks kittens.
Boa Hancock will never be my favorite ship for Luffy.
Nope.
I can see the correlations as to why people can consider her and Luffy being good based on
The fact that she feeds him. She gives him all the food he could ever want.
I genuinely think Luffy should end up with no one.
No, I agree.
It just gets in the way of his dreams.
There's no reason. There's no reason for him to get with anybody. One of my teachers gave out like 3 to 5 assignments a day, and one of them, homework was all due on Friday, turned in like 10 homework assignments, and once at the end of the week. She hated it, but she loved me. Huh?
She hated the fact that you turned them all in at once, but she loved the fact that you did them all. Or she hated that she was required to do that?
So I have a big flex, guys. I'm gonna tell y'all my flex. Some of y'all have heard this. Okay, I went to college, and I signed up for a 6 a.m. class. Most of the time I went to my class and I just slept through class or whatever, just spaced out. I don't know why the fuck I signed up for a 6 a.m. class. I thought maybe if I got all my classes over with, I'd have the rest of the day to do what the fuck I wanted to, right? But I was so spaced out. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I often dream about this class because it's like I felt like I was in college, but I was just failing, you know. So, anyways, end of the semester comes around, and I'm like, "So, what's my grade look like?" And he's like, "0. You haven't done anything." I really didn't. I didn't do anything. All the work was just like stuff you. It was all homework. 100% of the work was homework. In class was just him talking about like football, I guess, whatever. That's probably another reason I was spacing out. So, anyways, I said, "Hey, do you think if I give you all the assignments tomorrow, I could get partial credit?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's fine." And I went home and I wrote down an entire semester's worth of projects, essays, and everything like that. And I came back the next day and I turned them all in and I passed the class with an A. That's my big flex.
Honestly, a good portion of your marks in university here is just actually submitting all your assignments.
Yeah, in one night, 100%. So I'm not bad at writing. I just didn't want to. It didn't interest me.
I should never have made it to year 10. I genuinely, like, I did nothing. No assignments, no... I probably didn't attend enough classes. I was away for, like, a lot of the semester. Or a lot of the terms. I was just...
Do they have SOLs in your,
Dead a lot.
no, standard learnings? Do they have those in your school sims? There was these specific writing ones that they only handed out in some areas. In some areas, you took this particular writing test, and it's like a standard of learning. It's like you do the test. Anyways, it's like a really big test, right? In this particular one, it's like a writing exam that you take, and then you only have to do it once. And it's depending on the region that you're living in. You take it in the 10th grade, or you take it in like the 11th grade. I wound up moving, so I wound up taking it both times. The highest score you can get on it was a 4, right? But so it's graded out of 4. 3 was like you're really lucky to get a 3. Most people got 2. Then if it was really good, it was a 3, kind of thing. But the highest grade you can get on it was a 4. I had to do it twice because the first school I went to was in a region where the test was taken, or the written exam was in the 10th grade, and then the second school I went to, it was in a region where the test was taken in 11th grade. Both years, 2 separate exams. Both times got a 4.
Nice. Aiko does have like, she's very good academically.
Yeah, I just hate homework.
Homework should not exist.
That was literally it. Like, they were telling my mom, they're like, she could be in all these academically gifted classes if she just did her homework. And I'm just like, if you think I'm that smart, put me in the classes then. Then I'll be able to handle it. I mean, I'll pass the test. I just don't like homework. I don't like getting paid I don't like working on my time off. Sorry, my bad. COVID ruined your grades? Yeah. I can't say that. I don't have a COVID issue. I had an issue in high school with, ninth grade. I had an issue with there being like a bomb threat every week.
Oh. I know that, in...
It was never a bomb, just people found out we can get out of class, so they started doing it.
Wow.
Till people got caught and arrested.
I mean, yeah, that is a felony, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's funny because, basically, so, okay, I'm going to say this. This is like title only. This only really mattered for like juniors and seniors, but freshmen and sophomore also got to have the little government thing. Like, you can run for office, you can be class president, that kind of shit. Right? So I ran for secretary, and not only did I get secretary, I also got treasurer, because I was literally like the only person who ran for those. There wasn't ever an election. It was just like one person ran for president, one person ran for vice president, one person ran for secretary, and that was it. So I got it, right? So I got secretary and treasurer
Nice.
just by default or whatever. But the two people that did one of the bomb threats happened to be the president and vice president. So they got arrested and I became everything.
Oh my god. You framed them nice.
I didn't do it. They wrote there's a bomb in the school on $1 and then dropped it in the lunchroom. That's how they did it.
Oh, that's a good way to get, fingerprinted. You know, kids aren't the smartest.
Mm-mm. I went to college and joined the Student Activity Council. Took me out to Nashville. I saw Zach Brown band in person play. I stayed at the Grand Ole Opry Hotel. That shit was nice, and the whole trip cost me $50.
Nice.
You did a funny but mentioned it. Oh no, what? Oh my god, I don't even know what the last 4 messages are about. No, I just saw something. I just thought of something.
And what's that?
I can make bunny ears. No, I
You can
can't.
make
I'm out of
bunny ears?
cloth. Fuck. No, wait, hold on. I
I
can make
got
more cloth. It's
more
okay. I've got cloth. Oh my god, I can make 173 cloth.
Oh yeah, you had a crap ton of them, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I got a lot of wool.
I got a mount to die a hell.
Nice, me too.
Oh, now I need to make more arrows. Yeah.
You want me to make you a furnace, babe?
Can I make a furnace?
Yeah. Do you have the materials for it?
What need? Yeah, I've got the materials here for it.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Let me put my bunny ears on. It's important. It's important. It's important for me. There. Now I feel like myself again.
That's your first requirement if you love yourself.
Yeah.
You are the one who tells the lies. Welcome in, unknown purple. What lies are you telling us today? What was the funny you did, Lucy, as well?
No, you put a space in there. Don't put a space. 30%. Well, I mean, it's better than earlier, so I think you did it right. Where do you want it?
Yeah, here next to the Nova statue is really good, if it can fit. Or actually, yeah. Actually, yeah, there we go. I'm on fire! Next to the crusher? Yeah, next to the crusher.
Thanks. I got that help. With those poison
Yeah, you did good. You did good. Now go get some rest, okay?
Yes, please rest, please.
I'm probably going to do the same thing. I'm probably going to raid out to Tristan. He looks like he feels like he's got so much more energy than I do right now, and I just want to sleep. And he needs to catch up to my level anyways.
No pressure.
Slow ass. I'm level fucking, what level am I? 11? I'm almost level 12. 123 experience away from
The pressure. Burb.
boob.
Yeah, same as burb.
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 It did. I think it just fucking drained me. I can't do that shit. Like, I need to be constantly stimulated. That sounds really bad. That's not what I mean. You know what I mean.
It needs that, Aiko needs the iPad in front of her at all times.
What?
The iPad in front of you at all
I'm
times.
an iPad baby.
Another reason I don't want kids. So many of them are iPad babies. And I don't want to have to deal with just the stress of definitely making an iPad baby.
I'm going to take this. I need to arrange some stuff real quick. Okay. Cow, not necessary right now. Not necessary right now. You will always be necessary. You also are always necessary. You can stay.
I genuinely don't mind ending soon as well.
You want to sleep with me?
I'll happily have an EP sleepies with you.
Okay, I'm gonna put this bitch on wood. And I'm gonna put.
I think fibromyalgia's making me like mildly fatigued lately. But
Who's good at stone, dude?
Hmm?
I'm trying to figure out who's good at stone that I have.
why are you in the trash can? That is not your in the correct one.
I think it's gonna be the pink gullet. The pink gullet's gonna have to be
We like the trash cans. They are safe.
comfortable.
They're comfy.
It's comfy in here. Nobody tries to talk to me. I'm just kidding. People do talk to me, but it's freaking.
These are our trash
Hi,
cans.
Jessie.
They're out. They're safe. They make us happy. Did Jesse yell at you?
God damn it. This Bushy is a hooligan.
Oh, that damn youngin.
Oh, but this Bushy's swift. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna hold on to I'm gonna make Tashi be my transporter. And I'll take the hooligan. The hooligan's stronger. Alright. Now I gotta go set them up, do their shit.
You're a trash can, but we're just in the trash can. Okay, yeah.
Are you saying I'm trash?
We're in trash cans, yeah.
The fuck? Oh, I forgot to actually put it out there, didn't I? There we go.
You like it in here. Don't want to leave. What's an ingot?
Keep on shouting. I wanna rock and roll all night and party every day. I wanna rock and roll all night and party every day.
Wanna rock and roll all night.
Okay, I think we're good.
Rock and roll. Oh yeah.
Burn. Good roll all night. Is that considered a POW something? I can put another fire baby in here.
Brown cherry.
I can. Let's get our socks in there. There we go. Okay,
Oh.
I think I got this good. And I gotta make one more bed.
Let's go.
What?
I just caught a bronze.
Nice.
I just caught a level 29 bronze.
The boss one?
It's an alpha, not the boss one.
Oh, I caught the boss one.
You caught the boss bronze?
Yeah, I have one. She's I told you that.
Oh, nice.
She's doing my she's planting my crops.
Oh yeah.
And I got the
yeah.
Grintail too.
Nice. I'm honestly happy having the bronze cherry as my Oh, it's level 35 bronze cherry.
Yeah, she's doing my crops right now. So yeah, she's probably higher level than my bronze. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the Wandering Alpha.
Nice.
Oh no, it wasn't an alpha. It was just a dangerous enemy. Because it's so high.
Oh
level.
yeah. Yeah. Mine is level 23.
I caught it with my last Megasphere at the 4%, and I make it in the head, so it was plus 0.8 or something.
He at the time was like, "That's dangerous," and then I caught it, and he's like, "Let's go!"
Yeah, I'm gonna head out to sleep now. Thank you for such a fun time, and later.
Yeah.
Lucy, thanks for being a goofball with me. Lucy's always a goofball.
You want me to raid somebody else? Or you want me to raid you?
You can raid someone else.
I'm gonna raid somebody, raid out guys, because I'm so
Yeah,
tired.
rest well, Nikki. Rest well.
Let's raid out somebody. Hopefully we find somebody. Maybe we'll raid out to somebody who we've already raided out to. You know.
You need that Dawn oil, the Pal oil, or the high quality oil, or the crude oil. What kind of oil do you need?
Me?
No, Furball. Unknown Furball. A friend of yours was playing Palworld? Lucy? Oh. Should we be worried? Crude oil. Oh, yeah, crude oil becomes a bit of a... You know what? I know who I'm gonna raid.
All right, we're
because
gonna
I
raid
can't
out. I'm gonna raid out to Emily Loves Games. Here's a
never
raid
mind, I'm not
message.
raiding
Here's a
anymore.
sub raid message. And raid out.
I guess I won't be raiding today, but thank you everyone for hanging out and watching. I could call you Fox.
Me? I love you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll play
Remember that
more
for
of
next
this
time.
game. And then if you guys have any community game suggestions, let us know.
Yes. If anyone wants any suggestions, and if we get enough people interested in community games tomorrow,